I collect attributes in the apocalypse. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 526. It's too late. Hearing Zhang Guodong's answer, the middle-aged man frowned again and said, "Dad, this is still unlikely. In the past few days, our search team has been searching for them day and night. If they are really active in our territory, we should have received news, but we didn't receive any news. Besides, I saw the scars of Zhang Zusong and others, which seemed to be chopped, not like being controlled by the opponent's hidden weapons or being bitten by a dog. Your analysis is not unreasonable, but you can't forget that there is not only that one person in the team of those people, he has other teammates." Zhang Guodong pondered and said, "What if he injured Zhang Zusong and others, and then his teammates took action? This possibility should also be considered." The middle-aged man nodded slightly. Although he felt that the possibility his father said did exist, he still didn't believe that this matter was done by Lin Fan and others. After all, in his opinion, Lin Fan and others should not have such a big courage to come to the territory of their Zhang family. No matter what, the Zhang family is one of the three major forces in Luocheng. What happened at the sports plaza before was always a fight for the 4th level energy crystal caused by an accidental encounter, but it didn't make sense for Lin Fan and his friends to come to their side to show off after they won the 4th level energy crystal. However, at this time, he would not argue with Zhang Guodong again. Zhang Guodong is still the head of the Zhang family. Even though he is Zhang Guodong's son, he has to consider Zhang Guodong's face. "Is Anping not back yet?" Zhang Guodong asked. "Not yet," the middle-aged man said. "How about I arrange someone to go to the branch office to take a look?" "Okay, let's see what he is doing there that took so long." Zhang Guodong nodded. With Zhang Guodong's permission, the middle-aged man stood up and was about to go outside to arrange for people to go to the Zhang family branch. At this moment, a figure ran over from the door again, shouting as he ran, "Head of the family. It's bad. Something big happened." "What?" "Don't panic, explain the matter clearly." Zhang Guodong's eyes were fixed on the person who came. The man took a deep breath, calmed his mind and said, "Something happened at the branch. Something happened at the branch." This simple sentence made Zhang Guodong and the middle-aged man's faces change. "Which branch?" Zhang Guodong asked hurriedly. "The branch guarded by Brother Yuanlin," the man replied. "What happened?" Zhang Guodong's breathing was a little rapid. "You know, Zhang Anping was in that branch. Some people just ran back from the branch. They said that the branch was attacked and has completely fallen," the man said. "Where are they?" "In the hall outside." "Let's go." Zhang Guodong ran towards the hall outside without hesitation. The middle-aged man and the man looked at each other, and without any delay, they followed Zhang Guodong closely. When the three of them arrived at the hall outside, they saw a group of people from Zhang Yuanlian's branch staying here in a very embarrassed manner. "Master," everyone shouted when they saw Zhang Guodong appear. "Tell me quickly, what happened?" Zhang Guodong asked anxiously. "Master, this is what happened." A 35-year-old man stood up and said, "At 3 a.m. today, a group of people broke into a branch, and then," the man told this story in detail. After hearing what he said, Zhang Guodong's face had become extremely gloomy. "Asshole! Asshole! Asshole!" After a moment of silence, Zhang Guodong cursed 3 times in a row. Of course, he was not cursing the person in front of him, but Lin Fan and others. The middle-aged man stared at the man and asked, "Xiaodao, are you saying that the people who broke into the Zhang family branch are the ones we have been searching for?" "Yes, third brother, it's them," the man nodded and said, "and there are 3 more people in their team, and the strength of those 3 people is at the level of 3rd level evolvers." 3 more people? "Are you sure it's really them?" the middle-aged man asked again. "I'm very sure," the man said seriously. "Third brother, even if I made a mistake, Brother Yuanliang and the young master are the most familiar with him. Brother Yuanliang and the young master will definitely not make a mistake, right?" Hearing this, the middle-aged man finally accepted the fact. Zhang Yuanliang and Zhang Anping had personally met Lin Fan and his friends at the sports plaza. Even if everyone made a mistake with Lin Fan and his friends, Zhang Yuanliang and Zhang Anping would not make a mistake with Lin Fan and his friends. The 3 new members of their team are only level 3 evolvers, and only that kid is a level 4 evolver in the original team. How could such a strong lineup of the Zhang family branch be messed up like this? The middle-aged man thought of something and asked hurriedly. "Third brother, Now in their team, there is not only that kid who is a level 4 evolver, there is also a woman and the dog who have the strength of a level 4 evolver, the man replied. What? Their strength has increased so fast? The middle-aged man was shocked. Zhang Guodong was also surprised at how fast the strength of Lin Fan's team improved, but he knew very well that he should not waste time here now. He fixed his eyes and said, "You continue to stay here to recuperate." Yes, Patriarch. A group of people nodded. In their current state, they really couldn't do anything. Old Third, you and I will go to the branch office together. I hope they can still hold on. Zhang Guodong looked at the middle-aged man and ordered. Okay, Dad, the middle-aged man nodded. Then, they didn't waste any more time and took action immediately. Zhang Guodong didn't call other Zhang family members, which would undoubtedly waste more time. Now for them, time is money, and everything can be delayed, but time cannot be delayed. If they go too late, Zhang Yuanlin, Zhang Yanping and others will definitely be in danger of their lives. Of course, the most important thing is that Zhang Guodong has absolute confidence in his strength. He is a genuine level 5 evolver. With such strength, it doesn't matter whether Lin Fan has any special abilities or not, he can still defeat Lin Fan. The two drove fast on the highway, almost reaching the limit of the car's speed. Half an hour later, the car stopped outside the Zhang family branch. The moment the two got out of the car, they didn't hear any movement from the branch, and they had a bad feeling in their hearts. Let's go. Go in and take a look. Zhang Guodong tilted his head to look at the middle-aged man, and then ran into the branch, followed by the middle-aged man. The moment they walked into the branch, they saw corpses all over the ground. The atmosphere solidified at this time. The bodies of Zhang Yuanlian, Zhang Yanping and others appeared clearly in their sight. It's too late, we are too late. Zhang Guodong stood there, muttering in his mouth, and the whole person looked older for a moment. There is nothing to say about Zhang Yuanlian's death. After all, Zhang Yuanlian's talent and growth potential are always limited, and it is impossible to be compared with Zhang Yanping. Zhang Yanping was a talent that he was training as the next head of the Zhang family. He also gave Zhang Yanping a 4th level energy crystal to help him break through to the 4th level evolver level. As a result, Zhang Yanping died just after the breakthrough. If he had known that Zhang Yanping would come here to find Zhang Yuanlian and encounter danger after his strength breakthrough, he would rather not give Zhang Yanping the 4th level energy crystal. Dad, the middle-aged man looked at Zhang Guodong standing still beside him, opened his mouth, and didn't know what to say. Zhang Guodong took a few deep breaths and tried to calm himself down. He waved his hand to the middle-aged man and said, "It has happened. Whether we accept it or not, the facts are in front of us. At this time, pure anger has no meaning. We must calm down and come up with the next plan. Zhang Guodong is worthy of being the head of the Zhang family. In this situation, he can calm down and think about the problem at the first time. First of all, what happened here in the branch must not be leaked out, and the people of Luomen and Xia family must not know about it. Once the people of Luomen and Xia family know about it, they will most likely take action against us, and then our strength will not be able to stop them," Zhang Guodong emphasized in a serious tone. Although the Zhang family and the Xia family may have joined forces to resist Luomen, that was after all when the Zhang family was strong. If the Zhang family's strength is greatly weakened, for example, now that the branch was wiped out, it means that the Zhang family has lost almost 1/3 of its strength. After losing so much strength at once, how could the Xia family still look at the Zhang family with the same eyes as before? Even if they still joined forces with the Zhang family is not qualified to be on an equal footing with the Xia family. At that time, the Xia family will have the final say and they will have to do whatever they are told to do. In addition, the resources in their territory will definitely be occupied. Secondly, we still need to arrange people to come to the branch. Even if there won't be as many people as before, we still have to arrange them to come here to make it look like there's no one guarding our branch. Finally, all the people in the search team should be withdrawn and told not to go out to search anymore, Zhang Guodong said slowly. Dad, I understand the first 2 points you said, but what is the reason for the last point? The middle-aged man asked puzzledly. That guy and we are now in blood feud. Are we going to give up dealing with them? Of course not giving up, but the strength of their team has grown. If our search team encounters them, do you think there is a possibility of survival? Zhang Guodong frowned and said, there is no possibility of survival, that is, sending death in vain. Our Zhang family has already lost a lot of people and we can't lose any more. As for the search of that team, I will do it myself. If they meet me, they will be truly dead. Yuan Liang and Ping and so many people in our Zhang family must pay for their deaths no matter what. Okay, Dad, I got it, the middle-aged man nodded. With his father personally coming forward, he would no longer have to worry about losses on the Zhang family's side. Chapter 527, Getting Stronger. No matter what, Zhang Guodong is a level 5 evolver. The strength of a level 5 evolver is unimaginable to ordinary people. Moreover, after this battle, the Zhang family suffered a great loss. Not only did so many people die, but they also lost the energy crystal of this branch. Zhang Guodong frowned and said, the 40 level 3 energy crystals of the branch must have fallen into their hands. There are still 3 women in their original team whose strength has not reached the level of a level 4 evolver. I estimate that after the 3 women absorbed 40 level 3 energy crystals this time, their strength is likely to break through to the level of a level 4 evolver. So, during this period of time, without my permission, our people cannot go out casually, and everything must be under my command and arrangement. Yes, the middle-aged man nodded again. You stay here, I will go back and call someone to clean up, and arrange someone to guard again, Zhang Guodong said. After that, without waiting for the middle-aged man to answer, he turned around and walked out. Looking at Zhang Guodong's back, the middle-aged man clenched his fists tightly. He could see that Zhang Guodong had been suppressing his anger and didn't want to explode in front of him. He retracted his gaze, glanced at the corpse on the ground, sighed deeply, and then started to clean up without delay. After Zhang Guodong drove back to the Zhang family headquarters, he immediately gathered the people currently in the Zhang family headquarters and told them what happened in the branch. Although the fewer people who know about this kind of thing, the better, this time someone had to be arranged to guard the branch. The people who were arranged came and found that Zhang Yuanliang and others were missing, and there was no doubt that they would be confused. Especially when they were guessing randomly, it would be better to tell them directly. Hearing Zhang Guodong's news of the death of the branch, everyone present was shocked. They never thought that Lin Fan and others would go directly to destroy their branch. Remember, whoever dares to leak this matter, I will personally destroy him, Zhang Guodong said with a deep look. Yes, everyone nodded without hesitation. They all knew the seriousness of this matter. Once it was leaked and known by Lu Omen and Xia family, the entire Zhang family would be in danger. They were all members of the Zhang family. If the Zhang family fell into danger, it would not benefit them in the slightest. Now, those whose names I called out, gather together and immediately go to the branch office. The third brother is still waiting for you there. Zhang Guodong glanced at everyone and began to say some names. 10 minutes later, all the people whose names he called out stood on his left-hand side. Let's go, Zhang Guodong waved his hand and said. Yes, the people on the left responded in unison, without hesitation, turned around and walked out of the room, and went straight to the branch office. After they left, Zhang Guodong looked at the people on the right again and said, you all return to your posts, do what you should do, and treat it as usual. Yes, the people on the right also responded in unison. After arranging all this, Zhang Guodong walked back to his chair and sat down. Only then did he realize that his back was a little wet. Although he was so old and had experienced a lot of things, the deaths of Zhang Yuanliang and Zhang Enping still brought him an extremely huge blow. Lin Fan. Lin Fan, if I, Zhang Guodong, don't kill you, I swear I won't be a human being. After a moment, Zhang Guodong clenched his fists together, and the murderous intent in his eyes erupted like a volcano. Lin Fan and others didn't know how angry Zhang Guodong was. They were still driving towards the Xia family's territory. 3 hours later, the 2 cars entered the Xia family's territory. Lu Mingying slowed down the car, opened the window and said to Lin Fan, this is already the Xia family's territory, where are we going? Just find a quiet place, Lin Fan said with a smile. They don't need to do anything else now, just find a place to rest. Then let's go to the building in front, what do you think? Lu Mingying pointed to the building in front and said. Okay, let's go to that building, Lin Fan nodded. Then, the speed of the 2 cars increased again. 10 minutes passed. The 2 cars drove into the building together and stopped. Roar. There are still some zombies wandering around. After hearing the movement, they can't help but gather towards them. Lu Mingying and the other 2 opened the car door and got out of the car. With their weapons in hand, they quickly dealt with the zombies that gathered around. Let's go in and find a room. Lin Fan smiled slightly and walked into the building. Murong Zhu, Lu Mingying and others hurriedly followed. They found a relatively large room, and after closing the door, Lin Fan took out a bag he had obtained before. There are a total of 40 level 3 energy crystals here. Lin Fan's eyes first fell on Murengzhu, Murengshan and Li Zihan, and said, I see that your momentum is just a little bit away from breaking through to the level of a level 4 evolver, so I will allocate 10 to each of you, okay? Murengzhu, Murengshan and Li Zihan looked at each other, and smiles appeared on their faces. Level 4 evolvers, the three of them have been looking forward to it for a long time. Lin Fan quickly took out 30 level 3 energy crystals and distributed them to Murengzhu and the other two. Then, he looked at Lu Mingyun, Wei Heguang and Zhang Fiwen. The remaining 10 level 3 energy crystals are for you, Lin Fan said with a smile. What? Hearing Lin Fan's words, Lu Mingyun, Wei Heguang and Zhang Fiwen were all stunned. After Lu Mingyun reacted, he quickly said, Lin Fan, we can't take these energy crystals. Yes, you have already given us benefits before, not to mention that our lives were saved by you. Wei Heguang and Zhang Fiwen also agreed with Lu Mingyun, thinking that they should not distribute the energy crystals here. I do things one by one. Although we saved you before, you were the one who told us the news about the Zhang family branch, and you were the one who brought us there. You also contributed to dealing with the Zhang family, so this is the reward you deserve, Lin Fan said. But, Lu Mingyun's face showed a touch of embarrassment. What kind of contribution did they make to deal with the Zhang family? After seeing the performance of Lin Fan and others with his own eyes, he felt that without the help of the three of them, Lin Fan and others could still easily take down the Zhang family branch. Hey, Lu Mingyun, don't say but. Brother Lin Fan said he would give it to you, so he will definitely give it to you. What's the point of shirking it? Murengshan looked at Lu Mingyun unhappily and said, besides, isn't your strength going to break through to the 4th level evolver? If you improve your strength faster, then when our camp competes with Instructor Feng's camp, our camp will have a greater chance of winning, and we can get rewards again. Why not do this kind of thing that has the best of both worlds? Hearing what Murengshan said, Lu Mingyun nodded and said, thank you so much for helping us so much. Wei Heguang and Zhang Fiwen also nodded. They both thought that Lin Fan and others were good people. In theory, Lin Fan and others didn't need to allocate energy crystals to them at all. After all, Lin Fan and others' strength completely crushed them, and they contributed the least in the battle with the Zhang family. Even if they had to distribute energy crystals to them politely, they didn't have to allocate so many. Just give them 3, instead of giving 10 like this generously. Seeing Lu Mingyun and the other two nod, Lin Fan smiled slightly, walked over, and handed the remaining 10 level 3 energy crystals to them. Wei Heguang looked at Lu Mingyun and said, Brother Lu, your strength will soon break through to the level of a level 4 evolver. You can absorb these 10 energy crystals directly. Zhang Fiwen also said, yes, Brother Lu, we won't share these 10 energy crystals between the two of us. You can absorb them and strive to break through to the level of a level 4 evolver as soon as possible. Hearing what Wei Heguang and Zhang Fiwen said, Lin Fan felt a little appreciative of the team of Lu Mingyun and the other two. Whether a team can become stronger depends entirely on whether the team can achieve true unity. The fact that Wei Heguang and Zhang Fiwen can have such awareness is enough to show that their team is united enough. When training outside, it is very important to have someone in the team who has reached the level of a level 4 evolver. Lu Mingyun and the other two are very clear about this. Okay, then thank you two brothers first. Lu Mingyun did not delay hypocritically, and thanked him seriously. Lin Fan glanced at everyone and said with a faint smile, then you all should start absorbing the energy crystals now. Waiting for your good news? Yes, Murengzhu, Murengshan, Li Zihan and Lu Mingyun all nodded. Then, the 4 of them did not waste any more time and began to absorb the energy crystals. While Murengzhu and the other 4 were absorbing the energy crystals, Lin Fan, Mu Honglin, Wei Heguang, Zhang Fiwen and Andy also sat on the ground to rest and adjust their states. In the previous battle, they all consumed a lot of energy, so they took this time to adjust and recover. Time passed slowly, and Lin Fan and the other 4 and Andy recovered after about an hour or two. As for Murengzhu and the other 4, they were still in the process of absorbing energy crystals. Lin Fan's eyes kept scanning back and forth between Murengzhu and the other 4, observing the changes in their aura. The aura of the 4 of them seems to be getting stronger, Mu Hongling said slowly with her beautiful eyes. Yes, they are getting stronger all the time. If nothing unexpected happens, then the 4 of them should all be able to be promoted to level 4 evolvers this time, Lin Fan said with a smile. That's great, Mu Hongling also smiled and said, in this way, our team is a pure level 4 evolver team, especially when we are about to face the zombie tidal wave. Our team's strength will be improved, and we can naturally get more benefits in the zombie tidal wave. This is the most important thing. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. His goal is to obtain more level 4 energy crystals in the zombie tidal wave and strive to improve his strength to the peak of the level 4 evolver. Chapter 528 Temporary Integration. I don't know when the competition between the two camps will start, Mu Hongling said in confusion. I don't know about this either, but I guess it won't take too long after this experience is over, Lin Fan pondered. Oh, a hint of doubt appeared in Mu Hongling's beautiful eyes again. Because, don't we have to participate in the global talent competition next? Lin Fan's expression slightly condensed, and his tone was also solemn. Such a global talent competition must be very difficult. Before that, the base will probably conduct more targeted training for the students we select to participate, and this kind of targeted training cannot be done by all students together. After all, the difficulty of training will be much greater. Maybe, before the global talent competition, we will be taken abroad for training. Training abroad? Mu Hongling was stunned. It's not impossible, Lin Fan thought for a while and said, look, for example, places like the African savannah, there are countless animals there, right? Yes, Mu Hongling nodded. In that case, after the doomsday, the number of animals that have turned into zombies there will be very large. Throwing us in such a place to hone our skills will improve our strength faster and more directly. Lin Fan shrugged and said, anyway, that's my guess. I don't know what will happen specifically. Just follow the arrangements of the base when the time comes. Mu Hongling felt that what Lin Fan said made sense. Since they were going abroad to participate in the global talent competition, it would not be unreasonable to let them go abroad first to train and familiarize themselves with the environment. However, these are things to consider later, so there is no need to think too much about them at the moment. Time passed by minute, and another 2 hours passed. Murinzu was the first to complete the work of absorbing the energy crystal. A strong aura emanated from her. This aura undoubtedly showed that her strength had reached the level of a 4th level evolver. After Murinzu completed the absorption, Li Zihan also completed the absorption and also reached the level of a 4th level evolver. Then, Murinshan and Lu Mingyun completed the absorption almost 3 seconds apart. Without any surprises, Murinzu and Lu Mingyun's strength also advanced to the level of the 4th level evolver. Congratulations, you all have successfully broken through. Lin Fan glanced at Murinzu and the other three, and said with a faint smile. The feeling of being a 4th level evolver is really great. Murinshan clenched her jade hands into fists, and after feeling the surging power in her body, a strong smile appeared on her pretty face. Yes, this is the feeling of mastering power, Li Zihan said with a smile. It is indeed obvious that it is much stronger than when I was a 3rd level evolver. Murinzu smiled slightly, and clenched her fists like Murinshan. Lu Mingyun glanced at the three of them and said jokingly, before, I was thinking that if my strength broke through to the 4th level guardian level, I should be able to rank in the top 5 in our camp. Now it seems that my ranking will be pushed back again. Ha ha ha. Lu Mingyun's words made everyone laugh happily. Lin Fan looked at Lu Mingyun and said, your strength is not bad. I don't know if you can rank in the top 5, but if you rank in the top 10, there will be no problem. Lin Fan knew the top 5 places. He was the first, Mu Hongling was the second, and the 3rd to 5th were definitely those 3 boys. You know, those 3 boys performed very well in the previous training. At least, Lu Mingyun was slightly worse than them. If it was not as expected, the strength of those 3 boys must have been promoted to the level of 4th level evolvers. The top 10 is not bad. Lu Mingyun was very satisfied with the ranking estimated by Lin Fan. He was not a greedy person. He just knew where his own strength should be. As for the top 3 or even the first place, he had never thought about it. What are your plans next? Lin Fan asked as his eyes fell on Lu Mingyun again. We don't have any clear plans, Lu Mingyun shook his head. They came to Luochang to train without a clear plan. They just went wherever they went. More and more zombies have appeared in Luochang in the past few days. It is estimated that the zombie tide will break out soon. In addition, you and we have dealt with the Zhang family together. At this point, Lin Fan changed his tone and said, it is equivalent to you offending the Zhang family. If you meet them at that time, they will not show mercy to you. If you don't have a clear place to go or what to do, you can follow us and wait for the zombie tide to break out in the next period of time. Hearing this, Lu Mingyun, Wei Heguang, and Zhang Fiwen looked at each other, and their eyes were full of joy. That's great, Lu Mingyun nodded and said. Even though he has become a 4th level evolver and has a good self-protection ability, he knows that the gap between him and Lin Fan is still very large. Moreover, the most important thing is that Lin Fan's team is too powerful. Each of them is a 4th level evolver. It can be said that the safety of following Lin Fan's team has been greatly improved. Murong Zhu, Murong Shan, Li Zihan and Mu Hongling have no objection to Lu Mingyun and the other 2 temporarily joining the team. Everyone is in the same camp, and the zombie tide is about to break out. It is also a good choice to gather together for training and improvement. It's getting late today, so let's go out for training and continue to rest here for one night, Lin Fan said. Okay, everyone still had no objection, nodded, and went to find a place to rest. The next morning, after they woke up, they ate something and went out. Although they said they were going out for training, in fact, the main training was still Wei Heguang and Zhang Fiwen. Because, in this team, only the 2 of them are still the strength of level 3 evolvers. Lin Fan and others have become level 4 evolvers. Unless they encounter level 4 zombies outside, they don't need to take action against them. Let Wei Heguang and Zhang Fiwen deal with them. With Lin Fan and others as the backing, Wei Heguang and Zhang Fiwen have become much bolder, and the speed of training and improvement has also been accelerated invisibly. Moreover, the level 3 energy crystals obtained later were all distributed to the 2 of them. After a day of training, they each harvested 6 level 3 energy crystals. If it had been before, it would have been something they would never have dared to think about. At night, they found a quiet room to rest again. At the same time, in the Zhang family's study, Zhang Guodong and the middle-aged man sat opposite each other here. Dad, I went to the branch office during the day to see some of them. They did everything according to your instructions. Everyone did a very good job, the middle-aged man said. Well, that's good, Zhang Guodong nodded, looked out the window, and said, today I went out to search for a day, and searched almost the entire territory of our Zhang family, but still didn't find any trace of that kid and others. Zhang Guodong is a level 5 evolver. Whether it is hearing or speed, he is very strong and very fast. If he searches with all his strength, he can indeed search the territory of their Zhang family in one day. Of course, this also made him regret it a little. If he had gone out to search before, he thought that Lin Fan and others would definitely be found by him, so that Zhang Enping, Zhang Yuanliang and others would not be in danger. However, this was also the reason why he had not expected Lin Fan's team to grow so fast, and he had not expected that Lin Fan and others would dare to attack their Zhang family branch. They caused a big disaster this time, and they must know that we will be furious. They should not be so brave to continue to stay in our territory, the middle-aged man said in a deep voice. I'm also afraid that they think the most dangerous place is the safest place. Now it seems that they should have left our territory. Zhang Guodong narrowed his eyes and asked, Third brother, if they are not in our territory but have not left Luocheng, where do you think they are most likely to go? The middle-aged man did not answer Zhang Guodong's question immediately, but frowned and thought about it, and then answered after a while, they not only offended our Zhang family, but also offended Lu Omen when they were at the sports square before. Because of Lu Omen's style of doing things, they will not give up after suffering a loss. Lu Omen must be searching for them. Dad, I think if they are still in Luocheng, they will definitely go to Xia's territory. Only there's the relatively safest place for them at present. Not bad. Zhang Guodong nodded and looked at the middle-aged man with appreciation. His favorite son has always been online in IQ, especially in analyzing these problems. He is very close to him and considers problems more comprehensively. It's a pity that he has neither talent nor growth potential. Otherwise, it would be the safest for the Zhang family to be handed over to the son. What is Dad going to do? The middle-aged man asked again. I want to go to the Xia family tomorrow and talk to Xia Hongda to see if he can let us search that kid and others, or let them help search, Zhang Guodong said. The Xia Hongda he mentioned is the head of the Xia family. Xia Hongda has the final say on all matters of the Xia family. If Xia Hongda agrees to this matter, there will be no problem. If Xia Hongda disagrees with this matter, then their Zhang family will not force it. After all, after the Zhang family lost Zhang Yuanliang and Zhang Enping, their overall strength is no longer comparable to that of the Xia family. If the two families really have a conflict, the Zhang family will definitely suffer more. Let them help search, the middle-aged man said in surprise. This is unlikely, right? How can they help us? Of course, we won't let them help for nothing. We have to pay them a certain amount of money, Zhang Guodong pondered and said. That kid and others caused us such heavy losses. If I don't find them and tear them into pieces, it will be difficult to relieve my hatred. Chapter 529 Heading to Xia's house. From Zhang Guodong's words, one can feel how much hatred he has for Lin Fan and others. It's understandable if you think about it. Lin Fan and others have caused the Zhang family to lose 1/3 of their strength. Anyone would feel angry. However, Dad, I don't think this method is unfeasible, but before we implement it, we have to consider another problem. The middle-aged man frowned and said. What problem? Zhang Guodong's eyes flashed with doubt. That is, if you personally go to the Xia family to negotiate this matter, the Xia family will definitely ask you why you hate them so much. The middle-aged man pondered and said, if they say that they stole a 4th-level energy crystal that should have belonged to us, then they will definitely not believe it. After all, Xiao Hongda is a complete old fox. It's not easy to deceive him. The middle-aged man's words reminded Zhang Guodong. Third brother, you are right. You must think about how to answer this question first. Zhang Guodong nodded solemnly. He and Xia Hongda have known each other for many years and know that Xia Hongda is indeed an old fox. As the head of the Zhang family, he personally went to find Xia Hongda. Just as the middle-aged man said, if it was just because a level 4 energy crystal was snatched away, it would be strange for Xia Hongda to believe it. Dad, how about telling Xia Hongda this way? The middle-aged man thought of a good reason. How? Zhang Guodong asked curiously. Just tell Xia Hongda that the kids' team killed Zhang Xianyan and his 3 brothers, the middle-aged man said. The 3 brothers of Zhang Xianyan were the other 3 level 4 evolvers in the Zhang family branch that night, except Zhang Yuanliang and Zhang Enping. Although they are not 3 brothers, Zhang Xianyan and his 3 brothers still have a certain reputation in Luocheng. Zhang Guodong did not speak, frowning and thinking. Seeing this, the middle-aged man added, although if we say this, the Xia family will know that we have lost 3 level 4 evolvers, but if we don't say this, the Xia family probably won't help us, and they might even secretly arrange people to investigate the specific situation of our Zhang family. Anyway, the fact that the 3 Zhang Xianyan brothers died is true, and there is no problem of lying. The most important thing is that the Xia family is also very clear about the strength of our Zhang family. The loss of 3 level 4 evolvers does not mean that they are qualified to overwhelm us. After listening to the middle-aged man's analysis, Zhang Guodong immediately agreed and nodded and said, okay, third brother, let's do as you say. Tomorrow I will go to the Xia family in person and discuss this matter with Xia Hongda. No matter where the kid and others are hiding in the Xia family's territory, they must be pulled out and solved, and they must not be allowed to continue to grow and develop. From the sports plaza to the incident of the Zhang family branch, it took only a few days, and Lin Fan's team had 2 more level 3 evolvers. Zhang Guodong couldn't imagine how big Lin Fan's team would grow if he continued like this. In order to prevent things from getting out of control, he had to take more effective and direct measures. He could not give Lin Fan's team any more opportunities. Dad, do you want me to go with you tomorrow? The middle-aged man asked. No, I'll go alone tomorrow. Zhang Guodong shook his head and said. You stay in the family and take care of all the family affairs, okay? The middle-aged man nodded. He obeyed Zhang Guodong's arrangement unconditionally. One night passed quickly. The next morning, at 6 o'clock, Zhang Guodong got up before it was completely light. It takes about 2 hours to get from Zhang's house to Xia's house. By the time he drove to Xia's house, everyone in Xia's house had gotten up. Zhang Guodong drove away alone without disturbing anyone. 2 hours later, he arrived outside the gate of Xia's house. The gatekeeper of Xia's house reached out to stop the car. Who is it? Zhang Guodong rolled down the window and glanced at the gatekeeper. I'm Zhang Guodong. I'm here to see your head of the family, Zhang Guodong. The gatekeeper was stunned for a moment, thinking that the name was familiar. Then, another middle-aged man who was a little older came forward and saw Zhang Guodong sitting in the car, and greeted him, Master Zhang. It's you. Sorry, it's his first day at this position, and he is not very familiar with it. If I have offended you, please forgive me, Master Zhang. I'm sorry, the man just now apologized hurriedly. It's okay, I'm here to find your master. Is he in there? Zhang Guodong smiled and shook his head. Naturally, he would not care about anything with a gatekeeper, which would make him look inferior. Yes, the master is in there. Okay, then you open the door. I have something to do with him. Okay, the two of them did not delay anymore and hurriedly opened the door. Zhang Guodong was obviously not the first time to come to the Xia family. He drove the car in with ease and quickly found a parking space and stopped. After getting off the car, he went straight to where Xia Hongda lived. Of course, before he arrived at his destination, other members of the Xia family discovered him. "Huh? Master Zhang," a shout came from behind. Zhang Guodong paused and looked back, only to see a 40-year-old middle-aged man walking towards him. Zhang Guodong knew this middle-aged man, Xiao Hongda's son, Xia Shunqiang. "It's Shunqiang," Zhang Guodong smiled and greeted him. "Master Zhang, when did you come?" Xia Shunqiang walked up and asked. "I just arrived," Zhang Guodong replied. "Then why didn't you notify me in advance, so that my nephew could make arrangements to wait for you?" Xia Shunqiang was very enthusiastic. Zhang Guodong knew very well that this was the characteristic of the Xia family. On the surface, they were very enthusiastic, but in fact, each of them was smiling and hiding a knife, wishing that their Zhang family would fall sooner. However, since others did their work so well on the surface, he couldn't help but give them face. He still kept a smile on his face and replied, "I came in a hurry this time, and I also had something urgent to discuss with your father, so I didn't have time to notify you in advance." "Master Zhang, did you have something urgent to see my father?" Xia Shunqiang asked in confusion. "Yes, there is indeed an urgent matter." "Your father is at home, right?" Zhang Guodong asked, pretending to be ignorant. "At home, Master Zhang, my dad is in the study right now. I just came out of his place. How about I take you to see him?" Xia Shunqiang smiled. "Thank you," Zhang Guodong nodded. He knew that this was still Xia Shunqiang's false intention. On the surface, he said he would take him to see Xia Hongda, but in fact, Xia Shunqiang wanted to know why he was looking for Xia Hongda. But at this time, he couldn't expose Xia Shunqiang's intention. Seeing Zhang Guodong nod, Xia Shunqiang didn't delay and took Zhang Guodong straight to Xia Hongda's study. At this moment, in the study, Xia Hongda was sitting here drinking tea alone. "Master Xia, long time no see." Xia Shunqiang and Zhang Guodong walked into the study, and Zhang Guodong immediately greeted Xia Hongda. Xia Hongda looked up and saw that it was Zhang Guodong, and a touch of surprise appeared in his eyes. "Master Zhang, what wind blew you here? Please sit down." As he said, Xia Hongda invited Zhang Guodong to sit down. "To be honest, I came here to discuss something with you," Zhang Guodong stated his purpose directly. "Oh? What is it? Please tell me." Xia Hongda nodded, and a hint of curiosity arose in his heart. He believed that the matter that could make Zhang Guodong come to him personally must be not simple. After all, if it was a simple matter, Zhang Guodong would not have come all the way to find him. "It's like this." Zhang Guodong took a deep breath and said, "Have you heard of the three brothers Zhang Xiannian of our Zhang family, Mr. Xia?" "The three brothers Zhang Xiannian?" Xia Hongda thought for a while, nodded and said, "I have heard of them. The three brothers are all the strength of the fourth level evolvers, right?" "Yes, it's the three brothers." "What I want to talk about happens to be related to the three brothers," Zhang Guodong pondered. "Mr. Zhang, I know the three brothers Zhang Xiannian. We used to get along well." "What happened to the three brothers?" Xia Shunqiang asked from the side. The purpose of bringing Zhang Guodong here was to understand what Zhang Guodong wanted to say, so he would not leave here. Zhang Guodong said slowly, "The three brothers are dead." "Dead?" When this was said, Xia Hongda and Xia Shunqiang were both slightly surprised. These are three level 4 evolvers. If they are dead, wouldn't it mean that the strength of the Zhang family has also been lost a lot? Of course, the two of them, father and son, naturally could not express this idea in their hearts. Xia Shunqiang hurriedly asked, "Master Zhang, what's going on? How did the three brothers die?" "Killed by a kid named Lin Fan," Zhang Guodong replied. "Lin Fan?" Xia Hongda and Xia Shunqiang looked at each other and thought carefully in their minds. It seemed that among the people they knew, there was no name called Lin Fan. "I don't know him," Xia Shunqiang shook his head. "Master Zhang, I don't know this person either." Xia Hongda also shook his head. "He is not from our Luocheng, he came from somewhere else." Zhang Guodong concentrated and said, "This kid is only 20 years old, but he has the strength of a 4th level evolver in the middle stage." Zhang Guodong had not finished his sentence yet, and just when he said this, he was interrupted by Xia Shunqiang in surprise. "At the age of 20, he has the strength of a 4th level evolver in the middle stage?" "Yes, it's true," Zhang Guodong nodded. "This talent is really a bit scary." Xia Shunqiang frowned slightly. It is indeed a very strong talent. At least, there is no such a strong genius in our Luocheng, Xiao Hongda said. This is not the most important thing. Zhang Guodong's words made the atmosphere a little tense. The strength of a 4th level evolver in the middle stage, at the age of 20, is not the most important thing. Could this kid have any more evil abilities? Xia Hongda and Xia Shunqiang looked at Zhang Guodong curiously. Their curiosity had been completely aroused by Zhang Guodong. The most important thing is that this kid has awakened superpowers. Moreover, his superpowers are not ordinary ones. He can control objects through the air in a very powerful way, Zhang Guodong introduced word by word. Chapter 530 Cooperation. After hearing what Zhang Guodong said, Xiao Hongda and Xia Shunqiang were shocked. Master Zhang, you said that guy also has the ability to control objects through the air. Xiao Hongda looked at Zhang Guodong in surprise, as if he couldn't believe this fact. Yes, Zhang Guodong nodded again and said, it was because he had such a powerful ability that he killed Zhang Xiannian and the other two. Then how did they have a conflict? Xiao Hongda asked. Zhang Guodong guessed that Xia Hongda would ask such a question and had already thought of the wording. He said calmly, when the 3 brothers Zhang Xiannian were looking for resources outside, they encountered a level 4 zombie. They had just killed the level 4 zombie and seized the level 4 energy crystal. As a result, that guy appeared with his team and forced the 3 brothers Zhang Xiannian to hand over the level 4 energy crystal. The 3 brothers Zhang Xiannian were naturally unwilling, so a conflict broke out between them. The 3 brothers Zhang Xiannian were defeated and killed on the spot. Hearing this, Xiao Hongda frowned slightly and pondered what Zhang Guodong said. Xia Shunqiang asked, by the way, Master Zhang, the 3 Zhang Xiannians were killed. How did you know about this? The question Xia Shunqiang asked was also what Xia Hongda wanted to ask. Zhang Guodong still took all this into consideration and answered without hesitation, because the 3 Zhang Xiannian brothers also took some people from our Zhang family out. When the battle broke out between the two sides, the 3 Zhang Xiannian brothers knew that they could not defeat the enemy and were suppressed by the 3 hidden weapons controlled by the other party's supernatural power, so they let the rest of them escape and go home to find help. There were more than 20 people in total, and only 2 escaped. The rest were all stopped by the boys' teammates. We also learned the news from the 2 people who escaped. I see, Xia Shunqiang nodded. Then Master Zhang, why did you come to me? Xiao Hongda narrowed his eyes and shifted the topic to the main topic. He knew that Zhang Guodong came to him, definitely not just to share this matter with him, but must have other purposes. Zhang Guodong took a deep breath and said solemnly, Master Xia, I came to you to discuss whether you can help our Zhang family capture this kid and others. Help you capture them. Xiao Hongda looked at Zhang Guodong in confusion and said, Master Zhang, I don't quite understand what you mean. When our people were tracking down that kid and others, they found that they had entered your Xia family's territory. Our people did not come directly to search. I was worried that you would misunderstand, so I came to discuss this matter with you. Zhang Guodong pondered and said, that kid's talent and growth potential are too strong. I am worried that he will come to our Zhang family for trouble after he grows up. If he wants to take over the entire Luocheng at that time, it will be a disaster for our Luocheng. Zhang Guodong deliberately made the matter more serious so that Xia Hongda would also realize the seriousness of the matter. After all, in the Doomsday, it is common for powerful people to occupy a city and monopolize the resources of a city. Then, Zhang Guodong added, of course, I am not asking you, Master Xia, to help me for nothing. As long as you agree to help search for that kid and others, I will give you 10 level 4 energy crystals as a reward after you find them. Just help find them. Leave the matter to our Zhang family. We will not let your people take risks. This is the ultimate purpose of Zhang Guodong's words, to induce Xia Hongda to agree to his request. The Zhang family now has a lot fewer people, and it is not an easy task to go out on a large scale to find Lin Fan and others. Therefore, he wants to use the Xia family's manpower to help find them. What's more, it is much easier for the Xia family to find them on the Xia family's territory. Hearing Zhang Guodong say this, Xiao Hongda was still a little moved. After all, those are 10 level 4 energy crystals. If they can be obtained, it will also be a very good harvest for the Xia family. Master Zhang, it's not impossible for you to ask us to help you find it, but it's just a promise. Shouldn't you pay a deposit first? Xiao Hongda smiled and said, our 2 families have a good relationship, but there are some things that need to be explained in advance, so, Master Xia agrees to help us find it. Zhang Guodong looked at Xia Hongda with a surprised expression. Agree, Xiaohongda nodded. Okay, since Master Xia is so straightforward, I can't let him down. Zhang Guodong reached into his pocket and took out 3 energy crystals, handing them to Xiaohongda. Master Xia, these 3 level 4 energy crystals are the deposit. What do you think? Zhang Guodong asked. Xiaohongda stared at the 3 energy crystals in Zhang Guodong's hand and saw that there were 4 horizontal bars in the 3 energy crystals. They were indeed genuine level 4 energy crystals. Okay, I'll take it first. After the matter is done, you can give me the remaining 7 energy crystals. Xiaohongda nodded and reached out to take the 3 level 4 energy crystals. No problem, Zhang Guodong also nodded. Master Zhang, tell us what the characteristics of the man named Lin Fan and the team he led are, Xiaohongda asked. As the saying goes, if you take someone's things, you will be grateful, and if you eat someone's things, you will be soft-hearted. Since he took Zhang Guodong's things, he still had to help find them. As for whether he could find them, it was not something he could decide. Anyway, he just had to do his best. According to the 2 people who escaped from us, the team led by Lin Fan had a total of 5 people and a dog. Lin Fan was a man, and the remaining 4 were women, all of whom were very beautiful, Zhang Guodong said. And a dog. Xiaohongda and Xia Shunqiang were both surprised. Yes, there is a dog following them, Zhang Guodong emphasized, and it is not an ordinary dog, but an evolved dog. It seems that this team is really not simple. They even have evolved animals, Xiaohongda pondered. Yes, they are very unusual, Zhang Guodong nodded and said, this is what our people saw at the time. As for whether there will be other people in their team later, it is not clear. In short, if you see a man, 4 women and a dog, it is definitely them. When Lin Fan and others first met Zhang Yuanliang and Zhang Enping at the sports plaza, Lu Mingyun, Wei Heguang and Zhang Fiwen did not join. But when they attacked the Zhang family branch later, Lu Mingyun, Wei Heguang and Zhang Fiwen joined. Therefore, Zhang Guodong could not be 100% sure how many people were in Lin Fan's team when they were found by the Xia family. But from the 2 situations, it can be confirmed that the people following Lin Fan must be Murengzu and his 4 people and Andy. As long as Murengzu and his 4 people and Andy are found, Lin Fan will definitely be there. Especially for an evolved pet like Andy, it is rare to see one. Okay, these people are relatively young, right? Xiaohongda asked again. Yes, no more than 25 years old, Zhang Guodong said. Got it, I'll arrange for someone to go out and search for them later, Xiaohongda nodded. After Zhang Guodong's previous description, Xiaohongda actually became curious about Lin Fan and the others. He also wanted to see if the young people Zhang Guodong mentioned were really that powerful. Thank you, Master Xia. I'll go back first. Once there's news, Master Xia will send someone to inform me, and I will come here immediately. Zhang Guodong stood up and said. Shunqiang, please see Master Zhang off for me, Xiaohongda ordered. Okay, Dad, Xia Shunqiang nodded, stretched out his hand to Zhang Guodong and made a gesture of invitation, and said with a smile, Master Zhang, I'll see you out. Zhang Guodong did not delay any further, and walked out of the study with Xia Shunqiang, and the 2 soon came to the parking lot. Zhang Guodong sat in the driver's seat and said, Shunqiang, I'm sorry to bother you with this matter, Master Zhang, you are too polite. We will definitely do our best to find them after receiving your reward. Please rest assured, Master Zhang, once I get the news about Lin Fan and the others, I will go to the Zhang family to inform you in person as soon as possible. I will not waste any time, Xia Shunqiang said righteously. Thank you very much, Zhang Guodong thanked him again, then started the car and drove out of the Xia family's gate. Master Zhang, take care, Xia Shunqiang waved politely at the end. After Zhang Guodong's car disappeared from his sight, he turned around and walked back to the study. Xiaohongda was still sitting on the chair in the study. Seeing Xia Shunqiang coming back, he asked casually, Zhang Guodong left, right, he left. I saw his car drive away with my own eyes. Xia Shunqiang sat down and asked curiously, Dad, do you really think what he said is true? Xiaohongda thought about it and analyzed slowly. Based on my contact and understanding with Zhang Guodong over the years, he is a person who generally does not ask for help easily, especially in the doomsday, involving issues between the 2 major forces. He can take the initiative to ask me for help and give me so much reward. It is almost certain to be true. If it is true, that kid named Lin Fan is really powerful. Xia Shunqiang frowned and said, at the age of 20, He has the strength of a mid-level 4th level evolver and has awakened such a powerful ability to control objects through distance. It is really unimaginable. It is indeed very powerful. Otherwise, Zhang Guodong would not rather give us 10 4th level energy crystals as a reward for our help in the search. Xiao Hongde pondered and said, 10 4th level energy crystals are not a small number. Then when should we arrange for someone to search? Xia Shunqiang asked. Right now, Xiao Hongde smiled and said, I hope those people are indeed on our Xia family's territory. In this way, after finding them, we can get the remaining 7 level 4 energy crystals of Zhang Guodong. Yes, Xia Shunqiang nodded, then stood up and said, Dad, if we arrange it now, I will notify them to come to the study for a meeting. Okay, go ahead. Xiao Hongde waved his hand. Xia Shunqiang did not delay and walked out of the study again to notify everyone in the Xia family to come to the meeting. Chapter 531 Yuan Shan vs. Level 4 Zombies. Soon, Xia Shunqiang notified the Xia family to come to the study for a meeting. When they heard Xia Hongde announce the search, the Xia family was also surprised. They didn't expect such a powerful genius to come to their Xia family's territory. Xia Hongde swept his eyes over the crowd and said loudly, Remember, the opponent's strength is not bad. What you have to do is to find them, not to conflict with them. After finding them, just send someone to secretly watch their movements, and then come back to report to me immediately. Do you understand? Understood, the Xia family answered in unison. Okay, since you understand, let's start the action, Xiao Hongde said in a deep voice. Yes, everyone answered in unison again. Then, they turned around and walked out of the study, and began to leave the Xia family with people and go out to search. In order to get the remaining 7 level 4 energy crystals, the Xia family was indeed very attentive. They almost carried out a carpet search of the Xia family's territory, and did not intend to leave Lin Fan and others a chance to hide. Okay, what we have to do next is to wait for good news. Xiao Hongde glanced at Xia Shunqiang and said with a faint smile. Dad, the 4th level energy crystal. Xia Shunqiang smiled and didn't finish his words. Why are you in such a hurry? Xiao Hongde glared at Xia Shunqiang and said, Didn't I just reward you before? What? You want the 4th level energy crystal again? Ahem. Xia Shunqiang coughed awkwardly after being exposed by Xia Hongde. Don't think of getting something for nothing, Xiao Hongde said firmly. If you want to get the 4th level energy crystal, you can also participate in the search. If you find that group of people first, I will reward you with 3 4th level energy crystals. Dad, are you serious? Xia Shunqiang's eyes lit up, almost emitting light. Is there any benefit from lying to you? Xiao Hongde said unhappily. No benefit, no benefit. Xia Shunqiang shook his head and said with a smile, Dad, then I will go to search too. Go ahead, it's a good time to hone your skills, Xiao Hongde said. Okay, Xia Shunqiang responded and ran out actively to participate in the search. He never thought that it was because he coveted the reward of the 4th level energy crystal that he ended up losing his life. Lin Fan and others were gathered in a large room. They didn't know that Zhang Guodong had gone to Xia Hongde to negotiate and ask the Xia family to help search for their whereabouts. Lin Fan glanced at Muranzu and others, and said with a smile, Let's go. Go out and see if we can continue to encounter some evolved zombies to seize energy crystals. Yeah, Muranzu and others naturally had no objection, nodded, and followed Lin Fan out. On this day, they sneaked on the street for a few hours and then came to an amusement park. This is the place Andy judged by smell. As soon as they arrived outside the amusement park, they heard the sound of many zombies in the amusement park. Now there are more and more zombies. No more than 5 days, I estimate that the zombie tide will erupt. Lin Fan glanced over and said slowly. No more than 5 days. Hearing this number, Muran Shan said with some anticipation, I haven't experienced the zombie tide for a long time. In fact, I miss it a little bit. This made Lu Mingyan and others not know how to respond. Muran Shan chuckled and said, I miss the zombie tide. Killing the evolved zombies can get energy crystals. You don't think I really miss the zombie tide, do you? Lu Mingyan and the other two came to their senses and felt embarrassed for their slow reaction. Okay, let's not waste time here. Let's go in and take a look. I hope we can gain something. Lin Fan smiled faintly and led Muranzu and others into the amusement park. When they entered the amusement park, they also saw a large group of zombies gathering here. Lin Fan glanced over and read the data of these zombies with a ring. He quickly understood the data information of the zombies. There is actually a level 4 zombie. Lin Fan locked his eyes on a zombie in the zombie group. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Murengzu and others also looked over there, and indeed saw level 4 zombie in the group. Brother Lin Fan, is this level 4 zombie strong? Murenshan asked curiously. Not very strong. Judging from its aura, it's almost a kind of zombie that has just been promoted to level 4, Lin Fan said with a smile. When he used the ring to read the data just now, he knew at a glance that all the data of this level 4 zombie were 16, but he couldn't tell Murenshan and others directly, so he could only express it vaguely. In that case, can I deal with it? Murenshan looked eager to try. She hadn't really taken action after her strength was raised to the level of a level 4 evolver. After all, when she came out to train before, she encountered level 3 zombies, which were completely dealt with by Wei Haiguang and Zhang Fiwen, which made her a little itchy. Do you really want to try? Lin Fan asked with a smile. Yes, I do. I really want to. Murenshan nodded quickly. Okay, then leave it to you. Lin Fan agreed. Seeing Lin Fan agree, Murenshan was so happy. There are still 8 level 3 zombies in this group of zombies. Wei Haiguang, Zhang Fiwen, I'll leave those 8 level 3 zombies to you two to deal with. Lin Fan looked at Wei Haiguang and Zhang Fiwen again. Okay. Upon hearing this, Wei Haiguang and Zhang Fiwen also had no objection and nodded together. They felt more and more that following Lin Fan was an extremely correct thing to do. Because, following a team like Lin Fan, it is a team that is completely confident and supported. Compared with before, if there were only 3 of them in this situation, then the 3 of them would definitely not take action, which means that they would have to watch so many energy crystals miss in vain. Go, Lin Fan smiled slightly. Murenshan, Wei Haiguang, and Zhang Fiwen did not waste time and immediately ran towards the group of zombies. Roar! 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 Sensing the movement, the zombies let out a harsh roar and surrounded them. Wei Haiguang and Zhang Fiwen's strengths have both been raised to the late stage of level 3. The 8 level 3 zombies here are almost all in the middle stage of level 3. The 2 of them, even if they are alone, can handle 4 of them without any problems. As for the other level 2 zombies and ordinary zombies, they can't pose any threat to them at all. When they get close to them, they are easily dealt with by them. Murenshan ignored the other zombies and killed all the way to the level 4 zombies. Roar! When Murenshan came in front of the level 4 zombie, the level 4 zombie also let out a harsh roar. You dare to be mean to me? Murenshan snorted coldly. Her beautiful eyes waiting for the level 4 zombie, and then she clenched the dagger in her jade hand and attacked the level 4 zombie. This was her first time fighting with a level 4 zombie. Although she usually has a carefree personality, she will still be very cautious when fighting. This is what she learned from following Lin Fan during this period of time. Following people like Lin Fan every day, she can't help but be infected. Bang! Bang! The intelligence of the 4th level zombies is not low. Seeing Murenshan attacking, they also started a fierce battle with Murenshan. Lin Fan and others did not intervene in the battle between Murenshan, Wei Haiguang and Zhang Fiwen. They just stood quietly in the distance and watched. I didn't expect Xiao Shan's practical experience to improve so much, Mu Hongling said with some surprise after seeing Murenshan's performance on the field. Yes, it has improved a lot, especially after becoming a 4th level evolver. The practical experience will be more obvious after the reaction speed is improved. Lin Fan smiled and nodded. Seeing Murenshan's performance, Murengzu was naturally happy for Murenshan. Lu Mingyan secretly compared in his heart, I wonder who is stronger, my strength or Murenshan. Lu Mingyan was indeed very curious about this question, but he would not say it in front of Murenshan. In that case, he could be 100% sure that Murenshan would let him compete. Half an hour later, Murenshan found the right time and appeared behind the level 4 zombie. She held the dagger tightly in her jade hand and stabbed the head of the level 4 zombie. She stabbed it accurately and completely eliminated the level 4 zombie. Then, she did not waste time and used the dagger to break the head of the level 4 zombie and took out the energy crystal from it. After doing all this, she returned to Lin Fan and others. Brother Lin Fan, here, Murenshan handed the level 4 energy crystal in her hand to Lin Fan. Okay, I'll keep it first and distribute it later. Lin Fan smiled slightly and reached out to take the level 4 energy crystal. Now there is only one, and so many of them are level 4 evolvers, so it is naturally difficult to distribute. Not long after, the battle on Wei Haiguang and Zhang Fiwen's side also ended. The two also took out the level 3 energy crystal from the head of the level 3 zombie and quickly returned to Lin Fan and others. 8 level 3 energy crystals, you just have 4 each, Lin Fan said with a faint smile. Wei Heguang and Zhang Fiwen also smiled. Okay, there's nothing to stay in this amusement park. Let's go, Lin Fan glanced around and said after confirming that there were no level 3 and level 4 zombies here. After leaving the amusement park, they went to other places to find zombies for training, but they didn't encounter level 4 zombies anymore. They only encountered level 3 zombies. At night, they found a new room to live in. Today, Wei Heguang and Zhang Fiwen's harvest was quite rich. Each of them harvested 8 level 3 energy crystals. When Lin Fan and others rested at night, Wei Heguang and Zhang Fiwen began to absorb the energy in the energy crystals. Absorbing the energy in the crystals is also a process of recovery and adjustment. In the morning, Lin Fan and others were ready to go again and walked out. At the same time, a group of people were walking on a street not far from Lin Fan and others. There were about 30 people in this group. Judging from their clothes, it was not difficult to see that they were members of the Xia family. Chapter 532, Try it yourself. Brother Shen Qiang, is it possible that the people we are searching for are not even in our territory? We have been searching for them for 2 days, and there is no news at all, a man complained. The Shen Qiang brother he was talking about was naturally Xia Shen Qiang. Hearing the man's words, Xia Shen Qiang glanced at him and said, "Are you impatient after only 2 days of searching?" No, I just think that if they are not in our territory, it seems that our search will be in vain." The man smiled awkwardly. He didn't dare to talk back to Xia Shen Qiang, lest Xia Shen Qiang got angry and beat him up, and then he would have no one to cry to. Because they all knew Xia Shen Qiang's character very well. Although Xia Shen Qiang liked to laugh and joke on the surface, in fact, Xia Shen Qiang liked to play dirty. "It's not too late to say this kind of thing after we have searched all our territory first," Xia Shen Qiang responded lightly. Although they searched for 2 days, they did not search all of their Xia family's territory. Hearing this, the man nodded and said, "Brother Shen Qiang is right, have we been there?" Xia Shen Qiang looked in another direction. "No," the man took a look, then pointed and said, "We haven't been here either, then let's go over there first and come back here later." Xia Shen Qiang made a decision. "Yes," everyone answered in unison, and no one dared to express an objection. Then, everyone walked over there under the leadership of Xia Shen Qiang. Xia Shen Qiang actually wanted to get the reward of the 4th level energy crystal. He now has the strength of a late-stage 4th level evolver. As long as he is given a few more 4th level energy crystals to absorb, his strength can be completely improved to the peak of a 4th level evolver. This is also the main reason why he is so active. Lin Fan and others were also walking on the street. Murin Shan looked ahead and said, "Brother Lin Fan, let's go ahead and take a look. There is also a large supermarket there. It's a good time to go over there to see if there are any water resources. If there are, bring some water resources." The water they brought out from the base was almost finished, and they really needed to replenish it. "Okay, let's go and take a look," Lin Fan nodded. The group walked towards the large supermarket in front. Some zombies gathered at the entrance of the large supermarket, and they were easily eliminated. Then, they walked into the supermarket and began to search in the supermarket. Not long after, Xia Shen Qiang and others also came to the outside of the supermarket. "Brother Shen Qiang, look over there, those zombies on the ground seem to have just been killed." The man who spoke before looked at the zombie bodies lying at the entrance of the supermarket and frowned. Xia Shen Qiang and others also looked at the entrance of the supermarket. Sure enough, they saw many zombie bodies lying, and it can be clearly seen that they were just killed. "I guess there is someone in the supermarket." Xia Shen Qiang waved his hand and said, "Let's go in and see who is in the supermarket." "Okay," everyone responded in unison and followed Xia Shen Qiang to the supermarket. They soon arrived at the entrance of the supermarket. At this position, Xia Shen Qiang could already hear the sound of someone talking in the supermarket. Although he couldn't hear clearly what was said, he was 100% sure that there was someone in the supermarket. Leading the Xia family into the supermarket, Xia Shen Qiang walked towards the source of the voice. At this moment, Lin Fan and others were filling their backpacks with water in the water selling area. Xia Shen Qiang and others walked into the supermarket, and Lin Fan also noticed it. "Someone else is coming in," Lin Fan frowned and reminded. Hearing this, Murin Zhu, Murin Shan, Li Zihan, Mu Hongling, Lu Mingyan, Wei Heguang, Zhang Feiwen and Andy all entered a state of alert. Their eyes followed Lin Fan and looked in a certain direction. Half a minute later, a group of people appeared in the sight. This group of people was Xia Shunqiang and others. The eyes of both sides just looked at each other. These women are so beautiful, everyone in the Xia family couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. They didn't expect to see such beautiful women in the supermarket. Only Xia Shunqiang reacted first. He glanced at Lin Fan, then at Murongzhu, Murangshan, Li Zihan and Mu Honglin, and finally at Andy. At this moment, he couldn't help but say in a deep voice, "Finally found you, brother Shunqiang. Do you know them?" The man from the Xia family hadn't reacted yet. Hearing Xia Shunqiang's words, he asked with a puzzled look on his face. "Pa." Xia Shunqiang stretched out his hand and slapped him on the forehead, shouting, "Are you a fool, brother Shunqiang?" The man still didn't react. "Can't you see that they are the people we are looking for?" Xia Shunqiang said angrily. He now felt that he was going to be pissed off by the pig teammates around him. After Xia Shunqiang said this, the man and the others suddenly realized that the team combination of Lin Fan and others was very compatible with the team combination they were going to search. 1 man, 4 women, and a dog. The only difference was that there were 3 more people. But the 3 extra people were completely normal. No one stipulated that new people were not allowed to join other people's teams. "Brother Shunqiang, I'm sorry. I really didn't think of this just now." The man hurriedly apologized to Xia Shunqiang. He could already feel the strong anger in Xia Shunqiang's eyes. If he wasn't facing Lin Fan and the others, Xia Shunqiang would have attacked him. Xia Shunqiang snorted coldly, wrote down the account, and then looked at Lin Fan and the others, and suddenly noticed the color of Andy's eyes. Level 4, Xia Shunqiang was shocked. He never thought that Andy was actually a dog with the strength of a level 4 evolver. They hadn't heard about this in advance. "Who are you?" Murangshan's beautiful eyes swept over Xia Shunqiang and the others, and asked in a cold tone. Lin Fan used the ring to read the data of Xia Shunqiang and the others. Especially Xia Shunqiang's data information. Species, human level, level 4 strength. 18 speed. 18 reaction. 18 ability. None. The strength of a level 4 evolver in the late stage is not bad, Lin Fan said in his heart. In addition to Xia Shunqiang, there is another level 4 evolver in this team, and all the data are 17. The rest are all at the level of level 3 evolvers. It must be said that the overall strength of this team is still very strong. Haha, little sister, you are now in our Xia family's territory. Who do you think we are? Xia Shunqiang looked at Murangshan and showed a sinister smile on his face. Beautiful. Really beautiful. He felt that Murongzhu, Murangshan, Li Zihan and Mu Hongling were simply the best in the world. It would be such a happy thing if he could have 4 such beautiful women at the same time. Thinking of this, he had a strong desire to possess them. He was ready to possess Murongzhu and the other 3 alone after taking down Lin Fan and the others. "In your territory?" Murangshan was slightly startled, and then said, "Then you are from the Xia family?" "Yes," Xia Shunqiang nodded. "It seems that we have no conflict with your Xia family, right? Why are you looking for us?" Murangshan asked again. "It is true that there is no conflict with our Xia family, but someone asked our Xia family to help search for you, so in this way, you are also related to our Xia family," Xia Shunqiang said with a faint smile. "Ask your Xia family to help with this search." Murangshan's beautiful eyes flashed, and the name of the Zhang family immediately popped up in her mind. Lin Fan stepped forward and said lightly, "If I'm not mistaken, it should be the Zhang family who asked your Xia family to help with this search, right?" "Yes, it was the Zhang family who asked us for help." Xia Shunqiang did not try to hide anything. This kind of thing, anyone with a brain can think of it if they think about it carefully, and it cannot be regarded as a secret. "So, are you going to take us back now?" Lin Fan asked with a smile. "It's good that you know." Xia Shunqiang glanced greedily and said, "So do you think you will take the initiative to follow us back, or do we need to take you back?" When Xia Shunqiang finished speaking, a Xia family member next to him couldn't help but whispered, "Brother Shunqiang, didn't the head of the family say that it's okay for us to see them? We don't need to do anything, right?" "Shut up." Xia Shunqiang glared at him fiercely and said, "Are you the boss or am I the boss here? Do you have the final say or do I have the final say?" "Brother Shunqiang, you are the boss, you have the final say." The man lowered his head quickly. The main reason was that Xia Shunqiang had lustful thoughts about Murongzhu, Murangshan, Li Zihan and Mu Hongling. He wanted to take down Lin Fan and others here, so that he could play with Murinzu and the other four. But if he notified Zhang Guodong to come directly, Zhang Guodong would take Lin Fan and the others away at that time, and he naturally would not have the opportunity to take action against Murinzu and the other four. Moreover, he felt that his strength could deal with it, as they had the advantage in both lineup and number of people. In this case, why waste time? Maybe after he takes down Lin Fan and the others, Xiao Hongda will reward him with 2 more level 4 energy crystals if he sees that he has performed well. With such a beautiful idea, Xia Shunqiang made a wrong decision that made him regret for the rest of his life. It is definitely impossible for us to take the initiative to go back with you. I think we should give it a try. Lin Fan smiled faintly and said, if we don't try, how can we know whether you are strong or not? Boy, I know you have good talent and growth potential, and you have the ability to control objects through the air. If you meet someone else, maybe you still have the chance to get away. Xia Shunqiang locked his eyes on Lin Fan, waved his hand, and sneered, it's a pity that you met me today, and you are destined to fall into my hands. Really? Then I am looking forward to it. Lin Fan smiled again. He has not fought with a level 4 late evolver yet. So it's just right to use Xia Shunqiang to try his hand. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 533 We Were Fooled. I'll deal with him later, and the rest will be up to you. Lin Fan smiled faintly. There are only 2 level 4 evolvers among them. You can distribute them however you want, but remember one thing, don't let any of them escape, okay? Murinzu and the others nodded. Lin Fan controlled the volume of his speech very well, so that Xia Shunqiang and the others didn't hear his words. Xia Shunqiang and the others just saw Murinzu and the others nodding, but they didn't know why they nodded. However, at this time, Xia Shunqiang couldn't care less. He had made up his mind to take action against Lin Fan and the others. He waved his hand and said loudly, go. Take them all down. Yes, brother Shunqiang. Everyone in the Xia family responded in unison, and then without delay, they rushed towards Lin Fan and the others. Do it. Lin Fan also waved his hand and rushed forward with the Murinzu and the others. The battle between the two sides was about to break out. Lin Fan's eyes were fixed on Xia Shunqiang, and Xia Shunqiang's eyes were also fixed on Lin Fan. Xia Shunqiang knew that Lin Fan was the strongest in Lin Fan's team, so he would naturally deal with Lin Fan. Bang! The fists of the 2 men collided fiercely, and with the spread of a dull sound, Xia Shunqiang's face changed slightly. What a strong body! After this collision, Xia Shunqiang clearly felt that Lin Fan's body was very strong, and it felt like hitting steel. Lin Fan didn't change much. Although Xia Shunqiang's various data had reached 18, you have to know that his current data had also reached 17, and he also had a defense attribute of 15. In such a fist collision, Xia Shunqiang couldn't get any advantage from him. Bang! Xia Shunqiang's eyes flashed, and he attacked Lin Fan again. The fists of the 2 men collided again, and the dull sound was still heard. When Xia Shunqiang and Lin Fan fought, Murinzu and others also fought with the rest of the Xia family. The other 4th level evolver of the Xia family directly chose Andy as his opponent, because he could also see that Andy had the strength of a 4th level evolver. Woof woof! Andy shuttled flexibly and started fighting with the opponent. The rest of the Xia family members soon discovered the nightmare. They all thought that in Lin Fan's team, only Lin Fan and Andy had the strength of a 4th level evolver, but when they really fought with Murinzu and others, they suddenly realized that there were not only 2 4th level evolvers in this team, but 7 4th level evolvers. Murinzu, Muringshan, Li Zihan, Mu Hongling and Lu Mingyun all became 4th level evolvers. Although their number is not small, in terms of quality, there is no way to compare them. Brother Shunqiang. We were fooled. These 5 people are all 4th level evolvers. After the man discovered the strength of Murinzu and the other 5, he hurriedly shouted to Xia Shunqiang. Hearing this shout, Xia Shunqiang almost stumbled and fell to the ground. There are still 5 4th level evolvers? What the hell? Isn't this clearly a trap for them? Zhang Guodong had told them before that in Lin Fan's team, only Lin Fan was a level 4 evolver. Although he had just seen Andy was also a level 4 evolver, he thought that their team was not bad and could handle it, So he decided to fight with Lin Fan and others. If he had known that there were so many level 4 evolvers in Lin Fan and others' team, he would not have fought with Lin Fan and others anyway. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Go out and call people over, Xia Shunqiang shouted decisively. It is true that he has an arrogant personality, but he is not a fool. In this situation, if their people continue to fight, they will undoubtedly die. After all, the gap in strength between the two sides is too big. 5 level 4 evolvers can easily deal with hundreds of level 3 evolvers, not to mention that they don't have hundreds of level 3 evolvers. Let them retreat at this time. Do you think they can retreat successfully? Lin Fan looked at Xia Shunqiang, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. Asshole, Xia Shunqiang shouted angrily, you will definitely die. I'll tell you one thing, it's absolutely true. Lin Fan raised his lips and said, everyone who said this to me is dead. If you don't believe me, when you die, if you are lucky enough to meet them, you can also ask them if what I said is true. Hearing this, Xia Shunqiang's face instantly turned livid, gritted his teeth, and continued to attack Lin Fan. The problem he realized now was that not only was the information Zhang Guodong gave them about the strength of Lin Fan's team wrong, but even the information about Lin Fan's strength was also wrong. Because Lin Fan's strength was not at the level of a freshly entered 4th level evolver, but was not worse than his. He was already at the late stage of the 4th level evolver. Could it be that Zhang Guodong deliberately came to trick our Xia family? A thought suddenly emerged in Xia Shunqiang's mind. After this thought flashed through his mind, he felt that the possibility was very high. After all, the Zhang family and the Xia family have always been in a competitive relationship. Zhang Guodong knew that Lin Fan and others were very strong, but he deliberately concealed it and asked them to deal with Lin Fan and others. In fact, he wanted to weaken the strength of their Xia family. In this way, the strength of the Xia family was weakened, and the Xia family could not compete with the Zhang family, and their territory might be occupied by the Zhang family in the future. Thinking of this, Xia Shunqiang had already cursed Zhang Guodong in his heart 100,000 times. But no matter how much he cursed, the battle with Lin Fan had to continue. Bang! 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 The two of them kept colliding, and the dull sounds spread one after another. Xia Shunqiang could still fight Lin Fan to a draw, but the rest of the Xia family was not so lucky. Under the attack of Murinzu and others, they could be said to be retreating step by step, and they had no power to resist at all. In less than 5 minutes, more than half of the Xia family was solved, and only 10 people were still struggling. Their struggle was obviously meaningless. In front of the 5 4th level evolvers, everything was nothing. Murinzu and the others quickly approached them and launched a new round of attacks, killing them all in a blink of an eye. Assholes! Seeing the rest of the Xia family being killed, Xia Shunqiang's face instantly became extremely gloomy. Of all the people he had loaned out, only he and another level 4 evolver were left. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, boy, I'll remember this grudge, and I'll get back soon. Get back. Lin Fan smiled faintly and said, from what you said, you seem to think you can still leave here. I want to leave, and you can't stop me. Xia Shunqiang said with a gloomy expression. Then you can try to see if you can get away. Lin Fan smiled disdainfully. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment the voice fell, Lin Fan's mind moved, and 3 hidden weapons flew out of his body and began to attack Xia Shunqiang, completely blocking Xia Shunqiang's retreat. Facing the attack of 3 hidden weapons, Xia Shunqiang did not panic. He successfully dodged them with his reaction and speed. He knew that this was Lin Fan's ability to control objects through the air. He did not intend to continue to entangle with him. After dodging the attack of the 3 hidden weapons, he stepped on the ground and wanted to retreat to the back. Unfortunately, his retreat speed could not be faster than the speed of Lin Fan's mind controlling the 3 hidden weapons. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the 3 hidden weapons brought 3 more sharp air-breaking sounds to his body, once again blocking his retreat, leaving him with no way to retreat. Fuck, this situation made Xia Shunqiang curse in his heart. He only realized now that he had underestimated the ability to control objects through the air. He did not expect it to be so powerful. If he continued like this, it seemed that he would not be able to break out at all. Thinking of this, he also had a sense of panic in his heart. With his talent and growth potential, plus the support of the Xia family's resources, he will definitely become a level 5 evolver. In the future, the Xia family will be controlled by him and he will be the head of the family. It can be said that he has a bright future. But all these are premised on his ability to live well. If he can't even live well, then all this naturally has nothing to do with him. Woof woof. Andy took advantage of the moment when his opponent was panicking and pounced on him, knocking him to the ground, then opened his mouth and bit his neck. Blood immediately spurted out of his neck, and the opponent's breath was cut off in an instant. From this, it can be judged that Andy's strength is a little stronger than Mu Hongling. Because, before, Mu Hongling fought with people of this level, and almost always ended in a draw. She couldn't defeat the opponent, and the opponent couldn't defeat her. But when Andy faced people of the same level, she managed to kill the opponent within 20 minutes. With such a comparison, it is natural to tell who is stronger and who is weaker. In the past, Mu Hongling might have felt a bit uncomfortable about being surpassed by Andy, but now she has completely integrated into Lin Fan's team. Since everyone is a member of the same team, whoever is stronger will benefit the whole team. As Andy's strength improves, she will naturally be happy for Andy. When Xia Shunqiang saw that another level 4 evolver was defeated, he felt as if a huge stone was pressing on his heart, making it a little difficult for him to breathe. No matter what, that was a level 4 evolver, a talent that the Xia family had spent a lot of effort to cultivate. He was harmed by his wrong decision. How could he not be sad? Of course, what made him even sadder was that under the attack of Lin Fan's 3 hidden weapons, he really couldn't find a chance to break out. He knew very well that Lin Fan didn't need to consume any physical strength and energy to control the 3 hidden weapons with his mind. If he continued like this, once his physical strength and energy were consumed too much, he was doomed to be defeated by Lin Fan. At that time, how could he have a chance to survive? Chapter 534 This is blackmail. Lin Fan. You have killed so many of us. Although we did something wrong, you have almost vented your anger. Stop now and pretend nothing happened. Xia Shunqiang took a deep breath and dodged another attack from 3 hidden weapons. He said in a serious tone, I am the young master of the Xia family. My words have a certain weight in the family. When I return to the family, I will tell my father to stop helping the Zhang family. What do you think? At this time, Xia Shunqiang had completely recognized the situation. Now he couldn't break out even if he fought alone. If Murenzhu and the other 5 came to help Lin Fan to deal with him, he would have no way out. Therefore, he decided to take a roundabout way to save the country and see if he could negotiate with Lin Fan successfully. If the negotiation was successful, that would be the best. If not, it would not be too late to think of other ways. Are you the young master of the Xia family? Lin Fan was a little surprised. Yes, I am. Xia Shunqiang nodded. He was indeed the young master of the Xia family, but he usually did not make this identity public. Then I can't let you go. Lin Fan smiled. Xia Shunqiang was speechless, and his face became more and more ugly. Seeing this, Lin Fan changed the subject and said, however, this matter is not impossible to discuss. Tell me, how do you want to discuss it? Xia Shunqiang asked hurriedly. He must seize every possible opportunity now, and no opportunity can be missed. Before that, I want to ask you, the Zhang family asked your Xia family to help search us. It is impossible to persuade you with just one sentence, right? Lin Fan's eyes flashed with a smile, and continued, tell me, what reward did the Zhang family give your Xia family to make your Xia family decide to help search? This kid is so smart. Hearing Lin Fan's question, an idea suddenly emerged in Xia Shunqiang's mind. He felt that Lin Fan was not only very strong, but also very smart. He could think of this in such a short time. He thought about it for a while. Lin Fan asked this question. If he lied and said that the Zhang family did not give any reward, then there would be no room for discussion. Thinking of this, Xia Shunqiang nodded and said, yes, the Zhang family did pay us. They said they would give us 10 level 4 energy crystals, but they only paid 3 as deposit. The remaining 7 will be paid to us after we take you down. Oh? Is this transaction for 10 level 4 energy crystals? That's quite a big deal. Lin Fan smiled and said, it's not impossible to let you go, but we also need a reward. Give me the reward and I'll let you go. What reward do you want? Xia Shunqiang frowned and asked. 10 level 4 energy crystals, Lin Fan said. Impossible. Xia Shunqiang subconsciously denied it and said, the Zhang family has only paid us 3 level 4 energy crystals so far, not all of them. He felt that Lin Fan was asking for too much. He asked them for 10 level 4 energy crystals at once. Wasn't this clearly blackmailing them? It seems that you still don't recognize the current situation. Once you recognize the current situation, the three words impossible will never come out of your mouth. Lin Fan glanced at Xia Shunqiang and said lightly. Although the two of them were talking just now, the fight had not stopped. He was always controlling the three hidden weapons to attack Xia Shunqiang. After the voice fell, Lin Fan used his mind to control the speed of the three hidden weapons to increase in vain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three hidden weapons stabbed towards Xia Shunqiang at a faster speed. Xia Shunqiang's face changed slightly. He didn't expect that Lin Fan could control the speed of the three hidden weapons even faster. However, at this time, he couldn't be distracted or careless. He kept moving his feet to avoid the attack of the three hidden weapons. Lin Fan naturally knew that Xia Shunqiang would take measures to avoid the attack of the three hidden weapons. At the moment of controlling the three hidden weapons to attack, his body also rushed towards Xia Shunqiang. Bang! Lin Fan suddenly clenched his fists and punched out, bringing a fist wind to hit Xia Shunqiang. In this way, it was equivalent to Xia Shunqiang being attacked from all four directions. Xia Shunqiang's expression became unprecedentedly solemn at this moment. The four directions of front, back, left, and right were all locked. How could he dodge? If he couldn't dodge, he could only resist and counterattack. He gritted his teeth and waved the weapon in his hand to resist the hidden weapons flying from the left and right. Clang! Clang! With two crisp sounds, the two hidden weapons were also hit by him and successfully resisted. Then, he turned around to resist the hidden weapons attacking from behind. Compared with Lin Fan's attack and the attack of the hidden weapons, he felt that he should resist the attack of the hidden weapons first. Because the hidden weapons were too sharp and so fast, once they attacked him, they would likely cause great damage to him. Clang! After turning around, Xia Shunqiang still successfully resisted the attack of the hidden weapons behind him. At this time, he knew that Lin Fan's fist attack was approaching, and he had no time to turn around and go back to deal with it. He rushed to the side and tried to dodge to avoid Lin Fan's fist. Bang! Unfortunately, his speed of dodging was still not as fast as Lin Fan's attack speed. Lin Fan's fist finally landed on him, and a dull sound spread out. Under the force of this punch, his body suddenly flew backwards, and hit the wall behind him heavily before falling down. Hiss! The severe pain made Xia Shunqiang gasp with his mouth open. He could clearly feel that the place where his arm was hit by Lin Fan's fist had swollen. He thought that the power of Lin Fan's punch would not be very strong, but he did not expect that the power of this punch was far beyond his imagination. Without time to think about it, he stood up with a somersault, staring at Lin Fan who rushed towards him again. Whoosh! 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 Lin Fan still used the same method to attack, and the three hidden weapons plus his own body locked Xia Shunqiang in four directions. After feeling how powerful Lin Fan's fist was, Xia Shunqiang did not dare to use his body to withstand Lin Fan's attack again. He was worried that Lin Fan's next punch would completely break his bones. So, he first blocked the attack of two hidden weapons, and then used the uninjured arm to make a fist and collide with Lin Fan. Swish! The next moment, the dart flew over diagonally and cut Xia Shunqiang's calf fiercely, and a wound with a depth of 5 centimeters suddenly appeared. Ah! The pain from his calf made Xia Shunqiang scream in pain. His feet were weak and his body bent down. Bang! At the same time, Lin Fan raised his foot and kicked Xia Shunqiang in the stomach before Xia Shunqiang could react. Xia Shunqiang's body flew backwards again and hit the wall behind him. When he fell back to the ground, he felt the blood in his body churning. He could no longer hold it back and spit out a mouthful of bright red blood. Lin Fan's mind moved, and three hidden weapons flew in front of Xia Shunqiang, but he did not stab him directly, which was equivalent to threat. Did you see it? Do you have a clear understanding? Now, as long as I think about it, these three hidden weapons will pierce your body and end your life completely, Lin Fan said lightly. Xia Shunqiang had no choice but to admit that he was not as strong as Lin Fan. You must ensure that I am alive, and my father will give you energy crystals. If I die, my father will only hunt you down endlessly, Xia Shunqiang said in a deep voice. I don't plan to kill you. I just want to get some level 4 energy crystals through you. Once I get the 10 level 4 energy crystals I want, I will let you go. Lin Fan looked at Xia Shunqiang and said, I am a person who keeps my words. As long as you cooperate well, I will not break my promise. How can I believe that you will not break your promise? Xia Shunqiang frowned and asked. Do you think you have any other choice now? Lin Fan asked back, Now you have no right to negotiate with me except to believe it. Okay, I believe it, Xia Shunqiang nodded. As Lin Fan said, he has lost any qualification to negotiate now. Because his life was in Lin Fan's hands. If Lin Fan asked him to live, he would live. If Lin Fan asked him to die, he would die. Wei Heguang, Zhang Fiwen, you two go find a pen and paper. Lin Fan looked at Wei Heguang and Zhang Fiwen. He wanted Xia Shunqiang to write a document to prove that he was arrested. Okay, Wei Heguang and Zhang Fiwen did not hesitate at all about Lin Fan's arrangement. After nodding, they immediately took action. This supermarket has a complete range of things. After a while, Wei Heguang and Zhang Fiwen came back with a pen and paper. Right, Lin Fan handed the pen and paper to Xia Shunqiang and said, tell your father to prepare 10 level 4 energy crystals and then ask him to send them to the designated location. You don't understand my father's character. He will definitely not agree to simply ask him to deliver 10 level 4 energy crystals to the designated location. He will only believe it if one of you goes there to get them in person, Xia Shunqiang said. Lin Fan thought about it and felt that it made sense. Even if they put them at the designated low point, they still needed to send someone to get them. But in this case, the Xia family's people could hide in the dark and discover their whereabouts in advance, which would give the Xia family an opportunity. Instead of doing this, it would be better to arrange someone to go to the Xia family to get it. Write it down first, and we will naturally arrange someone to get it, Lin Fan said. Okay, I'll write it. Xia Shunqiang began to write, and a hint of expectation surged in his heart. What he thought was that Lin Fan would arrange someone to get the energy crystal, and then his father would take him down. In this way, both sides would have hostages in their hands, and they could make an exchange. Write it. After Xia Shunqiang finished writing, he handed the paper to Lin Fan. Lin Fan reached out to take the paper, checked the text on it, and made sure there was no problem. Then, while Xia Shunqiang was not paying attention, he reached out and slapped Xia Shunqiang on the back of his head, knocking Xia Shunqiang unconscious. Chapter 535 Sending a Note. Brother Lin Fan, did you beat him to death? Muran Shan saw the scene and asked in confusion. No, I just knocked him out. Lin Fan smiled slightly. Why? Muran Shan was very curious. Nothing, just let him pass out and see if we can successfully get 10 level 4 energy crystals. If we can successfully get them, then let him sleep all the time. If we can't get them successfully, it won't be too late to let him wake up. Lin Fan's eyes flashed, and he said, in short, this time, we must get the Xia family's level 4 energy crystals no matter what. This is the price that the Xia family has to pay for helping the Zhang family, and this is also what we deserve. Before, Lin Fan really didn't think about this problem. In other words, he didn't expect Zhang Guodong to come forward to ask the Xia family for help in searching them, and would also give the Xia family such a generous reward. In this case, this reward should fall into their hands. Who asked Xia Shunqiang and others to take the initiative to send them to their door to create an opportunity for blackmail? Yes. These guys are so annoying, and they are willing to spend money, Muran Shan nodded. Lin Fan, what are you going to do? Mu Hongling asked Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes. The question Mu Hongling asked was also a question that everyone was curious about, and their eyes were all focused on Lin Fan. Lin Fan's eyes were slightly fixed, and he said in a deep voice, I was just thinking about this question. If we say a place and let the Xia family deliver 10 level 4 energy crystals, they will definitely arrange people to hide in secret first, and when we go to get the level 4 energy crystals, they can follow us. In this way, for us, it will put us in a passive situation, but if we directly take the note written by this guy to ask for 10 level 4 energy crystals, the initiative is still in our hands. Brother Lin Fan, if we directly take the note he wrote to ask for it, after they give it to us, can't they follow us? Muran Shan asked in confusion. Of course, we can, but this way we can also observe whether they are following us. If they are following us, we can threaten them to kill this guy if they follow us again. In this way, they will definitely not dare to follow us again, unless they don't care about the life and death of this guy, Lin Fan said. Oh, right. I almost forgot about this. Muran Shan nodded in sudden realization and said, in this way, the initiative is in our hands, but the problem now is who should we arrange to go and show them the note? If we all go, we will definitely be subdued by them. Lin Fan frowned and said, even if I go, the other party will also attack me, and then I will become a hostage in their hands. This problem really made Lin Fan a little upset. He was not afraid to face the Xia family, but he was 100% sure that he would be captured by the head of the Xia family if he went to find the Xia family. If he was in their hands as a hostage, the Xia family would not have to worry about Murengzu and others not taking Xia Shunqiang out for exchange. In this way, not only would they not get 10 level 4 energy crystals, but they might also be captured by the Xia family in one fell swoop during the exchange. Even he, Murengzu, Murengshan, Li Zihan and Mu Hongling, any one of them would be captured as a hostage by the other party. If this problem is not solved, it is absolutely not easy to take risks. Brother Lin Fan, how about letting me go? Murengshan took the initiative to ask. No, Lin Fan and Murengzu said almost in unison. Murengzu added, if I have to go, it's me who will go. How can I let you go? Murengzu also knew that this matter was somewhat dangerous. As Murengshan's sister, she certainly couldn't let Murengshan take risks. Sister, let me go, Murengshan said stubbornly. No, you can't go, Murengzu said firmly. Hearing the dispute between Murengzu and Murengshan, Lu Mingying looked at Wei Haiguang and Zhang Fiwen, and understood each other's meaning. Lu Mingying stood up and said, Lin Fan, how about the three of us take the node and go over? The Zhang family should mainly take you guys down. After all, you guys had a conflict with the Zhang family at the beginning. As long as you guys don't show up, the Zhang family should not dare to act rashly. After staying with Lin Fan for a few days, Lu Mingying also learned to analyze problems. Moreover, his analysis was very correct. Zhang Guodong was indeed full of hatred towards Lin Fan and his men, but he had no hatred towards the three of them. Even when he asked the Xia family to help search, he mainly said to search for Lin Fan and his men, and did not count the three of them at all. Hearing Lu Mingying say this, Lin Fan looked at Lu Mingying and pondered, are you willing to take this risk? Yes, Lu Mingying nodded. We are willing too, Wei Haiguang and Zhang Fiwen also nodded. In the past few days, they have enjoyed too many benefits. All the third-level energy crystals obtained by the team were given to the two of them, which made them gain a lot. They are all people who know how to be grateful. Lin Fan has given them so many benefits and help. Now that Lin Fan needs their help, they should naturally stand up. Okay, then I'll work hard for you. Lin Fan did not refuse the help of Lu Mingying and the others. In this situation, it is only the safest for Lu Mingying and the others to go to the Xia family with a note. After the voice fell, Lin Fan handed the note in his hand to Lu Mingying. Lu Mingying took the note and asked, when are we going? Let's go now. The sooner we get this done, the better, Lin Fan said in a deep voice. Okay, Lu Mingying nodded again, looked at Wei Haiguang and Zhang Fiwen, and said, let's go, be careful, we'll wait for you here. Lin Fan warned in a serious tone, when you get the energy crystal and leave, you must pay attention to whether they are following you. This must be made clear, otherwise we will all be wiped out. After all, the head of the Xia family is a level 5 evolver. We are definitely not a match for a level 5 evolver now. Okay, we will pay attention, Lu Mingying responded. Then, the three of them didn't waste any more time, walked out of the supermarket, found a car, and drove directly to the Xia family. After seeing the three of them leave, Mu Hongling looked at Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes and asked curiously, Lin Fan, aren't you worried that the three of them won't come back after getting the 10 level 4 energy crystals? Hearing Mu Hongling's question, Murengzu, Murengshan, and Li Zihan also focused their attention on Lin Fan, thinking that this question was a good one. After all, Lu Mingying and the other two had gone together. If Lu Mingying and the other two had taken the 10 level 4 energy crystals and left, it seemed that they would have no way to deal with Lu Mingying and the other two. Lin Fan smiled and said, don't worry, the three of them won't. Brother Lin Fan, why are you so sure? Murengshan blinked, that's 10 level 4 energy crystals, which is a huge fortune. It's normal for them to be greedy, right, it's normal for them to be greedy, but I use people just like an ancient man before. If you doubt someone, don't use him. If you use someone, don't doubt him. Since you have chosen to use them, don't doubt them. Lin Fan smiled and said, what's more, don't forget that we and the three of them are not just casual acquaintances. They are students in the same camp as us. If they dare not return to the camp with the energy crystals, can they still not return to the camp? Even if they really don't return to the camp, we can ask Instructor Chiu about their identity and background, and we can still find them then. So, based on these inferences, as long as they are not fools, they dare not run away with 10 level 4 energy crystals. Lin Fan believes that Lu Mingyan and the other two will make the right choice. In case the three of them really make the wrong choice, he will definitely find them to solve the problem. Facts have proved that Lin Fan was right. Through this period of contact and understanding, Lu Mingyan and the other two are very clear about how terrible Lin Fan's talent and growth potential are. In this case, if they still blatantly offend Lin Fan, wouldn't that be a pure act of seeking death? After listening to Lin Fan's analysis, Murong Zhu, Murong Shan, Li Zihan and Mu Hongling also felt that it made sense. Then we will wait for their good news now, Murong Zhu said. Well, wait, Lin Fan smiled and nodded. Xia's family, in the study. Xia Hongda sat in the first seat. Soon, a man walked in from outside. Master, the man greeted. Xia Hongda looked up at the man and asked, the people who went out to search today are back. Is there any progress, Master? There is still one team of people who went out to search today who has not returned, and the rest of the people who came back have not made any progress, the man replied. Oh, Xia Hongda was a little surprised and asked, which team didn't come back? Brother Shun Qiang's team, the man replied. Shun Qiang, Xia Hongda was slightly startled, then smiled and said, this kid must have been playing outside for a while again. Xia Hongda knew what kind of personality Xia Shun Qiang had, and he didn't think that Xia Shun Qiang and the others had gotten into trouble. Because Xia Shun Qiang's strength had reached the late stage of the 4th level evolver, and in the entire Luocheng, there were no more than 2 people who could beat Xia Shun Qiang. In his opinion, it was nothing more than Xia Shun Qiang wanting to play outside for a while before coming back. The man didn't answer. You go down first, and when Shun Qiang and the others come back, tell Shun Qiang to come to the study to find me, Xia Hongda said again. Okay, Patriarch, the man nodded and turned to leave the study. About half an hour later, the man who had reported before rushed back to the study. Patriarch. It's not good. Something happened, the man said anxiously. What happened? Xia Hongda frowned and stared at the man. Chapter 536 Meeting Xia Hongda. 3 people came to our Xia family just now. They said that Brother Shun Qiang is in their hands. The man took a deep breath and said solemnly. What? Xia Hongda stood up from his chair. Shun Qiang is in their hands, that's what they said, and they also said that there is a letter written by Brother Shun Qiang, but they want to see you, the man said in a deep voice. Where are they now? Xia Hongda frowned and asked. Still outside the gate, the man said without hesitation. I asked them to come in, and they said that if they can't come in, they will wait for you outside. Let's go out and take a look. Xia Hongda made a decision at the moment. Xia Shun Qiang is his favorite son. Although he doesn't believe that Xia Shun Qiang will get into trouble, he dare not be careless about Xia Shun Qiang. Thinking of this, Xia Hongda immediately walked out with a man. Outside the gate of the Xia family, Lu Mingyan, Wei Heguang, and Zhang Fiwen stood in front of the car. Brother Lu, will the head of the Xia family not come out to see us? Wei Heguang asked with some concern. This is the first thing Lin Fan asked the 3 of them to do, and he doesn't want to fail in the first thing. Before Lu Mingyan could speak, Zhang Fiwen said, it shouldn't be. Xia Shun Qiang is the young master of the Xia family after all. If something happens to their young master, can the head of the Xia family remain calm as a father? I'm afraid he won't believe it, Wei Heguang said. Lu Mingyan shook his head and said, he won't not believe it. Did you notice? When we said that Xia Shun Qiang was in our hands just now, the expressions of the people in the Xia family obviously changed. This is enough to show that they also know that Xia Shun Qiang is not on the family, and we came to find them. They don't think that the 3 of us dare to come to the Xia family to make trouble. Brother Lu is right, Zhang Fiwen nodded, the head of the Xia family will come out to see us no matter what. As long as we behave well and let him believe that Xia Shun Qiang is indeed in our hands, it will be fine. Lu Mingyan thought for a while and said, you 2 will act according to the situation later. Don't say things that you shouldn't say, so as not to arouse more suspicion from them. Okay, Brother Lu, Wei Heguang and Zhang Fiwen nodded. Oh, right, I thought of a key thing, Lu Mingyan suddenly said. Brother Lu, what's the key thing? Wei Heguang and Zhang Fiwen looked at Lu Mingyan together, with a hint of curiosity on their faces. Doesn't the head of the Xia family have the strength of a level 5 evolver? Lu Mingyan's eyes fixed, and he slowly said, then his hearing is much better than ours. If he doesn't believe me when I talk to him later, You two can pretend to talk in a low voice to prevent them from hearing that. The content of the conversation is roughly about whether they should really kill Xia Shunqiang if they don't take the 10 level 4 energy crystals. In this way, if he hears you whispering and discussing whether to really kill Xia Shunqiang, he will definitely believe that Xia Shunqiang is in our hands, and then he will obediently prepare the 10 level 4 energy crystals for us. Good. This is a good trick, Brother Lu. This trick is so clever. After hearing what Lu Mingyan said, Wei Heguang and Zhang Fiwen couldn't help but give a thumbs up. They thought Lu Mingyan's idea was really great. The more he pretended to be casual and guided Xia Hongda, the more likely Xia Hongda would believe it. We'll do it later, Lu Mingyan smiled slightly. While the three of them were talking, some figures quickly walked out of the gate of the Xia family. Most of these people were senior figures of the Xia family. They had just heard about Xia Shunqiang. Xia Shunqiang was the young master of their Xia family. When something happened to the young master, they naturally gathered together to discuss. Did those three guys say that? I think they must be liars. Just catch them and give them a good beating and they will be honest. That's right, you dare to come to our Xia family to lie and make trouble. You are really tired of living. No matter what you think, you have to wait for the head of the family to decide. The head of the family hasn't come yet. What are you yelling about? Yes, everything has to wait until the head of the family comes. The senior members of the Xia family began to discuss, and many people agreed that Lu Mingyan and the other two were here to lie. Lu Mingyan and the other two did not pay attention to these voices. They didn't need to talk to these people. They only needed to talk to the head of the Xia family. Soon, Xia Hongda also came here. Master, seeing Xia Hongda coming, everyone in the Xia family shouted in unison. Xia Hongda nodded slightly and walked out directly. Everyone in the Xia family hurriedly followed. You said Shunqiang is in your hands. Xia Hongda looked at Lu Mingyan and the other two. Are you the master of the Xia family? Lu Mingyan asked. Yes, I am. Xia Hongda nodded. Xia Shunqiang is indeed in our hands, Lu Mingyan said. Is there any evidence? Xia Hongda asked. There's his handwriting on it. Lu Mingyan raised the note in his hand. Can I see it? Xia Hongda asked again. Of course, Lu Mingyan nodded and walked towards Xia Hongda. His steps were very steady and calm, without a trace of panic. During this process, Xia Hongda kept his eyes on Lu Mingyan. He wanted to see from Lu Mingyan's steps whether Lu Mingyan was flustered or nervous. If so, it is very likely that Lu Mingyan is lying. In fact, facing a level 5 evolver like Xia Hongda, Lu Mingyan still felt very pressured, but he was not lying now. But Xia Shunqiang was indeed in their hands, so he could not show any panic or nervousness. After walking in front of Xia Hongda, Lu Mingyan handed the note in his hand to him. Xia Hongda reached out to take the note, opened it and took a look. At first glance, he saw that it was Xia Shunqiang's handwriting. After all, Xia Shunqiang was his son, and he was very familiar with Xia Shunqiang's handwriting. After reading the content of the letter, Xia Hongda frowned and said, You mean we have to give 10 level 4 energy crystals before we release Shunqiang? Yes, we want 10 level 4 energy crystals, Lu Mingyan nodded. 10 level 4 energy crystals? When the Xia family executives behind heard this number, a deep look of astonishment appeared on their faces. Then, the heated discussion spread again. Are they here to blackmail our Xia family? How dare they ask for so many level 4 energy crystals? They simply don't take our Xia family seriously. Who do they think they are? Too arrogant. Patriarch, if it were me, we would take them down, and then they would become our hostages. Yes. Patriarch, give us an order to take them down. See if they dare to be so arrogant. The voices of the Xia family were full of anger. 10 level 4 energy crystals, this is also a considerable fortune for their Xia family. Xia Hongda ignored the voices of the crowd, but squinted his eyes and kept looking at Lu Mingyan. He was wondering why Lu Mingyan and others wanted to blackmail exactly 10 level 4 energy crystals. Isn't this number exactly the reward Zhang Guodong promised to give them to the Xia family to search for Lin Fan and others? Patriarch Xia, your son's life is in our hands now. Don't you think his life is not as important as 10 level 4 energy crystals? Lu Mingyan asked. Who are you? Why did you attack our Xia family? Xia Hongda asked in confusion. He has the strength of a level 5 evolver. If he wants to take down Lu Mingyan and the other two, it will definitely be easy. But he will not do so for the time being, because the handwriting on the note is indeed Xia Shunqiang's. If he does this and Xia Shunqiang gets into trouble, he will regret it for the rest of his life. I should be the one asking you this question, Lu Mingyun said calmly. It was your Xia family who wanted to attack us, so we attacked in return. We attacked you, Xiao Hongda frowned. That's right, Lu Mingyun continued. If you didn't accept the reward from the Zhang family to help the Zhang family search us, there would be no conflict between us and you. Unfortunately, you chose to help the Zhang family, which is destined to make us and you enemies. Hearing this, Xiao Hongda suddenly reacted, his eyes flashed, and he said, Are you Lin Fan's group? Yes. Lin Fan is the captain of our team, Lu Mingyun said righteously. After Xia Shunqiang and others saw us, they must attack us. We had no choice but to fight back. Now everyone in the Xia family also woke up. It turned out that the people who captured Xia Shunqiang and others were Lin Fan's group. Xia Hongda took 2 deep breaths. He now understood why they just asked them for 10 level 4 energy crystals. It turned out that all this was calculated. Why didn't Lin Fan and others come in person? Xiao Hongda frowned and asked. When he asked this question, he was actually thinking about another question, that is, Xia Shunqiang and others' lineup was not bad. Why were they captured by Lin Fan's team? Isn't it said that Lin Fan is the only one in Lin Fan's team who has the strength of a level 4 evolver? Even if there is a deviation in the strength, it shouldn't be so deviated that Xia Shunqiang, a late level 4 evolver, can't be defeated? Even if he really can't be defeated, doesn't he have a chance to retreat? A series of doubts flashed through Xia Hongda's mind. Master Xia, we are all smart people. There is no need to make this matter too clear, right? Lu Mingyun said. What do you mean? Xiao Hongda looked into Lu Mingyun's eyes and asked. If our people come here, doesn't it mean that they will be captured by you? In this case, what is the point of our request? Lu Mingyun asked back. Hearing this, Xiao Hongda's eyes flashed with a sinister look. He took a deep breath, stared at Lu Mingyun again and asked, Then how can I be sure that my son is still alive? You can only choose to believe what I say now. In addition, do you have any other choice? Lu Mingyun smiled slightly, still acting very calm. Chapter 537 Who will follow? When Lu Mingyun finished speaking, Xiao Hongda's face changed again. Although he was very worried about Xia Shunqiang's safety, he still felt that something was wrong. According to Zhang Guodong, the strength of Lin Fan and others' team should not be able to beat Xia Shunqiang and others. Unless Zhang Guodong lied to them. But their Xia family is one of the 3 major forces in Luocheng after all. How could Zhang Guodong have the courage to lie to them about such a thing? After all, once such a thing is discovered, it is very likely to cause a war between the 2 families. Lu Mingyun glanced at Xia Hongda and knew that Xia Hongda was in a dilemma at this time. His eyes flashed slightly, and he made a gesture to Wei Haiguang and Zhang Fiwen with his hands behind his back. Because he was standing in front of Xia Hongda and others, and his hands were behind his back to make gestures, naturally no one in the Xia family could see it. However, Wei Haiguang and Zhang Fiwen could see Lu Mingyun's gestures clearly. Seeing Lu Mingyun's gestures, Wei Haiguang and Zhang Fiwen naturally understood what it meant. Wei Haiguang pretended to whisper, It seems that the Xia family doesn't intend to give us 10 level 4 energy crystals. It shouldn't be that serious, right? Xia Shunqiang is the young master of their Xia family. Do they dare to gamble with the young master's life? Zhang Fiwen also whispered. It's not clear what they are thinking. Wei Haiguang hesitated for a moment and continued, Anyway, what is certain is that if they really don't take out 10 level 4 energy crystals, Brother Lin Fan will definitely get rid of Xia Shunqiang. If they give them, Brother Lin Fan can still keep Xia Shunqiang alive. That's right. Brother Lin Fan has always been a man of his word. It depends on whether the Xia family is willing to take 10 level 4 energy crystals in exchange for Xia Shunqiang's life, Zhang Fiwen said in cooperation. The 2 of them deliberately lowered their voices to discuss, and the rest of the Xia family could not hear their conversation at all. But Xia Hongda was a level 5 evolver, and their conversation, even if they lowered their voices, would be heard clearly by Xia Hongda. When Xia Hongda heard the conversation between Wei Haiguang and Zhang Fiwen, he became a little excited. When Lu Mingyun said it just now, he was not very sure. He believed it 50% and didn't believe it 50%. However, after hearing the whisper between Wei Haiguang and Zhang Fiwen, he chose to believe it 100% and no longer had any doubts. Xia Hongda suppressed his emotions and looked at Lu Mingyun again. Okay, I agree to your request and give you 10 level 4 energy crystals, Patriarch. Think twice, Patriarch. What if they don't release the young Patriarch after we give it to them? Yes, Patriarch. You must think about this matter carefully." After hearing Xia Hongda's agreement, everyone in the Xia family hurriedly advised him. Xia Hongda raised his palm and signaled them not to say anything more. Everyone immediately shut up and dared not say anything more. Although they were all senior members of the Xia family, the Xia family was always the head of Xia Hongda. Xia Hongda was the strongest, and it was Xia Hongda who had the final say. "I can give you 10 level 4 energy crystals, but you must let my people go with you. At least we must make sure Shen Qiang is still alive before I hand you 10 level 4 energy crystals," Xia Hongda said in a deep voice. He wanted to arrange for someone to go there, firstly to see what the condition of Xia Shen Qiang was. If Xia Shen Qiang had been beaten to death, he would definitely not give him 10 level 4 energy crystals. Only when Xia Shen Qiang was in a normal state could he give him 10 level 4 energy crystals. Secondly, he also wanted to send someone to see where Lin Fan and others were. In this way, when Xia Shen Qiang came back safely, they could lock the direction and chase him at the fastest speed. Hearing Xia Hongda say this, Lu Mingyun would not understand what Xia Hongda meant. He could also hear Xia Hongda's firm determination from Xia Hongda's tone just now. In other words, if they did not agree to let Xia Hongda arrange for someone to go with them now, Xia Hongda might really not give them 10 level 4 energy crystals. Their goal this time was to get 10 level 4 energy crystals, not to waste time here with Xia Hongda. After thinking for a while, Lu Mingyun said, "Master Xia, you can arrange someone to bring 10 level 4 energy crystals with us, but it can only be one person, and that person cannot be you, otherwise you can take us all down if you follow us. We all know that you have the strength of a level 4 evolver." After Lu Mingyun finished speaking, Xia Hongda frowned slightly. He couldn't follow them, which was the result he knew from the beginning. If Lu Mingyun and others would let him follow them, it would mean that Lu Mingyun and others were fools. With his level 5 evolver's strength, who would be his opponent? But he didn't expect Lu Mingyun to make another request, allowing only one person to follow them. If one person followed them, it meant that the person who followed them would never be able to rescue Xia Shen Qiang no matter what. Because Xia Shen Qiang's strength as a late level 4 evolver was taken down with a group of people, let alone a single person. 3 people, Xia Hongda pondered. "We will go with 3 people." "No, we can only go with one person," Lu Mingyun replied firmly. "What if I don't agree?" Xia Hongda narrowed his eyes. "If you don't agree, then you are forcing us to kill each other. Then it will be hard to say whether Xia Shen Qiang will live or die." Lu Mingyun's tone was still firm. Xia Hongda could naturally hear the firmness in Lu Mingyun's tone. He pondered for a moment and finally agreed, "Okay, one person, wait here for a while, I have to go back to get the energy crystal, please." Lu Mingyun nodded. 10 level 4 energy crystals are not a small number. It is completely understandable that Xia Hongda would not carry them with him at all times. After seeing Lu Mingyun nod, Xia Hongda did not waste time and turned around and walked back to the Xia family. When passing by the Xia family, he said, "You all come in with me." "Yes, Patriarch." The senior members of the Xia family nodded in response, and then followed Xia Hongda back to the Xia family. "Brother Lu," they all went in. "They won't change their minds after discussing it, right?" Wei Heguang looked at Xia Hongda and others who all returned to the Xia family, and asked in confusion. Zhang Feiwen frowned slightly and said, "Yeah, Brother Lu, why do I feel that something is wrong? Can't one person go to get the energy crystal? Why do so many people have to go together?" Lu Mingyun's eyes narrowed slightly and he said in a deep voice, "Did you just say what I said?" "Yes." Wei Heguang and Zhang Feiwen nodded at the same time. "In that case, don't worry. They will definitely not care about the life and death of their young master. If they don't even care about the life and death of a young master of a family, then this family will not go far." Lu Mingyun thought for a while and analyzed. "As for the fact that so many of them are going back together, I guess they are going to discuss who will take the energy crystal with us." "That's right. They want to arrange someone to go with us, so they must be discussing who will be the candidate," Wei Heguang said. "That makes sense." Zhang Feiwen nodded again. "All we have to do now is wait calmly. No one knows if they are still secretly observing our changes. The calmer we act, the less they will dare to act rashly," Lu Mingyun said. "Okay, Brother Lu," Wei Heguang and Zhang Feiwen responded again. Xia Hongda led the Xia family back to the meeting hall. "Everyone, I didn't let you express your opinions too much outside just now because I didn't want the other party to think that our Xia family is this or that. Now you can speak freely." Xia Hongda glanced at everyone and spoke loudly. Master, have you decided to give them 10 level 4 energy crystals now? A man in his 50s asked. Yes, I have decided to give them, Xiao Hongda nodded. Master, you should think twice about this matter. To be honest, we don't know what the situation of the young master is now. What if we give them energy crystals, and they don't fulfill their promises and continue to blackmail us? What should we do? The man said. After the man finished speaking, a heated discussion broke out in the meeting hall. Yes, Patriarch, they have tasted the sweetness. It is possible that they will continue to be greedy. I also think that we should not give it to them, which will definitely encourage their arrogance. Your theory is ridiculous. Now the young master is in their hands. If we take the energy crystal over, we still have a chance. If we don't take it, it means there is no chance at all. That's right, we can't miss it as long as there is a chance. Among the many senior executives of the Xia family, some supported it and some opposed it at this time, and everyone expressed their opinions and views. Okay, I listened carefully to what you just said. Xiao Hongda stretched out his hand to signal everyone to stop talking. He continued, Shun Qiang is the young master of our Xia family. You have all seen his talent and growth potential. He now has the strength of a late-stage 4th level evolver. He is just a little bit away from reaching the peak of a 4th level evolver. In this way, he is only one step away from becoming a 5th level evolver, so, no matter what the other party's purposes, we can't challenge the other party's bottom line with this opportunity. If Shun Qiang is in danger because I didn't give him 10 4th level energy crystals, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Now everyone can discuss who will go with the 3 people. This is the main issue that Xiao Hongda asked everyone to discuss. Hearing this, everyone did not discuss whether to give him 10 4th level energy crystals. Xiao Hongda had made a decision, so they had nothing to say and could only express their full support. Chapter 538 Xia Shun Qiang wakes up. Finally, after discussion, the Xia family decided to arrange a person with the strength of a level 3 evolver to go with them. No matter what, going with them this time is a risky thing. Every level 4 evolver is a treasure of the family and cannot be taken lightly. If the level 4 evolver goes with them and encounters any danger, it will definitely be a loss for the Xia family. Letting a level 3 evolver go with them, firstly, his strength is not too bad, and secondly, even if there is any danger, the Xia family can bear it. After the discussion, Xiao Hongda turned around and walked back to his room, and soon came out with 10 level 4 energy crystals. Xiao Hongda came to the level 3 evolver and said, Xiaoji, this matter is left to you. Remember, you must remember where they are staying and the direction they left. When the time comes, report to us in time so that we can lock the area and search it comprehensively. Master, don't worry, I remember. I will definitely bring the young master back safely. Xiaoji patted his chest and said with assurance. Okay, I feel relieved after hearing your words. Xiao Hongda handed the 10 level 4 energy crystals in his pocket to Xiaoji. Xiaoji took a look at his pocket and took it without delay. Okay, let's go out, Xiao Hongda said. Then, everyone followed Xiao Hongda out without delay. Lu Mingyan, Wei Heguang, and Zhang Fiwen were still standing outside waiting calmly. Brother Lu, they are coming out. Zhang Fiwen was the first to see Xiao Hongda and others appear at the gate of the Xia family, and couldn't help but say. Lu Mingyan and Wei Heguang looked over and saw Xiao Hongda and his group walking out. Soon, Xiao Hongda brought Xiaoji to Lu Mingyan and the other 2. 10 level 4 energy crystals are ready. Xiaoji will follow you, Xiao Hongda said in a serious tone. Okay, Lu Mingyan nodded. He didn't have a ring like Lin Fan that could read data, nor did he have the sharp sense of Lin Fan. He looked at Xiaoji and still couldn't see Xiaoji's specific strength. In his opinion, the person chosen by the Xia family should have the strength of a 4th level evolver. Get in the car, let's go. Lu Mingyan didn't intend to waste any more time, and turned to walk into the car behind him. Wei Heguang and Zhang Fiwen quickly followed. Master, I'll go then. Xiaoji glanced at Xiao Hongda. Go, Xiao Hongda nodded. After Xiaoji got in the car, Lu Mingyan started the car, stepped on the accelerator, turned around and left. Seeing the car disappear from sight, Xiao Hongda turned around and walked back to the Xia family. Master, should we send some people to follow from a distance now? A senior member of the Xia family suddenly said. Hearing his question, everyone's eyes were focused on Xiao Hongda at this time. Xiao Hongda shook his head without hesitation and said, we can't do this. If we send someone to follow them now, it's fine if they don't find out. But if they do, Wouldn't that be like forcing them to kill us? What's more, the level 4 energy crystals are in Xiaoji's hands now. If they know that we are still sending people to follow him, Xiaoji will be in danger. By then, the level 4 energy crystals will be taken away by them directly, and Xiaoji won't even be able to see Shen Qiang's people. The head of the family is right. Everyone in the Xia family nodded and said no more. Lin Fan. Don't fall into my hands, Xiao Hongda said in his heart. And the raging anger in his body had already burned. But then, he also thought of another thing. One of you should go to the Zhang family immediately and find Zhang Guoduang, Xiao Hongda said angrily. He gave us false information, otherwise Shen Qiang would never fall into the hands of the other party. Yes. It's all because of that old fox Zhang Guoduang. He also told us that there was only one level 4 evolver in the other team. If there was really only one level 4 evolver, how could the other party deal with Shen Qiang and his men? Yes, it's all Zhang Guoduang's fault. Now I have to doubt whether he had made up his mind from the beginning. It's very likely. He knew that the other team was very strong, and then induced our Xia family's people to search for the other party, with the purpose of causing our Xia family to lose people. If this is really the case, then their Zhang family is looking for death. The senior executives of the Xia family became very angry. The most important thing is that he only gave us 3 level 4 energy crystals as a deposit, but now we have been blackmailed by the other party for 10 level 4 energy crystals, which is equivalent to us paying 7 level 4 energy crystals out, another person said. This is the most hateful, everyone agreed. Master, let me go to the Zhang family to find Zhang Guoduang, another person from the Xia family who had the strength of a late-stage 4th level evolver stood up and said. Xia Hongda glanced at him, nodded, and said, okay, then you go. However, if Zhang Guoduang really knew from the beginning that the other party was very strong and deliberately concealed it from us, then when you go to him, you must tell him that Lin Fan and others have been captured by us. I didn't expect that Lin Fan and others' strength grew so fast. Don't show any intention of blaming them. Just induce him to come to our Xia family first. After he arrives, the initiative is in our hands. Xiao Hongda was worried that Zhang Guoduang would refuse to come. In that case, it would be difficult for them to settle accounts with Zhang Guoduang. After all, they couldn't openly go to the Zhang family's territory to find Zhang Guoduang to deal with it, which meant that the two families would go to war completely. Before the two sides had to completely tear each other apart, Xiao Hongda didn't want things to develop to such a point. Because, no matter what, Luo Cheng was not under the control of their two families, and there was a more powerful Luoman who was eyeing it covetously. If the two families really lose, then the Luo family will definitely be the one to benefit in the end. Okay, Patriarch, I will definitely let Zhang Guoduang come with me, the man promised. That's good, be careful on the road, Xiao Hongda reminded. Yes, the man replied. Then, he didn't waste any time, got into a car, and drove straight to the Zhang family. In the supermarket, Lin Fan and others were still there. Brother Lin Fan, it's been 3 hours, and Lu Mingyun and the others haven't come back yet. Will something happen, seeing that so much time has passed and there is still no news from Lu Mingyun and the other two? Murin Sham couldn't help but worry. Murin Zhu, Li Zihan, and Mu Hongling also had such worries in their hearts. If the Xia family didn't dare to care about Xia Shenqiang's life and death, and directly attacked Lu Mingyun and the other two, then with the strength of Lu Mingyun and the other three, they would not be able to resist the Xia family no matter what. Don't worry. It's not close to the Xia family. Besides, this matter is a big deal for the Xia family. It's normal for them to think it over carefully. Lin Fan comforted him, wait patiently. I believe they will not ignore Xia Shenqiang's life or death. At this time, Xia Shenqiang was still in a coma. Lin Fan had mastered the training just now very well. If there was no external stimulation, Xia Shenqiang could be in a coma for at least 5 hours before he woke up. Not long after Lin Fan finished speaking, the sound of a car came from outside. A car is coming. Let's go out and see if Lu Mingyun and the others are back. Lin Fan was the first to hear the movement of the car, and his eyes swept over Murinzu and the other four. Okay, Murinzu, Muring Shan, Li Zihan and Mu Hongling naturally had no objection, and followed Lin Fan out of the supermarket. Of course, when he went out, Lin Fan was still holding Xia Shenqiang's hand. With Lin Fan's current strength, carrying a person weighing more than 100 pounds was like playing, and it didn't take any effort at all. When they arrived at the supermarket gate, they looked to the left side of the road. In their sight, a car was driving at a very fast speed. Then, The car stopped at the supermarket gate. The car door opened, and Lu Mingyun, Wei Heguang, and Zhang Fuan walked out first. Then, Xiaoji walked out of the car. Young patriarch, as soon as Xiaoji got out of the car, he saw Xia Shunqiang held by Lin Fan, and shouted, "Lin Fan, this is the person that the Xia family must arrange to come with us. The 10 level 4 energy crystals are in his hand. If we don't agree to him coming, the head of the Xia family will not give us 10 level 4 energy crystals. I can only choose to agree," Lu Mingyun explained. "Well, it's okay. This is also within my expectations," Lin Fan nodded. He had guessed that the Xia family would arrange someone to come with Lu Mingyun and the other two. The moment he saw Xiaoji, he had read Xiaoji's data information with a ring and knew that Xiaoji was only at the peak of the 3rd level evolver. Such strength cannot pose any threat to their team. Young patriarch, Xiaoji called out to Xia Shunqiang again, but Xia Shunqiang still didn't respond. He couldn't help but get a little anxious, staring at Lin Fan and the others and saying, "What did you do to the young patriarch?" "Don't worry, I just knocked him out, he's still alive," Lin Fan said calmly. "How can I believe it?" Xiaoji asked back. Xia Shunqiang didn't respond now, and he couldn't tell with his naked eyes whether Xia Shunqiang was still alive or not. "That's easy," Lin Fan smiled calmly, grabbed Xia Shunqiang's arm with his backhand, held it tightly, and then tilted his head and said, "Xiao Shan, go get a bottle of water and pour it on his face." "Okay, brother Lin Fan," Murangshan nodded happily, seeming to be happy to do such a thing. Murangshan turned and walked back to the supermarket, quickly took a bottle of mineral water from the supermarket, unscrewed the cap, and poured it on Xia Shunqiang's face without hesitation. With such a large bottle of water poured on his face, Xia Shunqiang's tightly closed eyes opened. Ahem, along with the opening of his eyes, there was a violent cough. Young patriarch, Xiaoji saw Xia Shunqiang open his eyes and couldn't help but shout again. "Xiaoji." Xia Shunqiang asked and looked over. When he saw that it was Xiaoji, he was also excited and subconsciously prepared to rush towards Xiaoji. Chapter 539 Analysis. Where to go? Ah! It hurts. Xia Shunqiang didn't realize that he was still in Lin Fan's hands. When he rushed forward, he felt that his arm was being held backwards. Fortunately, the force of the rush was not very strong, otherwise his arm bones would have been broken directly. "Asshole! Let me go," Xia Shunqiang shouted with a red face. For him, this feeling of being held tightly by someone was not only painful, but also humiliating. After all, it was like his fate was in Lin Fan's hands. He could only live if Lin Fan wanted him to live, and he had to die if Lin Fan wanted him to die. "Let you go," Lin Fan smiled faintly and said indifferently, "If we let you go, how can we get 10 level 4 energy crystals?" As he said that, Lin Fan looked at Xiaoji and asked, "Take out the energy crystals you brought." Xiaoji took out a bag Xia Hongda gave him from his body. "I can give you these 10 level 4 energy crystals, but after giving them to you, you must let a young master go. You are not qualified to say this to me now, not to mention that I am a man of my words," Lin Fan pondered. Xiaoji's face changed slightly. He certainly knew that he was not qualified to negotiate any conditions with Lin Fan now, but he felt that he could not lose in momentum and had to let Lin Fan know his determination. Then, he did not waste any more time and walked towards Lin Fan. During this process, Xia Shunqiang was very honest and did not act rashly. "Here you go." Xiaoji came in front of Lin Fan and handed the bag in his hand to Lin Fan. Lin Fan reached out to take the bag and took a look. There were indeed 10 level 4 energy crystals in it. "Now that the energy crystals have been given to you, can you let a young master go?" Xiaoji looked at Lin Fan and asked. "Of course," Lin Fan nodded and said, "Didn't I just say that? I am a man of my words. Since I said that you will let him go after giving me 10 level 4 energy crystals, then I will definitely let him go after you give me the energy." Hearing Lin Fan say this, Xiaoji was relieved. What he was most worried about was that he would not let him go after giving him 10 level 4 energy crystals. In that case, their Xia family would have lost 10 level 4 energy crystals in vain. After the voice fell, Lin Fan's mind moved, and 3 hidden weapons flew out. "Look, I let him go." While Lin Fan was speaking, he controlled the 3 hidden weapons to lock onto Xia Shunqiang's body. "I'm going to kill him." As he said this, Lin Fan's mind moved, and the 3 hidden weapons neatly pierced into Xia Shunqiang's body. "Ah!" Xia Shunqiang screamed, and his breath soon stopped. Seeing this, Xiaoji's eyes widened, looking at Lin Fan in disbelief and anger. He never thought that Lin Fan would kill Xiao Shunqiang directly. You actually broke your promise, Xiaoji shouted angrily. Didn't I tell you? I am a man of my words. I said I would let him go, but I didn't say I couldn't change my mind and kill him at the last minute. Lin Fan smiled faintly and said, besides, you also heard that before I killed him, I had already said that I would kill him. As a man of my words, I can't go back on what I said, so, I must kill him, otherwise I will slap myself in the face. Puff. Hearing Lin Fan's explanation, Murenshan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, Murenzu, Li Zihan, Mu Hongling, Lu Mingyan, Wei Heguang, and Zhang Fiwen couldn't help laughing. There was no way. Mainly because what Lin Fan said was so funny that it was hard for them not to laugh. Xiaoji felt like his lungs were going to explode, and he didn't expect Lin Fan to say that. Keep your word. He said he would kill Xiao Shunqiang, and he really killed Xiao Shunqiang. According to this logic, it seems that Lin Fan did nothing wrong. However, at this time, he suddenly realized that he had to run away. If he didn't run, Lin Fan and others would definitely kill him. Thinking of this, Xiaoji didn't hesitate and turned around to run away. Whoosh! Unfortunately, his speed was not at the same level as Lin Fan's speed of controlling the hidden weapon. The dart flew through the air and flew directly to his neck, leaving a bloody mark. Xiaoji opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end he fell to the ground without saying a word. These two guys are still naive to think that they have a chance to leave here alive. Murenshan glanced at the bodies of Xiaoji and Xiao Shunqiang, and a faint smile appeared on her face. It's really naive, Li Zihan also added. Let's ignore them for now, we still have to leave here, Lin Fan said. Brother Lin Fan, where should we go now? Murenshan asked. We can indeed discuss this issue, Lin Fan smiled slightly and said, we have offended the Luo clan, the Zhang family, and the Xia family. These three major forces are now searching for us. It is equivalent to facing the oppression of these three major forces wherever we go in Luo City. Lin Fan, you should have an answer, right? Mu Hongling looked at Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes and asked curiously. After this period of contact, she also found that Lin Fan was a person who would not fight a battle without preparation. She felt that when they decided to ask the Xia family for 10 level 4 energy crystals, Lin Fan had thought of such a situation. Since he thought of such a situation, Lin Fan would definitely come up with a solution. There is an answer, Lin Fan smiled slightly. Brother Lin Fan, since you have an answer, just tell us directly. Anyway, we will not object, Murenshan said. My idea is that we definitely don't need to go to Luomen, because Luomen has the largest power and the most people searching for us. If we must keep clashing with one of the three forces, it obviously shouldn't be with the strongest Luomen. In this case, we can only choose from the Xia family and the Zhang family. As for the Xia family, we just got 10 level 4 energy crystals from them, but we didn't release Xiao Shunqiang and Xiaoji. After they know they've been fooled, they must be furious and will keep searching for us. At this time, many of them will guess that we may think that the most dangerous place is the safest place, and they will guess that we continue to stay in their territory and hide in a hidden place, but the more they think so, the more we can't stay here. On the contrary, it's safer for us to go to the Zhang family's territory, because the Zhang family is looking for the Xia family to help search for us, which means that the strength of the Zhang family has been weakened by us. This is indeed the case. We wiped out a branch of the Zhang family, and lost 5 level 4 evolvers. This must be a big blow to the Zhang family, Lin Fan said in one breath. So, after comprehensive analysis, I think it is relatively safe for us to go to the Zhang family's territory now. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 540 Confrontation with Zhang Guodong. After hearing Lin Fan's analysis, Murenzhu, Murenshan, Li Zihan, Mu Hongling, Lu Mingyan, Wei Heguang, and Zhang Fiwen were all fascinated. Then, they all agreed, thinking that Lin Fan's analysis was indeed very reasonable. Then shall we go to the Zhang family now? Li Zihan asked. Yes, we can go there now, Lin Fan nodded. Now that they have obtained 10 level 4 energy crystals, There is no point for them to continue staying in the Xia family's territory. It is better to go to the Zhang family as soon as possible, find a safe place to hide, and absorb the level 4 energy crystals to improve their strength. In this way, whether facing the Zhang family or the next zombie tide, they will have a better chance. After the voice fell, Lin Fan and others did not waste any more time. They found 2 cars on the side of the road, got in the car, and drove to the Zhang family's territory. He believed that after the previous losses of the Zhang family, and after they came to the Xia family for help, they would definitely not continue to waste human resources to search for them in their own territory. When Lin Fan and others were heading to the Zhang family's territory, the level 4 evolver that Xia Hongda had arranged to go to the Zhang family also arrived outside the Zhang family's gate. This person's name was Xia Zhiming, and he was a late-stage level 4 evolver master of the Xia family. He had a certain status in the Xia family and a great reputation in Luocheng. Xia Zhiming drove to the Zhang family's gate, and the Zhang family's gatekeeper stopped the car. Xia Zhiming rolled down the window and stuck his head out. The Zhang family's gatekeeper happened to know Xia Zhiming, and when he saw that it was Xia Zhiming, he couldn't help but ask, "Hello, Mr. Xia, hello, I want to ask if your Zhang family master is here," Xia Zhiming asked. "Yes," the gatekeeper nodded. "Then please go in and report that Xia Zhiming of the Xia family is here to visit on the orders of the master of the family," Xia Zhiming said. "Okay, Mr. Xia, please wait a moment, I'll go in and report," the gatekeeper responded, and without wasting any time, turned around and walked back to the Zhang family. About 5 minutes later, the gatekeeper returned to the gate again. "Mr. Xia, the head of the family wants to see you," the gatekeeper looked at Xia Zhiming and said. "Thank you," Xia Zhiming replied politely. Then, Xia Zhiming drove into the Zhang family, and under the guidance of the gatekeeper, he went directly to Zhang Guodong's study. Zhang Guodong was sitting in the study. When he saw Xia Zhiming coming in, he smiled and greeted him. "Zhiming, please take a seat." "Hello, head of the Zhang family." Xia Zhiming walked over and greeted him, sat down, and said, "Head of the Zhang family, there is good news." "Oh. What good news?" "Did you find Lin Fan and his gang?" Zhang Guodong looked at Xia Zhiming in confusion and asked. He could not think of any other good news except Lin Fan and his gang, that the Xia family sent someone to inform him of the good news. Hearing Zhang Guodong's question, Xia Zhiming nodded without hesitation and said, "Yes, I found them." "Really found?" Xia Zhiming's answer immediately made Zhang Guodong a little excited. However, Zhang Guodong's excitement, in Xia Zhiming's eyes, was pure hypocrisy. Because, now in the eyes of everyone in their Xia family, Zhang Guodong is the culprit who harmed their Xia family. But at this time, he naturally couldn't show it. Xia Zhiming nodded seriously and said, "It's true, so the head of the family immediately asked me to come and inform you." "Okay, then we'll go now." Zhang Guodong stood up and said, "Where are Lin Fan and his gang?" "We have captured them and brought them back to the Xia family," Xia Zhiming said. "Captured?" Zhang Guodong looked at Xia Zhiming with some surprise. "Yes, they were captured," Xia Zhiming nodded. "Okay, then we'll go directly to your house now." Zhang Guodong also nodded. His hatred for Lin Fan and others has reached a certain level, and he can't wait to tear Lin Fan and others into pieces immediately, so naturally he wants to go to the Xia family immediately. Seeing Zhang Guodong being so enthusiastic, Xia Zhiming cursed in his heart again. "Old fox, let's see how long you can pretend." Xia Zhiming didn't believe Zhang Guodong at all. He was full of contempt and hatred for Zhang Guodong. The two walked out of Zhang's house, and each drove a car and went straight to Xia's house. Xia's house, in the hall. Xia Hongda and others gathered here. They were all waiting for news from Xia Shunqiang and Xia Ji. "It's been so long, why haven't you come back yet? Isn't there something wrong?" a senior member of the Xia family said. "Yes, it's been almost 2 hours, and it stands to reason that they should be back. I don't know, I guess they are staying far away. I'm worried about that group of people playing tricks now. Do they dare? As long as they dare to play tricks, our Xia family will hunt them down no matter where they are, until they are completely killed. Yes, if they dare to deceive our energy crystals, it's almost the same unless they don't want to live." The other senior members of the Xia family also expressed their opinions and views at this time. In their opinion, since they had taken out 10 level 4 energy crystals, Lin Fan and his gang would definitely not dare to play tricks with them. Of course, this was also a kind of psychological comfort for them. After all, 10 level 4 energy crystals were also a considerable amount for their Xia family. Xia Hongda did not express any opinion on the discussion. He sat quietly in his chair and pondered. As time went by, Xia Hongda's bad premonition became stronger and stronger. He felt that they had been deceived. But before the real conclusion of the matter came out, he could not say this feeling of being deceived, which would undoubtedly cause a lot of panic in the family. Half an hour later, a person ran in from outside the door. "Master, report something." As soon as the person spoke, everyone's eyes were focused on him. They all thought that Xia Ji and Xia Shunqiang had news. "Hurry up," Xia Hongda also set his sights on the person. "Master Zhang is here," the person said. "It turns out that Zhang Guodong is here," everyone suddenly realized. "Bring him here," Xia Hongda narrowed his eyes. "Yes," the man nodded, and then turned around and walked out without delay. After the man left, Xia Hongda said, "I will talk to Zhang Guodong later." "Yes," everyone answered in unison, not daring to have any objections. Not long after, the man brought Zhang Guodong here. Zhang Guodong was a little happy to see so many senior members of the Xia family. In his opinion, perhaps the Xia family really caught Lin Fan and others, waiting for him to give out the remaining 7 4th-level energy crystals, so many people gathered here. "Master Xia, thank you so much." Zhang Guodong looked at Xia Hongda and said loudly, "I told you to find Lin Fan's group before, but I didn't expect you to catch Lin Fan's group directly. I really don't know what to say." After Zhang Guodong's voice fell, a sneer appeared on the faces of everyone in the Xia family. Zhang Guodong also found that the atmosphere seemed a little wrong, which was very different from what he expected. Looking at Xia Hongda's face again, he found that Xia Hongda's face had turned gloomy. Xia Hongda's eyes met Zhang Guodong's and he said in a deep voice, "Zhang Guodong, you are so brave that you dare to deceive our Xia family." The sudden shout made Zhang Guodong frown. But Zhang Guodong was the head of the Zhang family after all. He had the strength of a level 5 evolver and had experienced a lot of storms. It was impossible for him to be scared like this. He stared at Xia Hongda's eyes and asked in confusion, "Master Xia, what do you mean by this? What did I deceive your Xia family about?" Xia Hongda stood up from the chair and walked towards Zhang Guodong, saying as he walked, "You told us that among the people in Lin Fan's group, only Lin Fan has reached the level of a 4th-level evolver. I didn't expect you to be so vicious that you deliberately asked our people to search for them, but they caught them and threatened our Xia family to take out 10 4th-level energy crystals in exchange for people." Zhang Guodong didn't quite understand Xia Hongda's specific meaning, but he mainly understood that the Xia family was threatened to take out 10 4th-level energy crystals. Xia Hongda ignored Zhang Guodong's expression. He reached into his pocket and took out a note and threw it towards Zhang Guodong. Zhang Guodong reached out to catch the note and opened it. It was indeed a blackmail letter. "This is the handwriting of my son Shunqiang." Xia Hongda raised his voice and shouted angrily, "Shunqiang is in their hands now." "This," Zhang Guodong said in disbelief, "this is impossible. I remember Shunqiang has the strength of a late-stage 4th-level evolver. How could he fall into their hands? That's what I want to ask you." Xia Hongda walked up to Zhang Guodong, stared at him with wide eyes, and said, "You gave us false intelligence information and tricked our Xia family members out to search for them. In fact, you wanted to weaken our strength by the other side. We did search and find them, but what was the result? Shunqiang fell into their hands, and they even extorted 10 4th-level energy crystals. You only gave us 3, and we have to pay for 7. You are so calculating." Xia Hongda was indeed very angry. If he hadn't thought that Zhang Guodong also had the strength of a 5th-level evolver and it would not be so easy to take him down, then when he saw Zhang Guodong's face now, he would definitely slap him in the face. "Master Xia, there must be some misunderstanding here." Zhang Guodong frowned and said, "According to the information I got, in their team, only Lin Fan has reached the strength of a 4th-level evolver, but this guy has the ability to control objects through the air, which is a very evil ability. Could it be that Shunqiang was tricked by them and fell into their hands? Also, their team is growing very fast. I seriously suspect that their team has grown in strength and expanded in the past few days." Zhang Guodong certainly knew that there were more than 1 4th-level evolvers in Lin Fan's team, but he would never admit it at this time. The most important thing is that he deliberately said that there was only 1 4th-level evolver in Lin Fan's team, so that the Xia family could agree to go out and help search. But he really didn't think of letting the Xia family take action against Lin Fan and others. Just let the Xia family find Lin Fan and others and notify him. Chapter 541 True Alliance. Zheng Guodong. Are you still pretending at this point? Xiao Hongda stared at Zheng Guodong. He didn't believe what Zheng Guodong said. Master Xia, what am I pretending? Zheng Guodong asked back. Are you trying to tell me that in just a few days, their team has grown to the point where they can defeat a late-stage 4th level evolver? Xiao Hongda clenched his fists and shouted angrily, we have all experienced 4th level evolvers, and we know very well how strong a late-stage 4th level evolver is, and how difficult it is to improve strength after reaching the 4th level evolver level. Seeing Xiao Hongda's look, Zheng Guodong knew that today's matter might not end well. He could only ponder and say, Master Xia, even if you want to wrongly accuse me, I have nothing to defend, but what I want to say is that I just asked you Xia family members to find them at the beginning, and I didn't ask you Xia family members to fight them at all. If you didn't fight them, how could this happen? Are you blaming us now? Xiao Hongda asked angrily. This is not a blame, I'm just being reasonable. Zheng Guodong was a little angry after being questioned by Xiao Hongda. He said in a deep voice, we all follow the rules. Your people don't provoke them. When you find them, you can notify me and I will deal with them naturally. Moreover, don't you think about why I deliberately induce you to fight with them. Is this good for the relationship between our two families? Don't I know the relationship between our two families? Will I provoke a war between the two families because of this? Also, if I am really like what you said, would I come to your Xia family alone? Zheng Guodong said so much in one breath. After hearing what he said, many members of the Xia family felt that it made some sense. Zheng Guodong can become the head of the Zheng family and has the strength of a level 5 evolver. It stands to reason that he should not be so stupid. After all, once the war between the two families is provoked, the matter will be a big deal. At that time, it will be the Luo family who will reap the benefits. Of course, the last point Zheng Guodong added is also very important. If they were really deliberately tricked into dealing with Lin Fan and his gang, Zheng Guodong would definitely not come to their Xia family alone. However, this was a conversation between the two heads of the family, Zheng Guodong and Xiao Hongda, and they could not interrupt at this time. They could only turn their attention to Xiao Hongda. Master Xia, there must be a misunderstanding. Seeing that Xiao Hongda did not speak, Zheng Guodong thought for a while and said, look, wasn't the Xia family extorted for 10 level 4 energy crystals? Have you sent someone to redeem them? Master Zheng, we have sent someone to redeem them, but they haven't come back yet, a senior member of the Xia family replied. Okay, then we will wait for news here. If Shen Qiang's nephew comes back and it is true, then our Zheng family will provide 5 of the 10 level 4 energy crystals, Zheng Guodong said. Zheng Guodong could see that the Xia family was indeed in a very angry mood when they encountered such a thing, especially Xiao Hongda, who looked like he wanted to fight him. He came to the Xia family alone now. If they really started fighting, although Xiao Hongda and others might not be able to keep him, if he wanted to leave, he would have to pay some price. Therefore, he was still unwilling to fight with the Xia family at this time, unless it was absolutely necessary. However, although he said so, he did not hope that Xia Shenqiang could come back. Xia Shenqiang was the young master of the Xia family. He had great talent and growth potential. The Xia family would fall into Xia Shenqiang's hands in the future. But if Xia Shenqiang could not come back this time and died, it would be a very serious blow and loss to the Xia family. Okay, Master Zheng, since you said so, let's wait for news together. Xiao Hongda finally let go. After calming down just now, he also thought about some things clearly. As Zheng Guodong said, if he really deliberately induced it, he would definitely not come to their Xia family alone. From this point of view, he still chose to believe Zheng Guodong. Yet, Zheng Guodong nodded and said comfortingly, don't worry, Master Xia, Shen Qiang will definitely be able to come back. Everyone continued to wait here. After another 2 hours, there was still no news from Xia Ji and Xia Shenqiang. Master, it's been so long. Even if they were originally staying far away from our Xia family, they should have news. We can't wait step by step anymore. Let's arrange for someone to search, a senior member of the Xia family said. Yes, Master, send someone to search. The other senior members of the Xia family also expressed their opinions. Xia Hongda was actually more impatient than them. Xia Shenqiang was his biological son and the young master of the Xia family. If Xia Shenqiang got into trouble, he would be more sad than anyone else. Send someone out for a comprehensive search immediately. Xiao Hongda took a deep breath and gave the order. He didn't act rashly before because he was worried that he would alert the enemy and cause the other party to kill Xia Shunqiang. But now, it has been almost 5 hours since Xia Ji left with 10 level 4 energy crystals and Lu Mingyun and the other two. There had been no news for such a long time, and the feeling of uneasiness in his heart had reached its peak. Even if the senior members of the Xia family did not advise him to arrange people to go out and search, he would not be able to sit still. Yes, Patriarch. Many senior members of the Xia family answered in unison and hurriedly arranged the action. 3 hours later, Xia Haiming took the lead in bringing people back to the Xia family, his face full of sadness. The moment he saw Xia Haiming's expression, Xiao Hongde almost guessed the answer, but he couldn't help asking, "How is it? Is there any news, Patriarch?" Patriarch, Xia Haiming suppressed his uncomfortable emotions and said, "Young Patriarch and Xia Ji. They are all dead." Boom. As soon as these words came out, it was as if a huge bell exploded in Xia Hongde's mind. Dead. Dead. Xia Hongde seemed to have aged 10 years, his body retreated again and again, and he sat in a chair in embarrassment, unable to say a word. Patriarch. My condolences, Xia Haiming hurriedly comforted him. Dead. Zheng Guodong heard the news nearby. Although he did not show any joy on the surface, he was indeed extremely happy in his heart. Xia Shunqiang's death was definitely a major blow to the Xia family. Moreover, he had just learned that the team led by Xia Shunqiang was not only Xia Shunqiang, but also another level 4 evolver. In other words, this time, the Xia family lost a total of 2 level 4 evolvers. Although this is a difference of 3 people compared to the 5 evolvers lost by their Zhang family, it should be noted that their Zhang family did not lose anyone in the late stage of the 4th level. A person in the late stage of the 4th level evolver can at least compare with 7 or 8 people who have just become level 4 evolvers. After all, the strength of the late stage of the 4th level evolver is very close to the peak of the 4th level evolver. And once you reach the peak of the 4th level evolver, it will not be far from breaking through to the 5th level evolver. Alice. Master Xia, please accept my condolences. The dead cannot be resurrected. You cannot hurt your body. The Xia family still relies on you to manage the overall situation. After suppressing his emotions, Zheng Guodong also pretended to comfort him. Zheng Guodong and Xia Haiming's comfort naturally did not have any effect on Xia Hongde. Xia Hongde sat in the chair and pondered for a long time. Then he stood up, clenched his fists together, and roared angrily, Lin Fan. Lin Fan. If I don't kill you in this life, I swear I will not be a human being. Xia Hongde's voice was very loud, almost reaching the entire Xia family. It was enough to see how angry he was at this moment. Master, what should we do now? Xia Haiming asked. Things have already happened. No matter how much they regret, it is meaningless. The only thing they can do is to deal with the things that come later. Search? Xia Hongde took a deep breath and said, we must search them out for me, Master. What I am worried about now is that they are not weak. If our people go out to search for them, they may be in danger if they encounter them. Xia Haiming expressed his concerns. Xia Shunqiang, a late-stage 4th level evolver, died at the hands of Lin Fan and others. It is not difficult to rule out that something bad will happen to the rest of the people after they meet Lin Fan and others. Xia Hongde naturally understood Xia Haiming's concerns. He calmed down and thought about it, and said, first, call back all the people who were arranged to go out, redistribute them, and let them know more together. This time, I will also go out to search in person. Xia Shunqiang's death brought an extremely huge blow to Xia Hongde, and also made Xia Hongde's murderous intent against Lin Fan and others rise to an unprecedented height. Hearing that Xia Shunqiang was going to search in person, Zheng Guodong was naturally very happy. His ultimate goal was to see Lin Fan and others eliminated, not to see Lin Fan and others grow up. As long as Lin Fan and others can be eliminated, no method is important. Xia Hongde has the strength of a level 5 evolver. If Xia Hongde personally goes out to search for Lin Fan and others, if they meet them, there is absolutely no chance for Lin Fan and others to survive. Master Xia, let's search together. We can't give that group of people any chance, Zheng Guodong said. After that, he took out 5 level 4 energy crystals from his body. This is what we agreed on just now. Xia Hongde accepted the 5 level 4 energy crystals without hesitation and nodded. Now Lin Fan and his group are our common enemies. We must find them and get rid of them. Yes, if we don't get rid of them, they will always be our biggest worry. We can't give them the opportunity to continue to grow, Zhang Guodong nodded. The growth of Lin Fan and others has brought them a lot of pressure. Fortunately, this time Lin Fan and others killed Xia Shunqiang and others. In this way, the Xia family changed from passive help to active attack. With the two families joining forces, I don't believe that Lin Fan and others still have a chance to survive. Chapter 542 Zhang Guodong's analysis. Master Xia, I will go back to the Zhang family to organize people. Zhang Guodong frowned and said thoughtfully, from the current trend, the zombie tide will soon break out. We must find them before the zombie tide breaks out, otherwise no one knows whether they will leave Luocheng or go somewhere else when the zombie tide breaks out. Xiao Hongda was naturally aware of the zombie tide. The scale of this zombie tide was not small at all. When it broke out, they could not still search for Lin Fan and others outside. They had to let their family members return to their families and stay well. Otherwise, if they were lost in the zombie tide, it would not be a small loss, but would seriously damage the vitality of the entire family. At that time, some other families and forces in Luocheng would likely take advantage of the situation to rise to power. Thinking of this, Xiao Hongda took a deep breath, nodded, and said, "Okay, Master Zhang, then you go back and make arrangements. I will make arrangements here immediately. The two of us will also participate in this search. No matter which of our two families encounters them first, we must take them down and never give them any chances." Hearing what Xiao Hongda said, Zhang Guodong nodded and said, "Okay, then I will go back and make arrangements now. Goodbye." Xiao Hongda waved. Zhang Guodong did not waste any more time, turned around and walked out, quickly left the Xia family and returned to the Zhang family. After Zhang Guodong left, Xiao Hongda sat back on the chair, and the whole person fell into an extremely sad mood. "Master, my condolences. Take care of yourself." Xia Haiming looked at Xiao Hongda and comforted him. He knew that Xiao Hongda was just holding on. No matter what, Xia Shunqiang was Xiao Hongda's favorite son. The hope of the entire Xia family was originally placed on Xia Shunqiang. He did not expect such a thing to happen. Xia Shunqiang's death was undoubtedly a huge loss for the Xia family. Haiming, you go down first and call back all the people who were previously arranged for me to redistribute them. Now I want to be alone for a while. Xiao Hongda pondered. "Okay, Patriarch, I'll go and call them back." Xia Haiming nodded. Then, Xia Haiming turned around and walked out without wasting time. After Zhang Guodong left the Xia family, he went straight back to the Zhang family. He called together all the senior executives of the Zhang family. A senior executive asked, "Patriarch, have Lin Fan and others been arrested?" "No." Zhang Guodong shook his head and said, "An accident happened." "Accident?" The faces of the senior executives of the Zhang family all showed a touch of surprise. "Yes." Zhang Guodong narrowed his eyes and told the story again. After hearing what Zhang Guodong said, everyone in the Zhang family was shocked again. Xia Shunqiang is actually dead. He had the strength of a late-stage 4th-level evolver. He died at the hands of Lin Fan and his gang. Isn't that gang's strength improving too fast? How on earth did they improve their strength? How could it be possible that they improved so quickly? Yeah, with the speed of improvement, if they are allowed to continue to develop, who will be able to deal with them in the future? Everyone in the Zhang family started to discuss. Zhang Guodong glanced at everyone and said slowly, "Xia Shunqiang is the young master of the Xia family. His strength is in the late stage of the 4th-level evolver. Xia Shunqiang's death is definitely bad news for the Xia family, but it is indeed very good news for our Zhang family. Moreover, the most important thing is that with Xia Shunqiang being killed by Lin Fan's group, the Xia family also regarded Lin Fan's group as a mortal enemy. Now the Xia family is joining forces with our Zhang family to find them together. We must get rid of them. Otherwise, if we let them grow stronger, we will really not be their opponents in the future." Zhang Guodong also felt a lingering fear about the growth rate of Lin Fan and others. There was no way, mainly because Lin Fan and others grew too fast. It took less than half a month to grow to such a point. He was really worried that after a while, especially when Lin Fan's strength was upgraded to the level of the 5th-level evolver, the two families would probably not be Lin Fan's opponents even if they joined forces. At that time, they could only let Lin Fan slaughter them. "Master, it's not impossible to join forces to search for them, but the key is that we don't know where they are now," a senior member of the Zhang family said. Hearing this, the other senior members of the Zhang family nodded. "Let's make some inferences." Zhang Guodong's eyes flashed with 2 rays of light, and he analyzed, "If you are Lin Fan's group, Where would you go after killing Xia Shunqiang and others? Lin Fan's group knew to blackmail the Xia family's energy crystals, which means they also knew that Xia Shunqiang's identity was Xia Hongba's son and the young master of the Xia family. After killing Xia Shunqiang, they don't need to guess that the Xia family will definitely hunt them down and won't leave them any chance. So, I think they will definitely leave the Xia family's territory immediately after getting the energy crystals, a middle-aged woman in her 40s said. Although she is just a woman, her strength has reached the level of a 4th-level evolver, and she is also ranked among the top in the Zhang family. Another 38-year-old man said, "Yes, I also think that they will leave the Xia family's territory immediately. If they continue to stay in the Xia family's territory, it will be equivalent to creating an opportunity for the Xia family to find them. Then, they also know that our Zhang family will not let them go, and they probably won't come to our Zhang family's territory, so I think there is a high probability that they will go to Lu Omen's territory." After the man finished speaking, another person said, "Don't forget, Lin Fan and his gang had offended Lu Omen as early as when they were fighting for the 4th-level energy crystal in the sports plaza. The people of Lu Omen must be looking for them. If they go to Lu Omen's territory, wouldn't it be tantamount to walking into a trap? Lu Omen's strength is stronger than both our Zhang family and Xia family. Yes, Lu Omen's strength is indeed stronger than our two major families, but the problem is that compared to the current situation, their offense to our two major families is obviously much steeper than their offense to Lu Omen, and our two major families' hatred for them is far greater than Lu Omen's hatred for them." The third man said, "In this case, it is obviously safer for them to go to Lu Omen's territory than to stay in our two territories. After all, Lu Omen's leader will not only go out to search for them personally, right?" What this man meant was very simple, that is, both the Zhang family and the Xia family would send out people like the head of the family who are at the level of a 5th-level evolver to search. But Lu Omen's leader would definitely not do this. That makes sense. This man's opinion was affirmed by the most people. Head of the family, what do you think? Everyone quickly focused their attention on Zhang Guodong again. They discussed, but the final decision still belonged to Zhang Guodong. They would do whatever Zhang Guodong asked them to do, and this was an unchangeable fact. "What you said makes sense," Zhang Guodong nodded, and then changed his tone and said, "But you may have overlooked one point." Everyone's eyes were filled with deep doubts, not understanding what point they had overlooked. Zhang Guodong did not beat around the bush and continued, "That is, the most dangerous place is the safest place. I think they can imagine our inferences, that is to say, the most dangerous place for them now is actually the safest place for them." "Master, do you mean that after they killed Xia Shunqiang and others, they will continue to stay on the Xia family's territory?" one person asked in surprise. "Yes. That's what I mean." Zhang Guodong nodded without hesitation and said, "We all think that they killed Xia Shunqiang and others, and it is most dangerous to stay on the Xia family's territory. We guess that they will leave the Xia family's territory immediately. Little do we know that in this case, as long as they find a truly hidden place on the Xia family's territory to hide and wait for the corpse tide to erupt, we will ignore them. The more we search for them in other places, the more useless it is." After Zhang Guodong finished speaking, the atmosphere in the hall was silent for a moment. Then, everyone said in unison, "Master is wise." Yes, they now think that Zhang Guodong's analysis is completely correct. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Sometimes, it is the truth that everyone knows that is most likely to be overlooked. "Master, shall we go directly to the Xia family now?" one person asked. "Gather the people first," Zhang Guodong ordered. "After the people are gathered, follow me." "Yes," everyone answered in unison. Zhang Guodong's eyes flashed with a strong murderous intent, and he said, "If the people from our two families join together and search the Xia family's territory, we can search more carefully and won't miss any place. If we searched like this, I don't believe we can't find them." As he said that, Zhang Guodong waved his hand and ordered, "Gather the people now." "Yes," everyone answered again, and then without wasting any time, they turned around and left, and began to gather people. It didn't take much time to gather people, and soon the Zhang family's senior executives returned to the hall again. "Master, all the people have been gathered," the Zhang family senior executive said. "Okay," Zhang Guodong nodded again and said, "Everyone, come with me to Xia's house." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Guodong walked out of the hall first. The others looked at each other and followed Zhang Guodong out without hesitation. Then, they got into the car and followed Zhang Guodong to Xia's house. When they arrived at Xia's house, Xiao Hongda had gathered all the people of Xia's family and was about to go out to search for Lin Fan and others. The meeting between the two sides made the people of Xia's family have a lot of doubts. Master, why did the Zhang family suddenly send so many people to our side? Are they here to start a war with us? Yes, Master, shouldn't they search their territory? What exactly do they want to do? Everyone in the Xia family speculated. Chapter 543 The Second Branch. The speculation of the Xia family was indeed completely normal. When Zhang Guodong was at their Xia family, they had already discussed it well and went back to gather people to search for Lin Fan and others. As a result, Zhang Guodong suddenly brought so many Zhang family members to their Xia family, which naturally made them suspect whether Zhang Guodong and others had impure motives. After all, it should be noted that the Xia family had just lost Xia Shunqiang and others. The Xia family did not know that the Zhang family had also lost more people than them. They were worried that Zhang Guodong and others would take advantage of the situation and start a war with their Xia family at this time. But Xia Hongda had experienced many storms after all, and he was much calmer than other Xia family members. Don't jump to conclusions, wait and see, Xiao Hongda said in a deep voice. From the expressions of Zhang Guodong and others, he did not see the situation of going to war. What's more, Zhang Guodong knew very well that if their two families went to war, the one who would benefit the most would definitely be Luomen. At that time, if their two families fought and both suffered losses, then Luomen would be equivalent to picking up a big bargain for nothing. Thinking of this, Xiao Hongda naturally didn't need to worry about anything anymore, unless Zhang Guodong was almost stupid. Soon, Zhang Guodong brought everyone from the Zhang family to Xiao Hongda. Master Xia, everyone from the Zhang family greeted Xiao Hongda. Hello, everyone, Xiao Hongda nodded and responded. Master Xia, when I went back to gather people just now, I thought about it carefully. I think that Lin Fan's group should still be on your Xia family's territory. The people from our two major families should gather together to conduct a comprehensive search on the Xia family's territory, Zhang Guodong pondered. Master Zhang, how is this possible? A senior member of the Xia family said. Lin Fan's group killed the young master of our Xia family and others. As long as they are not stupid, they know that our Xia family will be furious and will launch a comprehensive hunt against them. In this case, if they don't run away quickly and continue to stay here, what else would it be like to seek death? Yes, everyone from the Xia family agreed. Zhang Guodong didn't dare to be surprised at the reaction of everyone from the Xia family. After all, when he said that just now, everyone in the Zhang family had the same reaction. Zhang Guodong took a deep breath and repeated his thoughts just now. After hearing what Zhang Guodong said, many people in the Xia family suddenly realized that what Zhang Guodong said was not unreasonable. Master Zhang, I also think your analysis is very likely. Xiao Hongda narrowed his eyes and said, we all think that they will quickly evacuate our Xia family's territory. In this case, they will do the opposite and continue to stay in our Xia family's territory. For them, it is still the safest place. Yes, Master Xia, it is precisely because I thought of this that I brought our Zhang family here to search with you. Zhang Guodong nodded and said, with the combined efforts of our two sides, one side will search from the east and the other side will search from the west. They will definitely not be able to escape. Okay, then it's a happy decision, Xiao Hongda said without hesitation. We will search from the east and you will search from the west. No matter which side finds them first, we must take them down at all costs and never give them a chance to escape. Xiao Hongda's hatred for Lin Fan and others is no less than Zhang Guodong's hatred for Lin Fan and others. As long as he thought of Xia Shunqiang's death, he wanted to cut Lin Fan into pieces. Okay, let's start the search now without further delay, Zhang Guodong said. Yes, Xiao Hongda nodded again. Then, Xiao Hongda did not waste any time, waved his hand, and led the Xia family to the east of the territory. Seeing this, Zhang Guodong also did not waste any time, and led the Zhang family to the west of the territory. While the Xiao and Zhang families were searching together, Lin Fan and his group had already arrived at the Zhang family's territory. Brother Lin Fan, we have already entered the Zhang family's territory. Where should we go? Muran Shan blinked and asked curiously. The most dangerous place is the safest place. This principle is still applicable, Lin Fan smiled and said, doesn't the Zhang family have two branches? The previous branch has been destroyed by us. Even if the Zhang family sends people there again, there is probably nothing good left. In that case, let's go to the second branch of the Zhang family and see if there are any good things in the second branch of the Zhang family. Okay, Murong Zhu, Murong Shan, Li Zihan, Mu Hongling, Lu Mingyan, Wei Heguang, and Zhang Fiwen had no objection to Lin Fan's arrangement. However, we don't need to drive now. We can just run there directly to avoid alerting the enemy, Lin Fan suggested. Okay, everyone got out of the car and ran on the road. Along the way, they didn't see many people from the Zhang family. These guys, are they really going to the Xia family's territory to search for us? Murong Shan chuckled. Of course, Lin Fan nodded with a smile and said, in their opinion, we will definitely find a hidden place on the Xia family's territory to hide and wait for the zombie tide to break out. So, it is conceivable that the Xia family and the Zhang family have already gathered a lot of people and are conducting a carpet search of us on the Xia family's territory. Hearing this, Mu Hongling's beautiful eyes flashed and said, in this way, won't the Zhang family be very empty? It will be empty, but I think there should still be people at the peak level of the 4th level evolver at the Zhang family headquarters. Lin Fan pondered and said, anyway, that is the Zhang family's headquarters. If they don't have a master watching, it would be too careless. After all, they not only have to guard against us, but they also have to guard against others. The Zhang family headquarters is equivalent to the foundation of the Zhang family. If the foundation is destroyed, it will definitely be a huge blow to the Zhang family. In this huge Luocheng, there are not only the Luo family, the Zhang family and the Xia family, but also other families and forces. Although these families and forces are not as powerful as Luomen, Zhang and Xia, if they have the chance, they would not mind launching a sneak attack on Luomen, Zhang and Xia. In fact, Lin Fan's guess was not wrong. Zhang Guodong took many Zhang family members to the Xia family's territory, but the forces left behind at the Zhang family headquarters were still not bad. There were 2 people at the peak of the 4th level of evolution. With Lin Fan's current strength, it is no problem to deal with people at the late stage of the 4th level of evolution, but if it is to deal with people at the peak of the 4th level of evolution, it is difficult to judge the winner. What's more, the Zhang family has left 2 people of this level. Therefore, it is an extremely correct choice for Lin Fan and others to focus on another branch of the Zhang family. An hour later, a small base appeared in the side of Lin Fan and others. Lin Fan, this is the second branch of the Zhang family. Lu Mingying looked at the small base in front and said slowly. This second branch looks larger than the first branch we destroyed before, Murong Shan said. Yes, I heard that this second branch is mainly a place to store some food resources. It was specially built by the Zhang family, Lu Mingying said. A place to store food resources, Murong Shan said with some disappointment. Then there is no great temptation for us. What they lack now is not food resources. With their strength, finding food resources is not a problem. Let's go in and take a look first. Lin Fan smiled slightly. If we can get some gains, that would be good. If we can't get any gains, destroying this branch will be another big blow to the Zhang family. Brother Lin Fan is right. Now the Zhang family and we are mortal enemies. Weakening the power of the Zhang family is beneficial to us no matter from which angle. Murong Shan nodded slightly. Yes, that's what I mean. Lin Fan smiled again. Then should we go in directly? Li Zihan tilted his head to look at Lin Fan and asked. Yes, go in directly. Their defense force here is definitely not comparable to our team. There is no need to care so much, Lin Fan said. After the voice fell, they did not waste any more time and followed Lin Fan into the second branch of the Zhang family. Who are you? The arrival of Lin Fan and others naturally attracted the attention of the Zhang family. But soon, someone reacted. It's them. It's Lin Fan and others. Everyone in the Zhang family knew what had happened during this period of time. In this case, the team combination of Lin Fan and others has also been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. When they saw the 4 girls and Andy, they woke up without a doubt. The leader of this branch heard the shouting outside and immediately rushed out of the room and came to the courtyard. How dare you come here? The leader's eyes showed a deep surprise, and he said in disbelief. They had all heard about Zhang Guodong leading the Zhang family to the Xia family to search for Lin Fan and others, and they were naturally very clear about Zhang Guodong's speculation. Did you all think we were still in the Xia family's territory? Lin Fan smiled disdainfully and said, you didn't expect it. We took the initiative to come here to find you, Lin Fan. There is an irreconcilable feud between our Zhang family and you. The leader stared at Lin Fan, opening his mouth, wanting to say something. However, Lin Fan did not give him the opportunity to continue, interrupting, it is precisely because of the irreconcilable feud that we decided to come here to make the Zhang family more angry towards us. You said that after destroying your branch, The expression on your head of the family should be quite exciting, right? Hearing this, the leader instantly felt a cool breeze blowing on his back. He felt a strong murderous intent from Lin Fan's eyes and tone. In other words, he was 100% sure that Lin Fan came here to kill them. Everyone, run away. Run out and find the head of the family, the leader reacted immediately and shouted loudly. Chapter 544 right here. They had all heard about how strong Lin Fan was. Although the defense of their branch was not bad, and he himself had the strength of a mid-level 4th level evolver, he knew very well that they could not possibly be the opponents of Lin Fan and his men. If they did not seize the opportunity to escape now, they would all fall into the hands of Lin Fan and his men, and there would be no chance of survival. Hearing the leader's shout, the rest of the Zhang family members immediately reacted. Even the leader let them run away. If they did not seize the time to escape, they would really have no choice but to die here. There are so many of us here, if we still let you run away, how can we save face after the news spreads? Muran Shan chuckled. Do it. Lin Fan also smiled and said, don't let any of them escape, okay? Muranzu and the others nodded, then took action and rushed towards the Zhang family members who were trying to escape. Compared with Muranzu and his men, the speed of those people was not at the same level at all, and they were caught up before they ran far. They could not compete in speed, nor in strength. The people who were caught up kept screaming. Especially Andy, who specifically chased those who ran fast. Under Andy's fierce pursuit, they had no chance to escape. Don't expect them to get away. Lin Fan locked his eyes on the leader and said lightly, you might as well care about your own ending. As soon as the voice fell, Lin Fan moved and rushed towards the leader. Facing Lin Fan's attack, the leader did not dare to be careless at all. His face was condensed and he fought fiercely with Lin Fan. He knew that at such a distance from Lin Fan, even if he chose to turn around and run away, he would not be able to get rid of Lin Fan. The only way was to fight and retreat at the same time. Only when he found the opportunity when Lin Fan was not paying attention would he have a little hope of leaving. Bang! Bang! The fists of the two kept colliding with each other. The leader's face became very ugly, because the collision with Lin Fan's fist made his fist feel a sharp pain. It felt as if the bones in his fist were about to be shattered. How can this bastard be so strong? The leader's heart was like a storm. He never thought that Lin Fan's fist would be so hard. Bang! Bang! Lin Fan would not give the opponent any chance to relax, and he attacked fiercely, wave after wave. Bang! About 10 minutes later, while the opponent could not react, Lin Fan flashed to the side of the opponent's body and punched hard, hitting the opponent's face. Crack! This punch not only heard a dull sound, but also the sound of bones breaking. With one punch, the cheekbone of the leader of the branch was smashed. Ah! The leader opened his mouth and screamed, and his body flew to the side under the power of the fist. He flew more than 10 meters before falling from mid-air. The moment he landed, Lin Fan had already come in front of him, raised his foot, and stepped hard on his chest. Ahem! A violent cough came from the leader's mouth. He looked at Lin Fan with fear in his eyes, as if he didn't expect Lin Fan's strength to be so strong. You know, he had heard that Lin Fan was only very powerful when he used his superpowers, but when Lin Fan and him fought just now, he didn't use superpowers at all. He was a person with the strength of a mid-level 4th level evolver, but he was taken down by Lin Fan in just 10 minutes. This is enough to show that Lin Fan's strength is really strong. Brother Lin Fan, we've also taken care of it here. At this time, Muranzu, Li Zihan, Mu Hongling, Lu Mingyan, Wei Heguang, Zhang Fiwen and Andy also ended the pursuit. Lin Fan nodded, looked at the leader of the Zhang family branch again, and said, did you see it? All your people are dead, Lin Fan. Don't be arrogant. The head of the family will definitely avenge us. Definitely, the leader said with gritted teeth. Although his cheekbone was shattered, making it difficult for him to speak, he still looked like he would rather die than surrender. It seemed that he wanted to bring some threats to Lin Fan before he died so as to put Lin Fan under psychological pressure. Yes, I have never denied this, Lin Fan smiled and said, so many people from your Zhang family have lost their lives in our hands. As the head of the Zhang family, Zhang Guodong is not worthy of being the head of the family if he does not avenge you. Unfortunately, revenge is not something he can do just because he wants to. He needs to have the strength to do it. Hearing what Lin Fan said, the leader almost fainted from anger. He endured the pain and looked at Lin Fan. Do you think you can defeat even a level 5 evolver now? I can't defeat a level 5 evolver now, But who told you that Zhang Guodong and the others can find us now? Lin Fan smiled and said, when they find us, it may be too late. Then it won't be them chasing us, but we will hunt them instead. Do you understand? Although Lin Fan said these words lightly, the confidence revealed in his words can really give people a strong infection. Even this leader couldn't help but worship Lin Fan in his heart. But his identity told him that he could not worship Lin Fan. Impossible. Do you think it's so easy to reach the level of a level 5 evolver? The leader said stubbornly. You can't escape. Absolutely not. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his palm and slapped it on his forehead. With a dull sound, his breath was cut off. This scene made Murenzhu and others a little confused. This guy is quite self-aware. He knows that he can't escape from us, and he also knows that we can't spare his life. He chose to commit suicide, Murenzhu said slowly. Lin Fan nodded and said, this may be the best result for him. Then, Lin Fan glanced at this Zhang family branch and said, let's start the search now. See what we can get in this branch. Yes, Murenzhu and others responded and began to search. Soon, they reunited. What did you get? Lin Fan asked with a smile. Brother Lin Fan, Andy and I have harvested 6 level 3 energy crystals, Murenzhu said. When they went to search just now, she and Andy searched together. Murenzhu, Li Zihan, Mu Hongling, Lu Mingyan, Wei Heguang, and Zhang Fiwen also reported their harvests. After listening, Lin Fan was not surprised and said, a total of 10 level 3 energy crystals were harvested, which is not bad. After all, after the first branch of the Zhang family was destroyed by us last time, they must have been more vigilant. Yes, they left us 10 level 3 energy crystals, which is really good, Murenzhu said with a smile. It's a pity that we are not short of food resources, otherwise, the food resources in their branch are still quite abundant, Li Zihan said. At this point, Mu Hongling sighed. Fortunately, we became evolvers. If we were not evolvers, we would probably work hard for food resources every day. Yes, only by becoming evolvers can we continuously improve our strength and stand firm in this doomsday world. Wei Heguang and Zhang Fiwen looked at each other and expressed their deep sympathy. They had been together before they became evolvers. At that time, they ran around everywhere every day for more food resources. There was also a conflict with others and they almost died at their hands. After becoming evolvers, they began to rise slowly. 10 level 3 energy crystals, 5 for each of you two. Lin Fan looked at Wei Heguang and Zhang Fiwen, walked over and handed them 10 level 3 energy crystals, and said, I see that your momentum has reached the peak of the late level 3 evolvers. After absorbing these 5 level 3 energy crystals, you should be able to rise to the peak of the level 3 evolvers. Yes, Wei Heguang and Zhang Fiwen both nodded. Then, each of them took 5 level 3 energy crystals in their hands. Let's start absorbing now, Lin Fan said. Brother Lin Fan, aren't we leaving here? Murenzhu asked in confusion. This question was also what Murenzhu and the others were curious about, and their eyes were focused on Lin Fan. Although this is the branch of the Zhang family and it looks unsafe, it is definitely a very safe place at this time, because the people of the Zhang family would never think that we would stay in their branch. Lin Fan smiled and said, besides, when the corpse tide breaks out, it is true that we need to go out for training, but we also need a place for us to rest. I just took a look, this Zhang family branch is well built and fairly solid, and it can be used as a place for us to rest during the corpse tide outbreak. But, Brother Lin Fan, what if the people of the Zhang family and the Xia family come here to search and the corpse tide has not yet broken out? Murenzhu asked again. Not really. Lin Fan shook his head and said, from the current level of zombies gathering, the zombie tide should break out in the next 2 days. The people of the Xia family and the Zhang family will not have enough time to search such a large area in 2 days. The second branch of the Zhang family is already on the edge of the Zhang family's territory. If they want to search it, they basically have to search the entire Zhang family's territory. Therefore, Lin Fan felt that they would not be able to search it so quickly. Murenzhu and others naturally had no objection to Lin Fan's arrangement. Then you two go absorb the 3rd level energy crystal, and I will clean up here. Lu Mingyan looked at Wei Heguang and Zhang Fiwen and said. Wei Heguang and Zhang Fiwen nodded and found a room to absorb the 3rd level energy crystal. Lu Mingyan did not waste time and started to clean up. After all, after Wei Heguang and Zhang Fiwen left, there were only him and Lin Fan, 5 people left. It's impossible to let Lin Fan and 5 people clean up, right? Chapter 545 No Rest Allowed. While Lu Mingyan was cleaning, Lin Fan, Murengzhu, Murengshan, Li Zihan, and Mu Hongling walked to the lawn outside the Zhang family branch. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, several months have passed, Li Zihan said with a sigh. Yes, when the doomsday broke out before, I thought I wouldn't live long, but I didn't expect it to get better and better, Mu Hongling also sighed. This is the legendary unpredictable world, Lin Fan smiled. Brother Lin Fan, what do you think we will do in the future? Murengshan suddenly asked. Hearing the question asked by Murengshan, Lin Fan and others were stunned. Why are you looking at me like this? Murengshan was stunned, not quite understanding the meaning of Lin Fan and others' eyes. Lin Fan reached out and touched Murengshan's hair, and said, we didn't expect you to ask such a philosophical question. Yes, Murengzhu, Li Zihan and Mu Hongling looked at each other and nodded. Then, several people laughed happily. Because in everyone's impression, Murengshan is the kind of happy-go-lucky person who doesn't think about such long-term issues. Her sudden question really surprised Lin Fan and others. However, this question is indeed well asked. Lin Fan smiled and said, as far as the current situation is concerned, we are considered to be a very good existence among the younger generation, but looking at the whole country and even the world, there are still many people who are stronger and more powerful than us. We still have a long way to go, and there are many people to surpass. In short, what we need to consider now is to get through this zombie tide first and see how much we can gain from it. What Lin Fan didn't say clearly was that he wanted to see how long it would take him to break through to the level of a level 5 evolver. Because next he would have to compete with geniuses from all over the world. Only by performing outstandingly in the competition with geniuses from all over the world could he gain greater reputation. By then, he would have the strength to command the support of hundreds of people, and he would be able to recruit more people to join his team. Only in this way would he have a greater hope of dominating the world. Thinking of this, a strong determination appeared in Lin Fan's eyes. Now our team is very strong, and we will definitely have a lot of harvest in this zombie tide, Murengshan said confidently. Murengzhu and others all agreed with Murengshan's words. They continued to chat outside, and soon Lu Mingyun came out after cleaning. It's cleaned up, you can go in, Lu Mingyun said with a smile. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Lin Fan said. Small problem, Lu Mingyun shook his head. Following Lin Fan's team, he has gained a lot of benefits. Doing these jobs is really not a problem for him. The group walked back to the branch and continued to wait for Wei Haiguang and Zhang Fiwen to absorb the third-level energy crystal. The process of Wei Haiguang and Zhang Fiwen absorbing the third-level energy crystal did not last too long. Not long after Lin Fan and others returned to the branch, the two of them completed the absorption work. The two walked out of the room and came to Lin Fan and others. Wei Haiguang, Zhang Fiwen, how do you feel? Have you reached the peak of the third-level evolvers? Murengshan saw Wei Haiguang and Zhang Fiwen walk out and asked first. At this moment, Lin Fan had used the ring to read the data information of Wei Haiguang and Zhang Fiwen. He could clearly understand that the strength of Wei Haiguang and Zhang Fiwen had been raised to the peak of the third-level evolvers with the help of the 10 third-level energy crystals. Of course, he could know in advance by reading the data information through the ring, but Murengshan and others did not have the ring to read the data information. Hearing Murengshan's question, Murengzhu and others also focused their attention on Wei Haiguang and Zhang Fiwen. Although Lu Mingyun and the other two joined the team temporarily, everyone is in the same team now, and there is no doubt that they hope that their teammates can be stronger. Wei Haiguang was the first to speak. My strength has reached the peak level of a level 3 evolver. After he finished speaking, Zhang Fiwen followed up and said, my strength has also reached the peak level of a level 3 evolver. That's great. This way, the two of you will soon be able to break through and become level 4 evolvers. Murengshan smiled and said, after you continue to harvest level 3 energy crystals in the corpse tide this time, you will become genuine level 4 evolvers. Yes, Wei Haiguang and Zhang Fiwen looked at each other and nodded happily. Lin Fan and others have become level 4 evolvers, and now only the two of them are not level 4 evolvers. Naturally, they are full of yearning for the strength of level 4 evolvers and can't wait to become level 4 evolvers as soon as possible. Okay, let's rest here today. Lin Fan looked up at the sky, then said, starting tomorrow, we have to arrange people to take turns to stand guard. Stand guard? Murengshan was slightly startled, and asked in confusion, Brother Lin Fan, what are we standing guard for? Hearing Murengshan's question, Murengzhu, Li Zihan, Mu Hongling, Lu Mingyun, Wei Haiguang, and Zhang Fewen also looked at Lin Fan curiously. Lin Fan's eyes condensed, and he slowly said, because, starting tomorrow, we must always pay attention to the dynamics outside. After all, no one knows when the zombie tide will break out. Yes, the number of zombies gathered in the past 2 days has been so huge, and the zombie tide may break out at any time. Once it breaks out, we have to hunt down the evolved zombies, Murin Shan said. It's not that we should hunt down evolved zombies just for the sake of an outbreak. Lin Fan looked at Murin Shan with a helpless look, and said helplessly, what I mean is that when the zombie tide breaks out, we must first understand the scale of the zombie tide. After understanding it clearly, we can come up with specific plans, and, most importantly, we have to know whether there are Wuji zombies in this zombie tide. If there are level 5 zombies, we must be very careful. After all, with the strength of our team, we can't deal with level 5 zombies at this stage. Once we are targeted by level 5 zombies, we may not be able to escape. Lin Fan's words made Murinzu and others realize. Lin Fan, starting from tomorrow, let the guard duty be handled by the 3 of us. Lu Mingying looked at Wei Haiguang and Zhang Fewen, and took the initiative to stand up and say, yes, Lin Fan, the 3 of us can handle things like guard duty. Wei Haiguang followed. Yes, we can definitely do it well, Zhang Fewen finally said. The 3 of them felt that they had gained too many benefits from following Lin Fan during this period. Although they also helped, they knew very well that their help was not worth so many benefits. Therefore, they took the initiative to stop things like standing guard and would not let Lin Fan and others consider it. Okay, then I'll let Andy go with you. In this way, it will be better for the 4 of us to be divided into 2 groups and take turns to stand guard. Lin Fan glanced at Andy and said, when the zombie tide breaks out, we also need to be in peak condition. We can't stand guard together without resting and adjusting. Woof woof. As soon as Lin Fan finished speaking, Andy barked twice, indicating that he understood what Lin Fan meant. Okay, then Andy, come with us. Lu Mingyun also nodded and did not refuse Andy's help. Andy is an evolved and mutated dog with very keen hearing and other aspects. It would indeed be much better if Andy followed to stand guard. Okay, this is decided. Let's take a rest today, Lin Fan said. Yes, Murinzu and the others answered in unison, and then they did not waste any more time outside. They turned around and found their rooms and began to rest. At the same time, the search work of the Xia family and the Zhang family was still underway. Master, are they not in our territory? We have searched so seriously and carefully, but we still can't find any trace of them. It's really strange, a senior member of the Xia family said. They have been searching for Lin Fan and others all day, and it can be said that the search has been unprecedentedly careful, but the problem is that after such a careful search, they still can't find any trace of Lin Fan and others. Hearing this person's words, the others also discussed it. Yes, Master, it stands to reason that even if we can't find them through such a search, we should be able to find their traces. Yes, Master, are we looking in the wrong direction? Are they not in our Xia family's territory? Naturally, the words of the crowd fell into Xia Hongda's ears word for word. Xia Hongda took a deep breath, but still said firmly, impossible. We can all guess that they will leave the Xia family's territory, and they can also guess that we will think so they will definitely stay here. We didn't find it here, but it doesn't mean that Zhang Guodong didn't find it. Maybe they have already found it. Xia Hongda didn't believe that Lin Fan and others had left their Xia family's territory, and he still held on to hope. Xia Hongda said so, and naturally the others didn't dare to talk back or refute, and could only nod. Master, then should we take a break? Someone asked. After searching for such a whole day, they were indeed a little tired. No rest. Keep looking, Xia Hongda said in a deep voice. If we rest here, it is very likely to create more opportunities for them. Before we find them, or before we finish searching our Xia family's territory, no one is allowed to rest without my order. Do you understand? Understood, everyone in the Xia family answered in unison. Chapter 546, It may break out tomorrow. Xia Hongda's hatred for Lin Fan and others has reached a point where he can't hide it even if he says a word. Whenever he mentions Lin Fan and others, his anger will burn fiercely. This kind of anger is something he himself did not expect to be so strong. The Xia family did not dare to refute his arrangement, and continued to search under his leadership. On the other side, the Zhang family also continued to search under the leadership of Zhang Guodong. Master, we have searched so hard, but still haven't found them. Could it be that they are not on the area we searched? A senior member of the Zhang family asked in confusion. No matter whether they are in the area we searched or not, we should do our best to search without leaving any behind. Zhang Guodong took a deep breath and pondered. In this way, our work here is done well, and then it depends on whether the work of the Xia family is done well. Although the two families are searching together, if one of them makes a mistake during the search, it will obviously be blamed. Therefore, no matter whether they can find Lin Fan and others within the scope of their search, they should do what they should do. Master, we have been searching for such a long time. Should we let everyone take a break before we continue? The senior member of the Zhang family asked again. No rest. Zhang Guodong shook his head decisively without thinking, and said, under the current situation, the zombie tide may break out at any time. We must not relax. You must remember that although the zombie tide breaks out, they may also die in the zombie tide, but such things are never 100% certain. We must let them die in our hands, so that we can be 100% relieved. The talent and growth potential of that group of people are too strong. We must not give any of them a chance, especially that Lin Fan. Zhang Guodong now has a little fear of Lin Fan in his heart. He knows very well that Lin Fan's strength has not yet reached the level of a 5th level evolver, and he can suppress Lin Fan. But once Lin Fan's strength breaks through to the level of a 5th level evolver, he will not be able to suppress Lin Fan no matter what. At that time, if Lin Fan wants to destroy their Zhang family, he can only watch helplessly without being able to stop it. Yes, hearing this, everyone in the Zhang family answered in unison, and they also did not dare to make any rebuttal. The two major families, the Xia family and the Zhang family, continue their search. One night passed, until noon the next day, the people of the two major families finally met together. Master Xia, how is your search going? Have you found any clues about them? Zhang Guodong walked towards Xia Hongda and asked Xia Hongda. Seeing Zhang Guodong coming, Xia Hongda also stepped out and said, nothing was found. What about you? We didn't find anything either. Zhang Guodong shook his head. Damn it. Where did they go? Xia Hongda couldn't help but curse. We have searched very carefully, and we haven't found them like this. I think there's only one possibility, Zhang Guodong said. What possibility? Xia Hongda asked. That is, they are not on the Xia family's territory, Zhang Guodong pondered. Although he didn't want to admit this fact, it now seems that Lin Fan and others are indeed not on the Xia family's territory, otherwise, they would not have found even a trace. If they are not in our Xia family's territory, then where would they go? Did they go to Luomen? Xia Hongda frowned. It is not impossible for them to go to Luomen. Zhang Guodong thought for a while and continued, Luomen is stronger than us, this is an undeniable fact, but with a large number of people in Luomen, they will consider the impact and shock of the zombie tide outbreak on them. In addition, the conflict between Luomen and Lin Fan and others is not as big as ours, or it has not reached the level of life and death hatred like us. After comprehensive consideration, they must know that the leader of Luomen will not personally participate in the search for them. So compared with our personal participation in the search, it is understandable that they choose to go to Luomen's territory. After listening to Zhang Guodong's analysis, Xia Hongda nodded and felt that it made sense. If they are really on Luomen's territory, how can we find them? Xia Hongda's expression was serious, and he said, we are already in a competitive relationship with Luomen. We are both involved in this search. If we take people to search Luomen's territory, there will undoubtedly be a conflict with Luomen. At that time, it will become a battle between the three major forces. This issue really needs to be carefully considered. Don't be impulsive at all, Zhang Guodong replied. Or, we can go directly to the leader of Luomen to make it clear, Xia Hongda said. Make it clear? Zhang Guodong was stunned. Yes, that is, to make it clear about the talents and growth potential of Lin Fan and others, so that the leader of Luomen will also know how much trouble Lin Fan and others will cause when they grow up, Xia Hongda said in a deep voice. Luomen and Lin Fan and others also have conflicts. If Lin Fan and others grow up and deal with us later, they will definitely deal with Luomen. Luomen can't stay out of it. Yes. This issue is indeed something Luomen needs to think about. Zhang Guodong nodded, thinking that what Xia Hongda said could be tried. Then when shall we go? Zhang Guodong asked. After searching for such a long time, both of us are a little tired. We don't know when the zombie tide will suddenly break out next, so we should let them rest for a while. Xia Hongda thought for a while and said, I suggest that everyone rest for 3 hours. After 3 hours, We will set out to Luoman to discuss with the Luoman leader. Do you think it's okay? Okay, it's decided. Zhang Guodong nodded again. The people on both sides have been searching for nearly 30 hours in a row. After such a long working state, they really need to adjust and rest. Although 3 hours is a long time, it can also allow both sides to recover. After the discussion, Xiao Hongda and Zhang Guodong walked back to their own people and announced that they would rest for 3 hours. Everyone was naturally very happy to hear that they could rest. Luocheng, Central Square. Chu Hongxun, Feng Kangde and others are still in this place. At this moment, Dakshin, Xiaotu and others are training. Feng Kangde is in charge of training today. Chu Hongxun walked towards Feng Kangde, glanced at Dakshin, Xiaotu and others who were training, then turned his gaze back to Feng Kangde and said, I just went out for a walk, did you find anything? Feng Kangde asked. If my guess is correct, the zombie tide will probably break out tomorrow, Chu Hongxun said. Tomorrow? Feng Kangde frowned slightly and said, I also went out to observe a few days ago. I feel that this zombie tide is even larger than we expected. How much do you think it can reach? Chu Hongxun asked. 8 million. Feng Kangde stretched out his hand and made an A gesture. 8 million. Chu Hongxun nodded and said, I think it's about the same, because I went outside Luocheng to see that there are already so many zombies outside that you can't see the edge. When the zombie tide really breaks out, the zombies outside will pour into the city. With such a large scale of zombies, there must be level 5 zombies among them. I don't know how those little guys are doing now, Feng Kangde said in a deep voice. The little guys he was talking about were naturally the students they were bringing with them. Let's leave it to fate. Chu Hongxun took a deep breath and said, they must go through this kind of training to grow faster. Although there will definitely be students injured in this zombie outbreak, I believe that the students who have experienced it will have a huge improvement in strength, that's for sure. Feng Kangde nodded, his eyes swept over Dakshin, Xiaotu and others, and said, if the zombie outbreak tomorrow, we have to guard this place well. Guard this place? Chu Hongxun frowned slightly. What's wrong? Feng Kangde looked at Chu Hongxun in confusion. He had already sensed a different aura from Chu Hongxun's slightly frowned brows. I don't think we should stay here. This square is too big and has a large area. There will definitely be a lot of zombies gathering here. Chu Hongxun's eyes condensed and he said, if there are no level 5 zombies, or if there are level 5 zombies that we can deal with, then there won't be any big problems. But if there are level 5 zombies that we can't deal with, we won't be able to defend here at all. We will be surrounded by zombies and it won't be good for us at all. What do you mean? Feng Kangde asked. Chu Hongxun pointed to a building not far from the square and said, I think it would be better for us to go to that building. I have already inspected it and it is very suitable for us to stay there and wait and see. The most important thing is that in that building, we can also see the square clearly at a glance. Even if some students can't hold on and run to the square, we can still find them in the first place. Okay, then do as you say. We will take them to that building tomorrow. Feng Kangde nodded and agreed without any objection. Then you continue training and I will go and observe, Chu Hongxun said. Okay, Feng Kangde nodded again. Chu Hongxun didn't waste any more time and turned to walk out of the square. After leaving the square, he glanced around and the figures of Lin Fan and others appeared in his mind. I wonder where these little guys are now? How much have their strengths improved? Chu Hongxun muttered to himself. He has always been concerned about Lin Fan and others. This concern is not only because Lin Fan and others are his students, he needs Lin Fan and others to win glory for him, but more importantly, he wants to see the talents and growth potential of Lin Fan and others, and see how far they will go in the future if they are well developed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 547 Don't Alert the Snake. While the Xiao and Zhang families were resting, the two peak level 4 evolvers who stayed behind at the Xia headquarters were sitting together discussing something. I don't know why, but I always have a bad feeling in my heart, one person said. What bad feeling? Can you be more specific? Another person asked in confusion. It's just like I feel like something's going to happen. Something's going to happen? Do you mean something related to Lin Fan and his gang? I don't know, but that bad premonition has always been there, and it's getting stronger. With our family head and Xia Hongda and the others going to search, What can go wrong? You have to know that our family head and Xia Hongda are both level 5 evolvers. Although that kid is quite powerful, he can definitely not be compared with a level 5 evolver. Of course I know that. The man frowned. I'm definitely not worried that something will happen to our family head and the others after they encounter Lin Fan and the others. I should be worried that something will happen to us. What can happen to us? Do Lin Fan and the others dare to come here to find us? Another person sneered and said, it's not that we look down on them, but the two of us are at least at the peak of level 4 evolvers. If the two of us can't deal with Lin Fan when we join forces, then how can we still have the face to continue living? The man shook his head and said, I'm not worried about us two, but about the branch. As soon as these words came out, the other person's face instantly became solemn. You're right. The other person's eyes darkened and he said, the head of the family and the others went to search the Xia family's territory, guessing that Lin Fan's group must be in the Xia family's territory, but if Lin Fan's group did the opposite and did not continue to stay in the Xia family's territory, but returned to our Zhang family, then it is very likely that they will attack our branch. After all, our Zhang family and they are now considered to be mortal enemies. If they have almost weakened our Zhang family's strength, they will definitely not be merciful. Yes, that's what I mean. The previous person nodded and said, just now I was not sure where the bad premonition came from. Now I am 100% sure that the bad premonition came from the branch. I think it is necessary for us to arrange people to check the two branches. Okay, the other person nodded, then shouted to the outside, and soon someone walked in from outside. Send someone to our two branches immediately to check if there are any problems. The other person looked at the person who came in and gave an order. Yes, the other person nodded in response and was about to turn around and go out to make arrangements. Wait, the previous person interrupted. You don't need to arrange too many people, just arrange 2 people on each side. Only 2. Both of them were startled. Yes, only 2 on each side, and don't let them go directly into the branch to check. Let them look at it from a farther distance with a telescope. No matter what they see, let them come back and report immediately, the person reminded. Yes, the other person answered again, and then turned around and went out to make arrangements. Are you afraid of alerting the enemy? The other person asked. Yes, so, you almost suspect that something must have happened in our branch. I have this intuition. The people arranged by the Zhang family to go out to check did indeed do their job according to the instructions. They hid in a relatively far place with a telescope to observe the situation of the branch, and did not go there to find out the truth in person. After the investigation, they all returned to the Zhang family headquarters. The 2 people who investigated the first branch reported the news, and there was no problem. The 2 people who investigated the second branch looked more unhappy. What did you find? Tell me directly. When we used the telescope to observe, we found that there were no people from our Zhang family in the second branch. One of them said tremblingly. Moreover, we also saw a dog, not an ordinary dog, but a dog with the strength of a 4th level evolver. A dog with the strength of a 4th level evolver. This sentence made the faces of the 2 people who stayed behind change. Sure enough, something went wrong, Zhang Junayan said with a very serious look. That dog is definitely the dog of Lin Fan's group. Their dogs have appeared in our second branch, which means that they have already taken down the second branch. Are you sure you didn't see a person from our Zhang family in the second branch? Another person with a peak strength of a 4th level evolver asked. Yes, very sure, the man replied. We watched for a long time, but we didn't see any of our people. We wanted to get closer to take a closer look, but we were afraid that we would be discovered by them, so we didn't dare to get closer. You did a good job. They are very strong. It's good that you didn't get discovered when you got close. If you were discovered, you would definitely not be able to escape, Zhang Junayan said. Junayan, what do you think we should do now? Another person with the strength of the peak of the 4th level evolution looked at Zhang Junayan and asked, should we surround them directly? Zhang Junayan thought about it, shook his head and said, no, although both of us are the strength of the peak of the 4th level evolution, the other party is too bold. They dare to attack our second branch openly. I'm worried that their team has grown again. To be on the safe side, I think we should notify the head of the family first. As long as the head of the family comes, the other party is doomed to die. Zhang Junayan is a person with a relatively stable mind. He seems to be more stable in everything he does. He will consider things very comprehensively. He was worried that the people here would not be able to catch Lin Fan and others. If they alerted them and Lin Fan and others escaped, it would be very troublesome to find Lin Fan and others. If they notify Zhang Guodong, Xiao Hongde and others to come, Lin Fan and others would not be able to escape. Alright. Just do as you said, the man at the peak of the 4th level of evolution nodded. You stay here with the family, I will notify the head of the family. Zhang Junayan's eyes condensed, and he reminded, in addition, send people to the branch again to keep an eye on them, from a distance, and never get close to them. Just make sure they are still in the branch. If they want to leave, they can't have a direct conflict with them. Just observe their position and direction from a distance. Okay, let me arrange it, the man nodded. Well, then I'm leaving. Zhang Junayan didn't waste any more time after he finished speaking. He went out and drove a car and went straight to the Xia family's territory. After Zhang Junayan left, the man quickly arranged for 8 people to go to the second branch of the Zhang family with telescopes and pay attention to the situation of the branch from 8 directions at a certain distance. Xia Hongde, Zhang Guodong and others were resting at the junction of the Xia family and the Zhang family. The 3-hour rest time agreed before was soon over. Master Xia, it's almost time to rest. Let's go to Luomen to talk to the master of Luomen. Zhang Guodong looked at Xia Hongde and said slowly. Okay, Xia Hongde nodded. After 3 hours of rest, everyone's state should be adjusted. There is no need for them to delay here any longer. Just when they gathered everyone and prepared to go to Luomen, a shout came from another direction. Master, there is an urgent matter to report. This shout undoubtedly attracted everyone's attention. Everyone's eyes gathered in the direction where the shout came from. Zhang Junayan, when Zhang Guodong saw the appearance of the person who came clearly, he was also slightly stunned. Obviously, he did not expect Zhang Junayan to come here to find him. At this moment, he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Did he ask Zhang Junayan to stay at the Zhang family headquarters to watch? Why did Zhang Junayan run out? Moreover, the fact that Zhang Junayan personally said that he was reporting an urgent matter was enough to show that this matter was really important. Could it be that something went wrong at the Zhang family headquarters? Thinking of these possibilities, Zhang Guodong's expression became much more solemn. Under the gaze of everyone, Zhang Junayan quickly came in front of everyone. Junayan, what's the matter? Zhang Guodong asked, his eyes fixed on Zhang Junayan. Master, we found Lin Fan's group, Zhang Junayan said. What? As soon as Zhang Junayan's words spread, everyone was shocked. Zhang Guodong and Xia Hongde were also shocked. They had searched Lin Fan and others with great effort but didn't find them. They were ready to go to Luomen's territory to discuss with Luomen's leader, but Lin Fan and others were found by Zhang Junayan and others who stayed on Zhang's territory. What's this? Junayan, you said you found Lin Fan and his gang. Where are they? Zhang Guodong asked. Master, they attacked our second branch and are now in our second branch. Zhang Junayan told the truth. Zhang Guodong's fists clenched together in an instant, and his face became extremely ugly, which made him feel like he had slapped himself. Because, it was he who had previously raised the topic that Lin Fan and others could not stay in their Zhang family's territory. Now, Lin Fan and others not only stayed in their Zhang family's territory, but also attacked their second branch. This means that all the people in their Zhang family's second branch have been eliminated. How did you find out? Zhang Guodong asked calmly. Zhang Junayan told the story again. After listening, Zhang Guodong nodded and said, yes, you did a very good job. Just keep an eye on them from a distance, and don't alarm them, otherwise they will definitely escape. Yes, I just let them keep an eye on them with a telescope from a relatively far distance, Zhang Junayan replied. Master Zhang, since we have already locked onto Lin Fan's group, we should not waste time now. We should hurry over and capture them. Xia Hongde clenched his hands tightly and said, this time, we must not give them any chance to escape. We must capture them all in one fell swoop. Chapter 548 Being Surveilled. Although Xia Hongde was in a good mood because Lin Fan and others occupied the second branch of the Zhang family, it did not mean that his hatred for Lin Fan and others would decrease. After all, Lin Fan had killed Xia Shunqiang and others, and also cheated 10 level 4 energy crystals from their Xia family. Moreover, he knew that many people in the Zhang family had been transferred by Zhang Guodong to participate in the search, so there must not be many people left in the so-called second branch. Being eliminated by Lin Fan and others would not have a big impact on the overall strength of the Zhang family. Therefore, after a brief happiness, Xia Hongde still knew that they had only one goal at the moment, which was to eliminate Lin Fan and others. Only by eliminating Lin Fan and others first, and then considering the strength of their two families, would it make sense. Otherwise, if Lin Fan and others were not eliminated, then when Lin Fan and others grew up, their two families would be eliminated in turn, so what was the point of considering the strength of the two families? Okay, let's go now, Zhang Guodong nodded. His hatred and murderous intent towards Lin Fan and others were no less than Xia Hongda's, so naturally he also wanted to completely take down Lin Fan and others. With a unanimous decision, both parties did not waste any more time and took their personnel to the second branch of the Zhang family. The second branch of the Zhang family. Lin Fan and others were still here. Originally, Lu Mingyan, Wei Heguang, Zhang Fiwen and Andy were supposed to stand guard tomorrow, but later Lu Mingyan felt that they were in good spirits and there was no need to start standing guard tomorrow. So, they started to allocate them today. Lu Mingyan and Andy stood guard first, and Wei Heguang and Zhang Fiwen stood behind as replacements. Lu Mingyan was responsible for looking in the left direction, and Andy was responsible for looking in the right direction. There was no problem at first, but after about 2 hours, Andy suddenly noticed something with his keen vision and stared at a certain position carefully. Lu Mingyan happened to turn around and saw Andy was looking all the time. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "Andy, what are you looking at?" Andy couldn't speak, but when he heard Lu Mingyan's question, he squatted on the ground, raised his two paws and pointed in the direction he was looking at. Seeing this, Lu Mingyan did not hesitate and looked in the direction pointed by Andy's paws. At first glance, he didn't see anything. But when he looked carefully, he saw a scene that surprised him. In his sight, there was a person holding a telescope. The good thing was that the person holding the telescope was not looking at them at this time, and their eyes did not meet. In other words, the person did not notice that he and Andy were looking at him at this moment. Someone is secretly observing us. Lu Mingyan's brows were immediately furrowed. He quickly retracted his gaze and looked at Andy, saying, "Andy, you continue to stay here, don't keep staring at that side, pretend that you didn't notice the other party. I will go to tell Lin Fan about this news and see what Lin Fan thinks." Woof woof. Hearing Lu Mingyan say this, Andy gently barked twice in response. After getting Andy's answer, Lu Mingyan did not waste any time and turned around and walked towards Lin Fan's room. When Lu Mingyan went to inform Lin Fan, Andy also stopped staring at that side as Lu Mingyan said, and began to wander around. With that look, no one would think that it had discovered anything. Dong dong. Lu Mingyan came to the door of Lin Fan's room and knocked on the door. "Lin Fan, it's me." Lu Mingyan knocked on the door and said, "Come in." Lin Fan's voice came from the room. Lu Mingyan opened the door and walked in. He saw Lin Fan sitting cross-legged on the bed, seemingly resting and adjusting. "What's wrong?" Lin Fan looked at Lu Mingyan and asked with a smile. "Just now, when Andy and I were patrolling outside, we found someone hiding in the distance with a telescope. If I guess correctly, he should be observing our every move," Lu Mingyan said. "Oh." Hearing this, Lin Fan frowned slightly and said, "Someone is hiding in the distance with a telescope to monitor us." "Yes, Andy discovered this first. After I saw it, I asked Andy to pretend not to notice and immediately came to inform you," Lu Mingyan replied. "Well done. If you keep staring at each other, then the other party will definitely find that you are looking at them, and then they will change their plan." Lin Fan praised Lu Mingyan's approach. Hearing Lin Fan's praise, Lu Mingyan was still very happy. After all, in his eyes, Lin Fan was already on the same level as Chu Hongxun, and they were both people who could lead him to become stronger. How could he not be happy to be recognized by such a person? "Then what should we do now?" Lu Mingyan took a deep breath and asked. "Wait for me to go out and observe first," Lin Fan said. "Okay," Lu Mingyan nodded, and then asked again, "Do you want to notify Murenzhu and the others?" "Don't notify them yet, let them stay in the room, and even you don't go out. Andy and I will observe outside. In this way, there will be no big changes on our side, and they will not attract attention. They will still think that we haven't discovered them yet," Lin Fan said. "Okay," Lu Mingyan nodded again. For Lin Fan's arrangements, all he had to do was to obey. "Okay, I'll go out and take a look first, you wait for Minhuzi here," Lin Fan said to Lu Mingyan, and then without wasting any more time, he walked out. Soon, Lin Fan came to Andy's side. "Andy, keep your current state and pretend that you didn't find anything. I will look around carefully." Lin Fan glanced at Andy and said with a smile. Andy nodded and did what Lin Fan said. Lin Fan himself was a very cautious person. After he came out, he didn't immediately check the situation around him, but walked around casually for a while, as if he was just out for some fresh air. After a few minutes, he began to observe carefully. Under his gaze, he soon found clues. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, Lin Fan counted with a sharp gaze. He found that around the Zhang family branch, about a kilometer away, there were 8 people holding telescopes and watching them. Moreover, the positions of the 8 people were relatively hidden, and they could not be found without careful observation. It seems that they should be people from the Zhang family. I didn't expect them to find us, Lin Fan secretly guessed in his heart. Andy, I'm done observing. You stay here. I'll go back and inform Muringzu and the others, Lin Fan said to Andy again. When Andy nodded, he turned around and walked back. Lu Mingyun, go and call Muringzu and the others to come to me, Lin Fan ordered. Okay, Lu Mingyun nodded. And without any delay, he immediately called Muringzu, Muringshan, Li Zihan, Mu Hongling, Wei Heguang, and Zhang Fiwen to come. Everyone gathered in Lin Fan's room, and their eyes fell on Lin Fan. Brother Lin Fan, what's wrong? Is there anything you want to inform? Muringshan asked curiously. Yes, Lin Fan nodded, without beating around the bush, and said, when I was outside just now, I saw 8 telescopes in 8 directions around us, observing us, 8 telescopes. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Muringzu and the others were shocked. Obviously, they did not expect that they were locked in by others from 8 directions. Even Lu Mingyun, who was the first to get the vaccine, was shocked. He thought there was only one at first, but it turned out to be 8. Yes, 8. I'll look carefully and I can't be wrong. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and said, if I'm not wrong, it should be someone from the Zhang family who is monitoring us. If it's someone from the Zhang family, after discovering us, shouldn't they attack us immediately? Why are they still monitoring us outside? Li Zihan asked doubtfully. The question Li Zihan asked was also the question that the others wanted to ask. Lin Fan shook his head and said, the Zhang family is naturally full of hatred for us, and they wish to take us down and tear us into pieces, but you have to know that the Zhang family is also very clear about the strength of our team. If they attack us without confidence, they will definitely die. So, my inference is that the people who discovered us and monitored us now are the ones who stayed at the Zhang family headquarters, and Zhang Guodong has already led people to the Xia family's territory to search for us at the Zhang family headquarters. After discovering us, the people left behind at the Zhang family headquarters did not have the strength to take us down, so they could only have people monitor us first, and then notify Zhang Guodong and others to rush over to attack us. They are distributed in 8 directions. Just because they are worried that we will escape during this period, Lin Fan's analysis made Muringzu and others feel as if they were suddenly enlightened. Lin Fan is right, they must be monitoring us, and then waiting for Zhang Guodong and others to come to support. Only in this way can they be sure to take us down 100%, Mu Hongling said in a serious tone. Lin Fan, since we have been discovered, we definitely can't stay here any longer, right? Muringzu frowned and said, if we continue to stay here, Zhang Guodong and others will definitely surround us after they arrive, and won't give us any chance to leave. Yes, that's true. Lin Fan did not deny Muringzu's words. He took a deep breath and said, let's leave here now. Just rush out like this? Mu Hongling asked. Yes, just rush out like this. Lin Fan nodded and said, now that they have discovered us, there is no need to be shy when leaving. We have a chance to leave before Zhang Guodong and others come. If Zhang Guodong and others come, it will be very difficult for us to leave. Lin Fan was still not sure that he could deal with the strength of the 5th level evolver. Okay, hearing this, Muringzu and others looked at each other and nodded without any objection. Let's go out. Lin Fan waved his hand and walked out of the room first. Muringzu and others did not delay and quickly followed behind Lin Fan. Andy, let's go. Lin Fan looked at Andy and waved at him. Andy ran over quickly, and the group walked out of the Zhang family branch and ran quickly in a random direction. Chapter 549 finally found. The actions of Lin Fan and others stunned the people who were secretly observing. A common doubt flashed through their minds, that is, how could Lin Fan and others suddenly leave here, and leave at such a fast speed? This feeling was as if Lin Fan and others discovered that they were in the dark, which made them a little difficult to accept. What is going on? Doubts kept emerging in their minds. However, the person who left in the same direction as Lin Fan and others suddenly woke up. He only knew that he should retreat now. If he didn't retreat, Lin Fan and others would definitely discover his existence when they came to his side, and then he would not be able to leave even if he wanted to. With this decision, he didn't hesitate and turned around and left. Lin Fan naturally noticed the action of that person leaving, but their goal was not to kill the person, but to leave the surveillance range of these people. Therefore, at this time, they would not chase the other party, and just let the other party leave. The rest of the people who were still observing in the other 7 directions also took certain measures. They arranged 2 people to go back and report the news, and the remaining 5 continued to find ways to follow from a distance, paying attention to the whereabouts of Lin Fan and others. In particular, they had to know the direction of Lin Fan and others. If they couldn't even figure it out, causing Lin Fan and others to disappear completely, then there was no need to guess that they would be severely punished at that time. Brother Lin Fan, they seem to be following us. Shan pretended to turn her head casually, and when she saw those people following them, she couldn't help but say, "It's okay, let them continue to follow. There is only one thing we have to do now, that is to leave this range as soon as possible and not let Zhang Guodong and others surround us. As long as we don't fall into the encirclement of Zhang Guodong and others, we won't face any danger," Lin Fan quickly replied. "Yes, I know," Shan nodded obediently. The 2 people who went to report the news met Zhang Guodong, Xiao Hongde and others halfway. "Why are you back? Didn't I tell you to wait for Lin Fan and his gang at the branch?" Zhang Junayan recognized the 2 men at a glance as the ones he had arranged around the branch. When he saw them, he frowned and asked. The 2 men didn't hesitate at all. The one on the left quickly said, "I don't know how they left the branch." "Left the branch?" Zhang Junayan frowned and his tone became fierce. "Have you been discovered by them?" "No. Brother Junayan. We have been hiding in the dark and observing as you said. They definitely didn't find us, but even if they left the branch, we don't know where they are going," the man on the left quickly answered. At this time, no matter whether Lin Fan and others left because they found them or not, they could only choose to answer that it had nothing to do with them. Otherwise, Zhang Junayan would definitely not let them go easily. Zhang Guodong also stepped forward and asked seriously, "Are you still keeping an eye on them, Master? The 2 of us came here to report the news, and the rest are still keeping an eye on them in secret," the man on the right answered. "Okay, just keep an eye on them. Take us there right away. We must not let Lin Fan and his gang escape," Zhang Guodong said. "Yes," the 2 nodded at the same time, not daring to delay for a moment. "Master Zhang, it's too slow to go there like this," Xiao Hongde stepped forward and said. "They have already started to leave your Zhang family branch. If we still go there so slowly, by the time we get there, they will probably be gone. We must hurry there faster." Xiao Hongde's meaning was very clear. Bringing so many people along would definitely affect their speed. Once their speed was affected, Lin Fan and his gang might get away. At that time, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven for them to find Lin Fan and his gang again. "Master Xia, what do you mean?" Zhang Guodong looked at Xiao Hongde and asked. "What I mean is that we 2 just need to rush over there quickly." Xiao Hongde took a deep breath and said, "With the 2 of us, I believe they will definitely not be able to escape. After all, our speed is faster than theirs." Zhang Guodong thought for a moment, then nodded and agreed, saying, "Okay, Master Xia, then let's do as you said. The 2 of us will go after them first." Both of them are level 5 evolvers. Not only are they very fast, but they are also very strong. As long as they can catch up with Lin Fan and others, they will definitely not let Lin Fan and others have a chance to turn things around. Thinking of this, they did not stop for a moment. After ordering their men to catch up, they ran towards the direction of the Zhang family branch. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhang Guodong and Xiao Hongde can be said to have displayed their speed to the extreme, wishing they could catch up with Lin Fan and others immediately. During the running process, the sound of winds from their bodies could be heard. "Let's go, let's catch up." After Zhang Guodong and Xiao Hongde left, the rest of the Zhang family and the Xia family quickly organized themselves. "Brother Lin Fan, they seem to have been left behind by us." Shan looked back again, and did not see the people holding the telescopes in her sight. "The distance has been left behind, but now there is a bad situation for us," Lin Fan said. "What's the situation?" A hint of doubt appeared on everyone's face. "If we continue to move forward now, we will have to leave the scope of Luocheng. There must be countless zombies gathered outside Luocheng waiting for the zombie tide to break out. We can't rush into the zombie tide directly, but there must be people from the Zhang family and the Xia family chasing us from behind, so we must come up with another solution," Lin Fan pondered. Even though they have not left the scope of Luocheng yet, at this position, they can clearly hear the loud zombie sounds coming from outside Luocheng. There is no doubt that this is telling them that countless zombies have gathered outside Luocheng. If they rush out like this, they will inevitably collide with those zombies. It is not clear how many level 5 zombies there are in the zombie tide, nor is it clear how strong the level 5 zombies are. If we run into the zombies like this, it will be no different from sending ourselves to our deaths. Hearing Lin Fan say this, Murengzu couldn't help but suggest, then should we go to the left or right? Going to the left or right will affect the distance between us and them. We are afraid that they will also surround us from both directions. If we happen to meet them, we will also fall into a dangerous situation, Lin Fan replied. After thinking for a while, Lin Fan added, however, don't think too much now. Just keep rushing forward. We can also go to the edge of Luocheng to see how many zombies have gathered outside, so that we can estimate how big the scale of the zombie tide will be. Lin Fan still had great expectations for the scale of this zombie tide outbreak. Well, okay, Murengzu and others naturally had no objection to Lin Fan's arrangement, and all nodded. The group quickly rushed forward. Zhang Guodong and Xia Hongda were indeed very fast, and it didn't take long for them to catch up with those who were watching with binoculars. Master, seeing Zhang Guodong appear, several people hurriedly greeted him. Zhang Guodong nodded and asked, where are Lin Fan's group? Master, they are in the direction ahead, one person answered. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Zhang Guodong asked again. You didn't see it wrong, the man nodded confidently and said, we have been chasing them all the time, but they just left us behind and we can't see them with a telescope, but we can be sure that they are running in the direction ahead. Okay, I get it. You guys should disperse now and go to other directions and keep an eye on them with a telescope at any time to prevent them from going in other directions, Zhang Guodong ordered. Okay, Master. Zhang Guodong's order was even more disobeyed by these people. After responding, they quickly dispersed in other directions. Master Xia, let's continue to chase them. Zhang Guodong tilted his head and glanced at Xia Hongda. Yes, Xia Hongda nodded. Whoosh, whoosh. Two wind sounds spread, and Zhang Guodong and Xia Hongda ran again. While running, Xia Hongda couldn't help but say, we'll be out of Luo City if we go any further. If they run out, it won't be good news for us. Don't worry, Master Xia. They definitely won't run out, Zhang Guodong said. Why do you say that? Xia Hongda frowned and asked. Because the zombie tide is about to break out. There are so many zombies gathered outside Luo City now. If they go out, they will be looking for death. For them, it's easier to face us than to face a group of zombies now, Zhang Guodong analyzed. That's right. I overlooked the problem of the zombie tide just now. Xia Hongda's eyes flashed with two rays of enlightenment. With a zombie tide outside, Xia Hongda also believed that Lin Fan and others would not be stupid enough to rush into the zombie tide to seek death. Suddenly, Zhang Guodong looked at the grass over there and noticed some footprints on the grass. Master Xia, do you think the footprints on the grass look like they were left recently? Zhang Guodong pointed at the grass and asked. Xia Hongda looked over and saw the footprints clearly. He narrowed his eyes and said, they must have been left there recently. Those must be the footprints of Lin Fan and his men. I didn't expect them to change their direction a little. It seems they knew we would chase them, Zhang Guodong said in a deep voice. No matter how they run today, we won't let them escape from our grasp. Xia Hongda's tone was filled with murderous intent. In his opinion, today was the day when Lin Fan and his men were destined to be captured. As the two talked, they ran towards the direction of the grass and continued to chase. I saw them. 3 minutes later, Zhang Guodong looked forward and saw the figures of Lin Fan and his men at the end of his sight. Xia Hongda also saw this scene, with both a smile and murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He was happy that after searching for so long, he finally found Lin Fan and his men. As for the murderous intent, there was no need to say more. Chapter 550 Give Up Chasing. Xia Hongda and Zhang Guodong were the same. Their killing intent towards Lin Fan and others, whether in their eyes, expressions or hearts, had reached a point where they could no longer conceal it. In other words, whenever they mentioned Lin Fan and others, they were left with only killing intent, and they all wished to tear Lin Fan and others into pieces. Now seeing Lin Fan and others appear in their sight, there was no doubt that they were enemies meeting, and they were extremely jealous, and they wanted to rush up and take down Lin Fan and others one by one. While running, Lin Fan suddenly noticed two cold killing intents coming from behind him. Feeling these two cold killing intents, Lin Fan slowed down a little and looked back. Although he had never seen what Xia Hongda and Zhang Guodong looked like, the moment he saw Xia Hongda and Zhang Guodong, He used the ring to read the data information of Xiaohongde and Zhang Guodong. This reading clearly revealed that the two people who were locking on them from behind had the strength of level 5 evolvers. There was no need to guess, and those two were Xiaohongde and Zhang Guodong. They are catching up, Lin Fan said in a serious tone. What? Hearing Lin Fan say this, Murenzhu and the others were all startled, and then they turned around and looked, and they also saw Xiaohongde and Zhang Guodong's figures clearly. What a strong aura, Lu Mingyun said with a serious face. Even at such a long distance, we can feel such a strong aura from them. They must be level 5 evolvers, right? From Xiaohongde and Zhang Guodong, they did feel the aura that they had only felt from Chu Hongxun and Fen King. Yes, they are all level 5 evolvers, Lin Fan nodded. Then they are the heads of the Xia family and the Zhang family, Muren Shen asked. It must be, Lin Fan nodded again. What should we do now? Lu Mingyun asked. Keep running first. At this distance, although they are all level 5 evolvers, it will take at least a few minutes to catch up with us. Let me think about it, Lin Fan replied quickly. Hearing this, Murenzhu and the others nodded at the same time, bursting out at full speed, and no one spoke to disturb Lin Fan. They all knew that now all their hopes were on Lin Fan. Only by relying on Lin Fan could they have a chance of surviving today. How can we get rid of them? Lin Fan thought while running with a frown on his face. Xiaohongde and Zhang Guodong had already locked onto them. No matter how they tried to escape, Xiaohongde and Zhang Guodong would keep chasing them. Brother Lin Fan, should we run outside the city? Muren Sham suggested. No, Lin Fan shook his head decisively and said, there are so many zombies gathered outside the city now. The zombie tide will erupt from outside the city. If we run outside the city, it means we will have to face the zombie tide. The zombie tide now is definitely more dangerous than the people chasing us from behind. To put it simply, if we face the people behind us, we may still have a chance of survival, but if we face the zombie tide, there will be absolutely no chance of survival. Lin Fan's words made Muren Shan suddenly realize, yes, the zombie tide is so dangerous. I didn't think it through just now. Roar. Roar. Just as Lin Fan was thinking, the zombie roars coming from outside the city were getting louder and louder. Lin Fan's eyes flashed, and he looked out of the city. This look immediately made him look surprised. The crisis behind me can be resolved, Lin Fan said with a smile. Brother Lin Fan, how to resolve it? Muren Shan was the first to ask curiously. The moment Muren Shan finished speaking, the eyes of Murenzhu, Li Zihan, Mu Hongling, Lu Mingyun, Wei Heguang, and Zhang Fiwen also converged on Lin Fan. They didn't expect that Lin Fan could think of a way to resolve it in such a short time. Zombie tide. Lin Fan took a deep breath and said, the corpse tide is erupting. We can use the corpse tide to avoid a pursuit. Use the corpse tide to avoid pursuit. Murenzhu and others were slightly startled, and they didn't quite understand what Lin Fan meant. If the corpse tide erupted, they would also face the corpse tide. If they can shuttle through the corpse tide, then Xiaohongde and Zhang Guodong are still level 5 evolvers. Wouldn't they be able to shuttle through the corpse tide even more? You should know that there are only a few of us together, but there are more than a few people in the Xia and Zhang families, Lin Fan quickly explained. Although only these two old guys will catch up now, I can be sure that the rest of their two families are still behind. Once the zombie tide breaks out, these two old guys must protect their family members to retreat. If they don't protect their family members to retreat, causing their family members to be surrounded by the zombie tide, then their family will be completely destroyed. By then, there will be only these two old guys left. How can they compete with Lu Omen? Yes. Brother Lin Fan is right. We are now equivalent to a lonely family, but they are organized. Even if they want to take us down very much, they will definitely not ignore the life and death of the family, Muren Shan said. Compared with taking us down and the life and death of the family, it is obvious that the life and death of the family is more important. Yes, now that the zombie tide has broken out, it is the biggest help for us, Murenzhu followed. Then should we wait for the zombie tide to rush in? Li Ziham looked at Lin Fan and asked. Now we have to wait for the zombies to rush in, Lin Fan nodded. They are very close to the outside of the city, and it will take less than 2 minutes for the zombies to rush in. Not good. The zombies have broken out. Zhang Guodong also noticed the restlessness of the zombies outside the city while chasing. He tilted his head and took a look, and his face could not help but change. Damn it, Xiaohongde cursed with a gloomy face, and also looked outside the city. and then quickly shifted his gaze to Lin Fan and others. Even if the zombies break out, we must take them down, and we must not give them a chance to escape. It was not easy to see Lin Fan and others. It was already such a critical moment. If Lin Fan and others escaped again, Xiao Hongda felt that he would be depressed. Hearing what Xiao Hongda said, Zhang Guodong frowned and said in a deep voice, Master Xia, we must consider a very important issue. What issue? Xiao Hongda asked intently. The problem is, with a zombie tide breaking out, we too may not have to worry about any major impact on us for the time being, but we have to consider that the people from our two major families are still outside, Zhang Guodong said in an extremely solemn tone. The people who came out to search this time are almost all the elite of our two major families. If they are surrounded by the zombie tide and suffer serious losses, it will undoubtedly be a fatal blow to our two major families. By then, what will our two major families use to fight against Luomen? Zhang Guodong's words were sonorous and powerful, with the purpose of making Xiao Hongda temporarily wake up from his hatred and not let hatred cloud his mind. Hearing this, Xiao Hongda paused slightly. He also felt that what Zhang Guodong said made sense, but he still said unwillingly, Lin Fan and his gang have caused such great harm to our two families. We have searched for such a long time and finally found them. Are we just going to watch them go away? Master Xia, I am also unwilling to see them go, but we have to put the overall situation first. If we don't go back and lead the family members to retreat, then our foundation is likely to be destroyed, Zhang Guodong continued to advise. In this way, Luo Cheng will completely fall into the hands of Luomen, and our two families will not be able to make a comeback. Compared to taking them down, it is most important for our two families to keep their foundation. After all, if even the foundation is gone, then there is not much meaning in taking them down. Zhang Guodong's words completely moved Xiao Hongda, and Xiao Hongda's steps stopped. Master Zhang, you are right. We can't be so impulsive now. It is more important to keep our foundation than to take them down. Xiao Hongda nodded. Yes, the scale of the zombie tide this time is very terrifying. It will be very dangerous without the two of us leading the family back, Zhang Guodong pondered and said. As for Lin Fan and his group, they will also be surrounded by the zombie tide, and they may die directly under the attack of the zombie tide. Although they felt very sorry that they could not kill Lin Fan and others personally, it would be a good choice if Lin Fan and others could die in the zombie tide. Okay, give up. The zombie tide is coming soon. We have to go back to protect the family. Xiao Hongda nodded. Well, let's go. Zhang Guodong also nodded. At this time, they have no choice but to make such a choice. If they continue to delay, the zombie tide will immediately flood into the city. After the voice fell, the two of them looked at each other, and without wasting any more time, they turned around and ran back in the direction they came from. They gave up. Lin Fan was sensing the changes behind him at any time. When he felt the two murderous intentions disappear from them, he said, just as I guessed, they dare not ignore the life and death of their family members. They must go back to protect their family members. Brother Lin Fan, what should we do now? Muran Shen asked. Now the zombies outside Luocheng are less than 500 meters away from them. The mighty tide of corpses really gives people an extremely spectacular feeling. We have to retreat in that direction too. Find a place to hide during the retreat. We can't have a head-on conflict with a tide of corpses. That would be too disadvantageous for us. Lin Fan made a quick decision. Okay, Muran Zhu, Muran Shan, Li Zihan, Mu Hongling, Lu Mingyan, Wei Heguang, Zhang Fiwen and others all had no objections to this decision. Then, Lin Fan waved his hand and changed the direction with Muran Zhu and others and ran. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.